So I haven't got to photocopy anything.
Yeah, fantastic. They're all there, so you can literally cut these out or make your own if you want to, out of cereal box or something like that. But you've got all of your templates included here, and then your instructions for your piecing. So you've got plus your instructions for your quilting, even a binding instruction set. Fantastic. Then, this is the good stuff. Isn't this amazing?
Yeah. There's so much.
I've had a strict instruction from my floor manager, Levi, that I mustn't make a mess with this, but oh my word. This is amazing. I have never done a Hoffman bundle like this. Now, whether you are going to do this quilt on your screen or whether you just say, I am a collector of batiks and I love it, these are all your traditional Hoffman amazing batiks. Look at the range. Oh my word. Look at the range of colours. They are amazing. Now you are getting all of these. I think they're fat 8.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this lovely March morning. What day is it today? It was the 13th, March the 13th. Lucky for me, it's my favourite number actually. Hope you're all having a good day. Thank you for joining me this morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock. Got a lovely day for you today actually. Got Mr. Alistair in from the House of Alistair. Fabulous. And part 2 of the sampler block of the month as well. It's coming up for all of the miss-up. Now, those kits are all on pre-order, just to let you know, because I've had so many people asking me. But let's start with the early bird, because we're going to save you a little bit of money this morning with one of my favourite products. I'm going to put my glasses on specially. Freezer paper. This is brilliant. Now, I used to only use this for applique. I thought it was for just reverse applique, but since I discovered you could use it for patterns, it's brilliant. So the full price for this is £7.49, which is amazing, to be honest, because you've got 12 metres, 30 centimetres, I'm just checking that. Yeah, 38 centimetres width and 12 metres in total. What I use this for, oh, should we do the price reduction first? Was £7.49. How much are we taking off today, Ben? An enormous whole £1 off. £6.49. Save yourself £1 already. I use this for patterns. So you know you have your favourite patterns or you've got a set of instructions with a template in. Really like that. Trace it on this because you can see through it. You can trace through it. Cut it out. And then it's a nice permanent pattern because it's got quite a weight to it. But also this waxy stuff on the back. I don't know what it is. Silicone or something. You iron it on. It doesn't leave any mark. And then you can cut it out. So if you're cutting out things like circles or maybe you've got a bag shape like with a curved bottom that's a bit fiddly. Once you start pinning that to fabric, it moves slightly. But with this, once you've cut your shape out, you can press it on and then just cut round the edge of it and absolutely perfect. Then all you do is peel it off and you can use the pattern. You could use it about 10 times I've used them all the time. If I've got maybe a design and I really like it, before I cut it out and make it, I trace around it. I think I'll keep that pattern. And freezer paper is absolutely ideal. I use it a lot when I'm designing things because I get a perfect shape. And what I'll often do is draw the shape onto the paper, press the whole piece of paper and then cut along the line and the fabric at the same time. You get a spot on image. It also can be used a lot for EPP because you can press the hexagons on. Obviously, it's used in applique. Traditionally, it was used in needle turn applique because you can fold the edges under. Well, traditionally, to be honest, have we got a price comparison there? £11? And that's from a store that I've heard of as well. £11? And we sell it for £6.49. I mean, traditionally it's used for meat. So if you've got anything left over, you can wrap your meat in it, your sandwiches. It's very good for freezing things like chocolate dipped strawberries, because you just put it all in there and then and it peels off. So you can use it for kitchen items because you can wrap things in and freeze them, but also use it for your sewing. But I would say mainly if you're cutting out shapes, draw them onto the freezer paper, just press it on. It won't mark the fabric. It peels off. So it's not sticky, there's just something that the silicone melts slightly and it will stick on. And as the packaging says, it always makes me laugh, great for freezing meat. Not anything else, just that. But it does actually also say, really good for arts and crafts, quilt applique. Some people use it as drawer liners as well, but it's £6.49 for 12 metres. It's a bargain. I always keep a roll in my sewing room and I use it a lot. I also use it for pattern when I'm trying to draw patterns and make them different shapes. Oh, sorry, I lost you then. Excellent for that. So loads and loads, if you've got this in your basket, get your basket open. Don't forget to check out though. You've already saved £1, so that reduces your postage cost, doesn't it? Because you only got to pay 1p a day. It is brilliant. What do they say? How do you do this? So how to freeze it in meat. Fold it in narrow folds until the paper is wrapped tight against the food. It's even got diagrams about the size of the fold. Be very good if you're in a butcher's shop, wouldn't it? It looks really nice like that. It's like having... Oh, and it says as well, for freezing, not that you'll be buying this, that you can write what's inside on the paper sides. So you could wrap your sandwiches in it, couldn't you? But I would use it for my craft. It is absolutely invaluable. And because you can see through it, you can trace over patterns and then keep them. And you will get a cleaner, neater cut with it. So 12 whole metres. Save yourself £1. Right, shall we have a look at what's coming up on today's show? On today's show. Right, 8 o'clock, fabulous Moda fabrics. We've got all sorts. We've got some French General fabric, which is the fabric I used to make the quilt behind me. We've still got some of that left, and we've got it in a bundle as well. What could be nicer than a bundle of French General? Very little, actually. We've got another brand new Moda. We've got some gradient Moda, and we've got some amazing Moda Snuggle fabrics. Think quilt backing. I'll be talking about that in more detail. It's amazing fabric. It's brilliant and it is perfect for toy making, but also quilt backing, but we'll be going through that in a moment. 9 o'clock, Alistair from the House of Alistair is here. Haven't seen him for absolutely ages, so it's really nice to be able to work with him today. He's bringing us a whole host of different items. The coolest wool pressing mat I've seen. I've had a long conversation with him and I've decided this is what I definitely need in my life, is Alistair's wool pressing mat. It's brilliant. As well as tie canvas. Whoever knew that you could buy tie canvas and a tie pattern? Love that. And loads of gorgeous, beautiful quality polar fleece. That's the first hour. At 10 o'clock, I will be here with part 2 of the sampler quilt block of the month. There it is in China Blues. So you can either get it in China Blues or Country Garden. The theory behind it is you make 3 blocks a month and they're all based on a particular style. That's this month. So this month it's Carpenter style. So you'll make 3 of them in different colour variations. At the end of the year, you will have 36 blocks and you will make yourself a beautiful sampler quilt. That's China Blues. It's also available in Country Garden. Now, I know loads and loads of you, when we launched it on the birthday show, missed out on block 1, which were the flower blocks, but we've reprinted them. They are back in stock and they're on the website now, so you can pre-order them. You can also, sorry, Ben was just saying that they're on the website now. Block 2, which is the Carpenter Star, is also on pre-order now. Again, you will make 3 blocks. So you need to decide whether you want China Blues or Country Garden. And we've also got the charm squares back. I'll be demonstrating how to do the Carpenter Star. And at the end, I will show you what next month's block is going to be. Now, I know it's been a short gap because of birthday, but we will be trying to leave it a month between each one. So... yes, yeah, these are really flying out on pre-order, but I had loads of you saying to me, when are you going to get block 1? Once we've got a really clear idea of how many are going to sell each month, we will, I promise you, we'll always bring them back. If we sell out, luckily, we can reprint them. We will always bring them back, and we'll get better at knowing exactly how many to print. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Alistair is back with more gorgeous goodies. Now, these are amazing. He has got his amazing sample scrap bags in cottons. He's got Savile Row wools and got beautiful. He's got vintage fabric bundle, which gorgeous, 5 1-metre piece of fabric, all in vintage prints. I mean, Alistair has got such amazing knowledge and experience of fabric. Gorgeous. They are absolutely gorgeous. So I would get ahead on those. They're available on pre-order, all of those sample packs, because they always fly out and we have got a limited stock. Glorious. You're going to love those, as well as some Easter fabrics as well. So 12 o'clock, we're going to be talking about Elna sewing machines and needles as well. We've got all sorts of sewing machine accessories. We've got, after a long time, the Hemline automatic bobbin winder back in stock. And we've got sewing machine mats, which I'm really excited about because I really need to get one of those. My sewing machine keeps vibrating on the table and everyone says you need a mat. So we've got a couple of those so I can decide which one I'm going to buy. Right, we're also going to cover the Elna machines. Now, the 720 Pro, which I own, we only have 3 of these left. Amazing machine. And we've already got 3 in baskets. So if you're one of those 3, do check out on that. I'll be going through those all at 12 o'clock. And as you know, that's one of the machines. And I say one of the, because I have several machines that I own and it's brilliant. So we'll be going through all that. What a day! What a day! Right, just to let you know, the sampler quilt, block 1, both of them are in very low figures now. So if you want that one, you need to check out. Don't worry if you've missed out at all. We will always make sure we get them out. I did promise everyone we would get them back in stock. And once we've got a clearer idea of exactly how many we need, we'll make sure we don't sell out. But we will always bring them back the next month so that you can catch up. And I will try and leave a month between them. It's only been a couple of weeks, but just because of where birthday fell. So next month we'll do it on April the 10th. So I will give you a bit longer to make your 3 blocks. But you can make them in a day. I made 6 yesterday, so you can do it if you need to catch up. Anyway, do check out on those. Right, let's talk French General. I love French General, funnily enough. So this is my favourite fabric. And I finally finished my ultimate bed quilt. I just need to get it quilted now, all in French General. I love French General fabric. It's designed by a lady who lives in America who is obsessed with all things French. She's been designing this fabric for Moda since, I think 2016, 2016, can't remember. A long time, anyway. And it's gorgeous. It's all based on the colours, the textiles of sort of 18th, 19th century French interiors and textiles, and it's beautiful. And the signature is this red and cream. Occasionally they bring out a collection with a bit of blue, but this is their latest collection, Trois Rouenneries, which means three Rouens, I presume. They've done the first one, the second one, and this is the third one. So we've got a bundle of fabric for you here. These are all half-metre pieces. Now, the beautiful thing about the fabrics is that they all go together. The shades and the tones of the red are all the same. They're reds, they're pinks. You can see that real vintage French textile in there. I mean, standalone, these fabrics are beautiful, but individually, I mean, together, they just create the most beautiful palette. So when Paul Buyer he said to me about 6 months ago, oh, the collection's coming out. They've asked me what I want to order. Do you want some? I went, yes, definitely. So I designed a quilt, and then he bought all the fabrics in for it, which we sold on the birthday week. Now, we sold out the quilt kits, but we do still have the instructions. So this is the bundle, 5.5 metres. So you get 11 half metres of all of these fabrics. I mean, let me just show you one of them so you can see how beautiful they are. The thing is with these, the Moda French General, they print it, they do one collection a year, and then it just goes. And it's really hard to get hold of. When I made my French General quilt, I had to buy fabric from all sorts of collections to get the quantity. Look at that. Beautiful. Now we've got loads in baskets. We only have 5 of these bundles left. Let me tell you how beautiful it is to sew with. It's Moda fabric, obviously. It sews and presses really well. I love the fact it has a very nice selvage. And then on the other side, you have to glory in the selvage. Look, it has a coloured selvage. Do cut these off because you can use those. Aren't they gorgeous? So that's just one of them. But the shades of the red and the, well, it's like in a crew. Some of them have cream, are absolutely gorgeous. £4 off. Let's take £4 off. Why not? Anyone who's already bought it, don't worry, you will have the £4 taken off you. 94.89. 2. It's a privilege to own this fabric. Look at this one. It's all of the shades of the red and the pinks. Absolutely glorious. I think that's beautiful. This one I love. Now, we have got some of them available by the half metre, and we'll go through those in a moment. Isn't that gorgeous? You see, that's so lovely just on its own in those shades of the linen and the red. But when you pop one of the reds next to it, the contrast is gorgeous. So when I designed the French General quilt, I was going to put it with reds and then calico. But the creams are so beautiful, I thought, let's just use the whole lot. One bundle left. So that's about to go. So should we do it by the half metre? Now you'll have to tell me, Ben, what we've got left. There are 2 fabrics that aren't in the bundle that we have got by the half metre as well, that are part of this collection. So well, you could tell me the code. Which one? Oh, no. Oh, that must be that one then. Right. Oh, no, that's not. I've got it. Right. So we've also got them available by the half metre. We've got the instructions for the quilt and the bag. So the instructions, you can either make the quilt and the bag. So this, I've used the French General to make these. So if you want to make the quilt or the bag, because we don't have the kits left, but we do have the instructions, then the French General that I'm showing you here, you can use to make those. For the bag, you will need 4 fat quarters or 2 half metres. Right. There we go. So this one is available by the half metre. I love this one because it's got all the colours in it. It's got the deep red, it's got the paler red, it's got the oyster, it's got the linen. Absolutely gorgeous. £8.99 for half a metre. I cannot tell you the quality and how beautiful it is. I think that's lovely. Gorgeous. Oh, this one's gorgeous. So this is the same print. Isn't that beautiful? So you've got a linen, and it almost feels a bit blue. It isn't, but it's the linen colour. And then against that, you've got the monotone of the red outline on the leaves and all the stems. I think that's stunning. Mignon floral vine leaf, roche and rouge. How lovely is that one? You see, they work beautifully on their own. But then if you combine them with any of the others, they're gorgeous. Do we have XOW102? XOW102, only because it's the one that goes with it. Right, so let me put this one down because, look, same print, but just different colourway. And how beautiful do they work together? So if you did a log cabin design with them, you could even use that for the dark and that for the light. Because log cabin doesn't always have to be a massive contrast, as long as there is a contrast. I think that is a beautiful fabric, just on its own. If you wanted to combine it with something, I would use either the Rose and Hubble Natural Seeded, ivory, or calico. It looks absolutely gorgeous with calico. Because I used calico on the lining of my bag, so I'll just show you. See, look at that with calico. Really nice, isn't it? Right, next one. Just having a little, oh, got that one. Yeah, now this is lovely. This one I used in the quilt. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, have you disappeared? Oh, sorry, I think my ears are going. Again, you've got a really lovely pale linen coloured background, but with the scrolls of these flowers. And although this is quite a large design, even when you cut it into smaller pieces, I used it in the quilt. You can see in these sections here. It works really well as strips. Because even with the prints that are larger, when you use them in strips, they work really well. I think that's a beautiful fabric. That would go really nicely with this one. I mean, they all go together nicely, but they go together nicely, don't they? All those three. Lovely collection. I mean, this is the great thing about French General. I know a lot of people like me collect it because you can mix and match across the collections. This is a nice one as well. I use this one in the quilt. It's got a bird in. And what I quite liked when I was working with this one is that even when you cut it into strips, it works so well because you just get the sort of the lines and the parts of it. So it's lovely as a whole fabric. But it does actually work really nicely when you cut it into strips and you piece with it as well. And again, it's got the rouge, which is the darker red, and the roche, which is the pinky colour. It's got all of that on a really nice cream background. Beautiful, that one. This is a great, I would get this while you can, because once it's gone, it's really hard to get hold of again. Next one. Seal. Oh, yes. Oh, this is the proper red. This is the rouge. So if it's described in the title, so this is Trois Jolies Florals Rouge, it's this real proper red. If it's got roche, it's the pinkier colour. But I think that's gorgeous, isn't it? That was one of my favourite ones that I used. That's in here, and that looks gorgeous in that colour, doesn't it? Beautiful, love that one. Now, we're quite low on this one. We've only got 8 metres left of this one. Absolutely gorgeous. Can we do JBW172 next? Because this is the same print, but in roche. So it's roche, but they've called it oyster, because oyster is the background colour. But isn't that lovely? Can you imagine those two together? So that's the rouge, and then this one they call oyster, but the pink is the roche colour. But it's the rouge and the oyster together work really well, don't they? I think that's a beautiful fabric. Absolutely beautiful fabric. If you just get yourself, even if you just get yourself half a metre, you can become a French General fanatic, and also go on their website, because it's really interesting. You can read, if you just go on FrenchGeneral.com, it just gives you all of their history and tells you about the amazing holidays they do in France, which I've still got my eye on. Although the only problem is it's $6,000 for a week. It's quite a lot of money, isn't it? But anyway, it's really nice because the French General Company own this big house in the southwest of France where they run these beautiful courses. But she tells you all the story there, and you can see all the antiquities. Gorgeous website. Right, which ones haven't we done now? Yeah, this is lovely. So this is the same as this fabric that I showed you right at the beginning, but obviously this is in the pinkier colourways, and this has got the cream background on it, or pearl. That's beautiful, isn't it? Again, it works really nice on this large scale, but it also works pieced when you do small things. It works really well for fussy cutting because you've got some beautiful whole flowers that you can use. So if you were doing blocks, you could cut the small squares. But when you cut it into smaller pieces, like half square triangles, you just get little snippets of the print. But that colourway is just gorgeous. It's so rich. It works so well. I can see why Moda commissioned it, because their printing is so precise and the colour choice is amazing, isn't it? I love that one. Next one, ORW141. Oh, that one's gone. Yep, got that one. This is a lovely one. If you want one for a really deep red. All right, only a metre left of this one. So I used that one in the quilt as one of the darker reds, because that's such rich, but there's only a metre of that one left. Then do we have VSW158? Right, only a metre, half a metre left of that one. Now, I've got 2 of them that weren't in the bundle that are just on their own. I love these because it's part of the same collection, same prints, same colours, but they look quite different because they've popped a bit of green into them. I think these are gorgeous. Just popped a little bit of green. So, oh, well, I'll tell you what, this is French General, but it's a different collection. This is the Antoinette collection. But this is how I said that if you buy French General, even if it's a different collection, it's not the Trois Runnery, it's the Antoinette, they still go together. They still go together beautifully. So that's from the Antoinette collection. But if you put that with, let's take that one. You see how even though it's a different collection, they go together really well. And if you popped it with the dark red, so even if you mix the collections, I think that is stunning. Right, and then the final one that wasn't in the bundle. Again, this is from the Antoinette collection, Wildflowers in Smoke. But you can see how similar that is to this one from the Trois Runnery collection. It's got the same sort of flowers and prints. So it still goes together beautifully, but that's from a different collection. Oh, that's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, if you just wanted to get 2.5 meters, they go together really beautifully, don't they? This would work really nicely, either as the line, if you were going to make something that you needed to line, as a border across the top, works really well, doesn't it? There we go. Right, now if you want something to do with your French General, this was the quilt that I made behind me, and we sold a kit of it and of the bag, but we don't have the kits left, but we do have the instructions. Now, in the instructions, you get the full instructions for the whole quilt, which is an 84-inch square. So it's the log cabin in the traditional barn raising style, but to add a little twist to it, it's just because French General is so traditional that, that when you use a traditional fabric, a traditional pattern works so well. So I decided to do log cabin in the traditional style. But to add a little sparkle, to show my love for this fabric, I put stars in. So the stars are actually pieced. When you create your log cabin blocks, some of the blocks you put squares and rectangles. There's no triangles involved, it's all squares and rectangles. And then when you join them together, it creates this star pattern. So the instructions give you full details, all diagrams. We decided to put diagrams in these rather than photos, and there's a full video tutorial as well. In the instructions also, it explains, and there's all the details in there for the fabric you need. If you go onto the Sewing Street website and click on the product description for these instructions, I've listed there all the fabric requirements. So maybe you want to make yours in navy and white. Maybe you want to make it in pink and purple. But if you go onto there, it will tell you. So those are all the fabrics you need. So like the centre square, you'll need a flat quarter. So it's all listed in detail. So you can have a look at your stash and you can see what you need. You could splash out and use designer fabric for the dark and maybe just use a plain fabric for the light. Or mix and match it together. It works really well if you use like stripes and squares. So if like me, you collect like old shirts, log cabin works beautifully in that. And then the stars, you can just use a colour or a print that stands out. So they'd look great. If you did a dark, a navy and white one, you could do your stars in a deep yellow, like a gold. Now in the instructions are also, so the same set of instructions, you get how to make the bag. So the bag has, it does say on that list, to back it, I think it's 2.5 metres of extra wide. If you go right down to the bottom, it'll say, no, wadding, and then, oh, that's the bag. Right, so you, and stop. So, yeah, so you will need 2.5 metres if you're buying extra wide, or if you're buying normal fabric, you'll need 4.7 metres for backing. With the bag, this uses exactly the same pattern. It's just that the strips are narrower So you make 4 stars for the front, 4 blocks for the front that have the star, and 4 for the back. So what you need to make this is 4 fat quarters. 4 fat quarters, so 2 darks, 2 lights, or you could just use a dark ½ metre and a light ½ metre, and then you will need a metre of fabric. And I used a calico just to line it, and I also used that calico on the stars as well. But again, if you go onto the, it'll be listed in the instructions when you receive them, but if you want to know beforehand, if you go onto the website, it will list exactly all the fabric you need. But you can think, well, I'm going to start off and make the bag, and then once I've learned how to do it, I'll then move on and I'll make the whole quilt. But it works beautifully in all sorts. Just go into Pinterest and put in log cabin barn raising, and it'll give you some really good colour ideas of what works and what doesn't work. You can also invest in some designer fabrics and then go to your stash and add a few more in. That's the joy of it. Anyway, that's the joy of the French General. So shall we do the next Moda collection? Oh, should we do the Snuggle? I love this fabric. I think this is brilliant. Now, something that a lot of you ask is, can I use fleece for the back of a quilt? Can I? Yes, you can. Do I need to add wadding? No, you don't, but you can. So this Snuggle fabric, let me just take one of the couple. I'll start with pink. Love it in the pink. So it's beautifully soft. It's 100% polyester, but what's lovely about it is it doesn't have too much stretch, which makes it ideal for many things, including quilt backing. What you can do is, obviously that's the soft side, is that some people use it without any wadding at all, and you just treat it like a normal backing fabric. You put the top layer of your quilt with this underneath, and then you quilt it together. This is brand new today. It's Moda, so you know it's great quality. If you want to use it for a quilt and you want a bit of extra body and squishiness, then put wadding in. The only thing that people do say is, because it's polyester, it does have a tiny amount of stretch, so just be careful that you've got it nice and flat. And if you're using it for long arm quilting, then just keep it nice and flat. But you can see it's got very little stretch. It's beautifully soft. A lot of people use it for soft toy making as well, but you could use it for lining jackets or even for the outside of a jacket. Lovely for baby clothes, because obviously it washes beautifully. And a lot of questions people asked was about pre-washing, and everyone said, no, I don't ever pre-wash it. So it's a nice width as well, 152 centimetres width. It's very, very popular in America because it's lighter weight than your normal fleece. So if you maybe like a baby blanket and you just wanted it to be very light, or just a little blanket that you wanted to put over you on the sofa or just to put on your lap, it's perfect for that. $7.99 for ½ metre, but look at the width, 152 centimetres. Really, really nice and wide. I think that's gorgeous. This is brand new in today, and we have it in a whole host of colours. It's gorgeous, but it's beautifully lightweight, but it's very snuggly as well. So for the spring, it's lovely, beautiful for the spring. Maybe a little spring jacket. Be nice if you wanted to make just to make like a quilt or a picnic blanket that was just a little bit soft. It would be ideal for that. Did you see we had Alice Caroline on birthday, and she had some beautiful Liberty gingham picnic blankets. This would be perfect for the back of it. Anyway, let me show you the other colours. So that's the pink one. We'll go blue. But you can put wadding in between this and the top fabric, or not at all. It depends on the weight you want. But if you are new to quilting, you think, oh, I don't want to cope with all those 3 layers, just get this Snuggle and then put your quilt top on top and then just quilt through. Absolutely fine. And it's lovely because I haven't seen this sort of soft, fleecy fabric that doesn't stretch, has very little stretch, in such a light weight. But it's really, in America, the Moda Fireside Snuggle is really, really popular. They use it a lot. But we haven't seen it before. Gorgeous blue, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So anything where you want just a bit of softness, a little bit of coziness, this is ideal. If you've checked out, there's loads of you checking out, let me know. Message me, and what are you going to use yours for? Because it's always interesting. When I was on last week, I asked you all that, and you all came up with ideas I've never thought of. How about grey, silver grey? So maybe you do want to do something for babies, but you want to keep it neutral. Also ideal for using neutral tones if you are quilt backing. But if you've got if you're making like a lightweight summer jacket and you want to just add a little bit of body to it, but without putting wadding in, you could use this to line it. And it would just make it really soft on the inside. But you could use it for outerwear as well, just very soft. I mean, to be honest, you could just use it as it is, as a blanket, and use that as the front. And then just bind the edges. Or you buy 2 colours, and you could put the 2. So say you had the grey, because we've done the pink. If you put the grey and the pink together, so that they are wrong sides facing, like so. And obviously this is available by the ½ metre, so if you multi-buy, if you wanted to make a square blanket, buy yourself 3 units, then it'll be 150 by 150, and so you have a nice square. Put them wrong sides facing like this, and then you could just bind them together, and you'd have a really, so you can see together, it's a bit weightier, but a really soft blanket. So that's the silver and pink. Let's go white. Again, soft toys. If you're making polar bears or snowmen, this is what you need. £7.99 for ½ metre is beautiful quality, 100% polyester. But as you can see, I'll show you, it's very, very little stretch. None that way and only a little bit that way, which makes it, you see, makes it a lot easier for sewing with. But for soft toy making, it's brilliant because it doesn't fray. So you don't have to worry about finishing seams. And also then the stitching sort of gets lost in the pile of the fabric. That's the white. We've got it in teddy bear brown, like chocolate. That's lovely, isn't it? See, if you were doing something that you were going to use in a garden, a picnic quilt or a quilt that you keep in the car, have the brown, then you would never be able to see the background. You wouldn't even see if it got dirty, would it? Chocolate. That's lovely. And it's a really nice milk chocolate as well. Actually, it's like you know that chocolate that's dark and milk? I can't think what that one's called. There's a chocolate that's the one that's half milk and half dark. Can't think what it's called. It's No, it's made by Cadbury's. The chocolate bars are available. And it's half and half. It's that sort of colour. That's beautiful though, isn't it? But good for teddy bears. And again, if you wanted to back something and not get it dirty, be really good for pet blankets. So maybe you wanted to put, you made a pet blanket, like a dog blanket, or something lightweight, or any pets, cat blanket, and you wanted to be able to just chuck it in the washing machine, 100% polyester. It won't fray, but you could bind the edges, but it'd be brilliant for that, wouldn't it? Just to pop in to the cat basket. We've got it available in this gorgeous green. This is a real, it's got a little bit of blue in it as well, do you think? Yeah, well, it is. That's why it's teal. There we go. It's a very dark teal, though. There are different teals, aren't there? I think that is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. But if you've always wanted to back your quilt in something, a lightweight fleece, this is the one to use it for. But you can use it for clothing as well. But you can see it has a really lovely, soft, beautiful softness to it. Then we've got it in mustard. What do they call this one? Mustard. There you go. Mustard or daffodil. Actually, you see, let's go 70s retro. Look. They go together so beautifully. It looks like a brownie uniform. Although they probably updated. They're probably not that colour anymore. But when I was a brownie, many years ago, that was the colour. Or school uniforms that you wish you had remembered. I don't think they do it anymore. Do you remember all the school uniforms that were in those colours? Oh, dear. Daffodil or mustard. It's quite a daffodil colour. Perfect for spring. That is lovely, isn't it? But it does look nice when you drape it like that. You can see how sort of soft and flexible it is. And it's Moda, so you know it's going to be great quality. And then the last colour that we've got is a nice neutral. If you can't decide what colour you want, go neutral. They've called it natural. It's amazing value. Remember, it's 152 centimetres wide, which I think is 60 inches. Yeah. Yeah, 150 is 60. It's the height of me. I'm just going to check that. It is. Oh, no, I'm about an inch taller. There we go. It's really big. So big. So wide. It's as tall as me. So you're getting a lot of value. So if you want to make a blanket from it, get yourself 3 units, then you'll have a square piece, and it will all be cut to order. But this is the first time we have ever had this snuggle on, and I think it's gorgeous. Right, I've got another brand new Moda collection, Moda Tango. This is lovely. Now, this is a whole bundle, mega bundle, 5 meters of fabric in total, and we are reducing it. So the colours in this are corals and teals with a little pop of mustard. It's perfect for the spring. So you've got these beautiful coral colours. And then look at these prints. I'll open them out in a moment, but I just want you to see them all together. Aren't they lovely? Oh, so when we... So when this was launched, there was a slight mistake made in the price, but we'll honour it. That's gorgeous. And yeah, they must took £10 off. That's not normal, is it, for this? I think we should match it. Look at that collection. Beautiful. Taking £10 off. Oh, we've only got 9 of these bundles left. £10 off. I think these are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, let me show you just one of them. It's Moda, so you know it's beautiful quality. I love sewing with Moda. Oh, and do keep the selvage. Dance like no one's watching. Live like it's heaven on earth. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Isn't that pretty? It's a really lovely, fresh spring summer print, but with a little bit of a retro vibe, I think, with the sort of the scale of the prints. I love that one. That was kind of the hero fabric of the collection, because the other fabric, so this one, same print, but just in these minty colours. Gorgeous. I really like this collection. It's quite unusual. It's a little bit different. I like the fact that they've put a couple of these pale, it's a pinky but a pale coral in it as well. But with beautiful, I mean, on their own, this is what I think with a collection, they should all obviously go together, but they need to stand alone as well. That is beautiful, isn't it? Just beautiful. So when you buy the whole collection, you don't have to think, oh, I've got to make a quilt with it. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? I like that one. It's almost like tiles on a floor, isn't it? But sort of in a faded print. And then those fabrics, so this one, so if you wanted to just use them in pairs, they work really well. So the same print, but in the green. So imagine making a pair of cushions with these. So fresh and lovely. You could just pop those on your bed, couldn't you? Then you've got this pinky corally one is also in the green. Look. Ooh. Don't they look lovely together? Gorgeous. I'm just trying to put the prints together. And then you've got this lovely, I like the fact they put a bit of mustard in it, because it does have a little bit of a retro feel to it, doesn't it? And then with the this mustard print, it goes with the mint print. Aren't they lovely? Absolutely gorgeous. It is the very sort of tiles, floors. But when you look at this, so you've got this the mint, then you've got the mustard, and then you've got that little pale coral inside, which then picks up with this. So the whole collection just hangs together beautifully. And then I love this large print here that's got the deeper coral on. It's a stunning absolutely stunning collection. It's quite unusual, but it has a really lovely, fresh, contemporary feel to it. But it is very tiles. I mean, how many times do we go to like churches and we go abroad and to places and we see, like, well, particularly in churches, but also pavements, you see a beautiful flooring, you think, oh, that'd make a nice quilt pattern. Well, I think the inspiration has been taken in this fabric. But it does have a very ceramic tile feel to it. Absolutely stunning. Right, do check out on that. We are in low single figures now of the whole collection. Right, I'll just put those in a pile. Now, another Moda fabric. It's the Moda fabric hour. This is gorgeous. The orange. So these are all ombre fabrics. I'll show you them. And in this collection of, we're selling them individually, but they're in a collection of colours. So this is how it works. This is fab. So the little hearts are metallic gold, by the way. And then we're selling it by the half metre. This is what 1/2 metre looks like. I'm going to hold it up so you can see how it changes. So it starts dark at one end and goes light to the middle and then dark to the other. So if you wanted to use brownie uniform, is still a yellow and brown, but more funky, from Carolyn. Is it, Carolyn? I did wonder whether it was still brown and yellow. I wonder how you make brown and yellow funky. I'm going to have a look at images of that later. I'm glad it's still brown and yellow. It wouldn't be the same if it wasn't. But thanks for letting me know. So what you could do is, if you were using this for piecing or applique, you've got lots of shades of orange. The hearts are all scattered, so there's not so many in the centre, and then they increase intensity as they get to the bottom. So you go dark at the bottom, it moves up to light until you get to the centre of the fabric, and then it goes darker again. So it's a lovely fabric to use for if you cut it in strips from selvage to selvage, because if you were using it for binding, you could join one end to the other, and then it will graduate in tone from light to dark, and then that would join in with the dark at the other end. Lovely for Bargello because you've got that change in colours. And the little gold hearts are beautiful, aren't they? So that's the orange one, or tangerine. I think that's really lovely. $8.99 for 1/2 metre. It's your normal 44-inch width, 112 centimetres, quilting weight, cotton fabric. But there's so many different things you can do, whether you want to use it as a whole piece. It'd be nice if you made a skirt or a jacket, wouldn't it? Because you could have the dark bit on the bottom and then the light bit at the top. Cool. That's tangerine. We've also got it in, this should be called strawberry if that one's called tangerine. Cherry. Okay. Love that. Because look at the bottom, that's such a deep red, isn't it? And then it moves up to the paler pink. Look at that. I love that. You've got the very, very pale in the centre. So it would look lovely to bind a quilt with because of the colour changes. 1/2 metre, and if you're binding a quilt, you don't need to cut it on the bias. But if you are cutting it in the bias, you can join it all together end to end and then cut it round. So that's the cherry. Then we've got it in VDW124. What colour's that one? Grape? I'm guessing it might not be that at all. Mauve. Well, I thought we were on a theme then. Mauve. So there's also a darker purple, so if you like the purples, you could get both of them. So this starts off quite dark at the bottom and moves up. I love the lightness in the centre. Again, you see, now this would be a good log cabin fabric because you've got darks and mediums and lights. So maybe you were doing the dark section of a log cabin quilt. You could use this bottom section for some of the darks and then use the middle section. So, because it's quite nice, even when you've got the dark and light of a log cabin, if you vary the shades within the dark. And it's quite nice when you use a traditional quilt pattern like that to do it in more modern fabrics with these little hints of gold. I think that would look stunning. And then the other side of it, you could use one of the lighter fabrics or just a plain. So that's it in mauve. And we've also got it in a darker purple. I'll put them next to each other. What's this one called? HMW125. It's called what? Aubergine. So let me just show you next to mauve. So there you see, so they would look nice together, wouldn't they, if you were doing lights and darks? Beautiful. So that's the mauve, that's the aubergine. Let me just open up the aubergine. I love isn't that gorgeous? I like the real depth of colour. Look at that. It's such a deep, dark aubergine at the bottom that the gold metallic really shows up. What a beautiful fabric. Oh, we've only got 1 metre of this one left. So be quick with that one. The next one is pink. Fuchsia. This reminds you of Princess Jasmine, does it, Ben? Yeah, it is quite Disney princess, isn't it? Oh, don't say that word. It's quite princess, isn't it? Beautiful, though. But it looks really nice. I quite like it with the mauve. I think they look gorgeous together, don't they? But you've got such a depth of pink there. And I like the fact that with the hearts, even so the darker print hearts aren't in metallic, but you get more of them. It's like they've all been scattered from the top. And then as they've fallen, like leaves, they've all settled at the bottom. That would make a nice dress though, wouldn't it? Because you could have that as the skirt part. Look, just like that. Oh, let me turn it around. How nice would that look? Or trousers. Can you imagine trousers in that? And you'd have to buy another, you'd have to join bits so you had the top, but can you imagine that round the hem of your trousers? It would look fantastic, wouldn't it? Actually, just really nice, looking at it like that. Wouldn't it be nice as a tote bag for your summer holidays? Because 1/2 metre, you got the front and the back, haven't you? You just got to line it. On the beach with that, you see, and as the sunlight hit the gold hearts, it would shimmer. Oh, I quite like that. In fact, any of those would work well with it, wouldn't it? In fact, the orange. Let's go. So say maybe you're going, maybe you've got a hen party weekend. You could make everyone one of these, couldn't you? Oh, it needs to be that way up. Look at that. So that's 1/2 metre. I've obviously got it the other way up. It doesn't matter. I'd have it that way up. You could make everybody one of these in a different colour. And then just line it with just a plain fabric. Anything. Gorgeous. Right, one last one. White. Yeah, how does that ombre? This doesn't ombre. What happens with this one? I was thinking, how does the white ombre? It's just that the hearts, like the others, are scattered at the top. But you see, again, that would make a really... See, if you look at it like as a square, if you bought 1/2 metre, wouldn't that be nice for a cushion? Should we hold it up like a tote bag? That's almost a bridal tote bag, isn't it? Beautiful. But I think, wouldn't that be nice as a cushion? Because you've got the hearts dropping down. So although the fabric comes like this, with the ombre going down, but I would do it as a cushion, and I would have that at the top and that at the bottom. These are fab. I love these fabrics. So there's all of them. So you've just got to choose the colour now. £8.99 for a designer tote bag. So we've got white, pink, mauve. I've remembered the colours now. Aubergine. So if you want all the codes, you want all of them, just go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. There are pictures of all of them. White, pink, mauve, aubergine, tangerine, and what was the cherry? See, there you go. Everybody could have a different colour bag, couldn't they? Glorious. But have a look on the website. You'll see pictures of on them all if you want to choose. The barn gazing pattern. I haven't got it with me, but we've got a picture of it here. Has been selling for all of those of you who missed it. So remember, it's $14.99, but you get the whole quilt pattern, and you get the bag pattern with it. And there's a full video tutorial, and in fact I split them up, so if you go onto the Amber Makes website, the tutorial is on there, so you can watch it while you wait for your instructions to arrive. And I filmed the tutorial for the quilt separately to the bag, but it's just quite useful, particularly if you're new to quilting and there's a lot of terms and techniques, you think, oh, I just want to make sure I've got that the right way around. It's pretty simple to make. In the majority of it are whole log cabin blocks, and then you have some log cabin blocks that just have a square and a rectangle sewn into the corner, and you snowball them so that you sew a square onto a rectangle and then sew along the line. You're not sewing triangles. And then other of them have the stars in each corner, but you're not having to piece triangles, you're just piecing squares and rectangles and cutting along them. But it's an 84-inch quilt, and then you'll get the instructions for the bag. So what you could do is make the quilt and the bag, and then you could put the quilt in the bag, because it does fit. That's what the bag looks like. It's a very going to a quilt show-off bag, isn't it? The sort of thing people go, did you make that? There we go. Only needs 4 fat quarters as well. There we go. Right, thank you so much for joining me for this hour. We're going to go for a quick break, and with me in a couple of minutes' time is Alistair with all of his amazing fabrics. Really looking forward to the wool pressing mats. You will love these. These are completely different to the normal wool pressing mats, but infinitely more gorgeous. And I will see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. And I'm really pleased that we're here with Alistair today.
Hello.
I haven't seen you since you've been on Sewing Street.
I know, a very long time.
I know, a very long time since sewing.
Slightly larger green room.
Slightly. slightly
than the
larger.
kennel that used to be.
Yes, there is that. It makes it much nicer. And a bigger studio as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is bigger and brighter. It's lovely to have you back. You bought some brilliant things.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited.
Really excited. So, anyone who hasn't met you before, because I know there will be lots of viewers, because your background is fascinating, can you just tell us all about it?
Well,
How
I
did you
started
get
off
into
at the Mint Polo factory, and I'm the one that actually stamped out the...
Marvellous.
Many teasing. God, I've had a very fortunate and very fruitful career. So it all started when I was growing up in Newcastle. I'm originally Scottish, and I used to watch the Close Show just like all my other peers. And I suddenly this guy that we're talking about, John Galliano, and Central St Martin's, and I was glued to the TV, you know, watching Jeff Banks and Carol Franklin. And anyways, it told the story about fashion and Central St Martin's, and I ran through it to my mum and I said, I'm going to live in London, I'm going to have a big black door, because I thought every door in London had a big black door, obviously. Yeah. And I said, I'm going to go to St Martin's, and she said, right you are, son, and she was dishing up the Sunday roast at the time. And then I just geared my entire career to get into fashion college at Central St Martin's, and then I was fortunate enough to get one of 7 places for British students that year.
Amazing.
Out of something ridiculous like 5,000 applicants. And I made the cut, so I got in there, and then my career just sort of like snowballed from
So you started
there,
learning
really.
fashion design?
Yeah, so I knew nothing about sewing machines. I didn't know how to sew. I didn't know how to pattern cut. I could design, and I had a very creative brain. And I remember at my high school, because it was one of the conditions to get into St Martin's that you had to have a general knowledge of sewing machine. They didn't tell me it was industrial sewing machines, but we sort of skipped by that. And then what I did, I went to go and do a dressmaking class at my high school, and there was me all goffed up in my PVC trousers, and then there's all these ladies making tartan, you know, pleated A-line skirts, but they just embraced me and loved it.
You were probably like something on the sewing bee.
Yeah, I was.
They all looked after you.
Yeah, I was completely. They just sort of like they sort of a bit hesitant at first, and then as soon as I opened my mouth, they just went, "Oh, okay."
So you can really sew.
I can. Yeah, now I can.
You can really sew.
But I wasn't one of the students that had, you know, like. I mean, when I say a lot of money, we're talking about people who come from very affluent families.
Okay.
But I used to get in at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was the caretaker that used to have to take
Open
me
up.
out.
Wow.
But
And then
yeah.
what happened after St Martin's?
So after St Martin's, I had a string of sort of like design jobs. I worked, I designed some things for Peter Stringfellow for one of the very odd things. Then I worked for, I then became head designer for a lot of different fashion brands. I designed lots of collections for TK Maxx.
Wow.
Which I don't think I've ever told anyone that.
I know, well, I know it's a fascinating story, and I'm sure even you who've seen Alistair before don't know the whole story.
Yeah, and then I got into film, so I did a lot of film costume.
Any cool ones?
So I did Gazelle, who was in Kingsman. So I did all of her costumes, the principal, and I also did all of the stunt doubles. And it's really bizarre because you have to make an exact replica for these free runners, which are these massive big blokes.
Right.
Who, literally, so a camera, when you see an actor run up a wall, it's actually a body double that actually does it, who's trained in that. But because it's a split second, you're already invested that Gazelle is actually running up that wall, but it's actually a stunt double. So she had 8 stunt doubles on the film.
But they're like these big guys who need the same costume.
Yeah, so putting them in a little peplum A-line skirt, because they have to do it in the costume, and they're running around doing all of that. I mean, it's fascinating to
What an amazing job. So how did you get involved with Savile Row? Because I know that you're in contact with them as well.
So So I decided, after I had been designing for lots of different people, I decided to start my own label, House of Alistair, and I rented, it sounds very posh, but I rented a studio on Savile Row.
That does sound really posh.
I was in the basement next to the toilet.
Yeah, irrelevant.
However, I had the postcode.
Still Savile Row.
Yeah, still Savile Row. And and things just started doing that, and then I started writing craft books as well. I kind of haphazardly fell into the craft world.
Okay.
Just in a kind of a
So
bizarre...
you're like a fashion designer, you worked on films, TV, you're on Savile Row, and then you went into craft design.
Yeah, I mean, I always watched Blue Peter. I was one of those kids
Yeah.
that got a biscuit tin and made a cake.
And never
you
had
know.
any sticky back plastic, though.
No, neither
Never,
did I.
never had any of that.
Well, my mum had this thing called Shire Seal because she was a primary school
Oh,
teacher,
okay.
and she would the school books. It was always coated in plastic.
I even now look at sticky back plastic and with longing. Because everything they made was from that and you wanted it. Anyway, so fascinating. That's your story. So this is why you have such a knowledge of what we need, fabrics, different materials, tools and everything. So I want to start off with these pressing mats because I'm overwhelmed by these. So I have a pressing mat, and lots of you may have a wool pressing mat. So those the thick ones that we sell, which are brilliant because they reflect the heat. They're lovely. They give you a nicer press seam. But this is like the next level, isn't it?
These are the next level. Now, the story, whilst you're opening it, the story is, so when I started on Savile Row, a tailor has a board which is about this sort of big. And this is what they use. They do all their pressing, and couturiers use it as well. This is a very specific type of wool.
Okay.
It's almost like a magic wool. But this wool, so a master tailor would take on an apprentice when he or she retired. Then they would hand it to the apprentice with the shears and everything like that. So some of these mats on Savile Row are over 100 years old.
Wow.
That's not me telling fairy tales. That is
actually
thing.
true.
And these mats, I mean, they look a little bit worse for wear, but the reason why I'm mentioning that is that this mat, when you buy one, it will outlive you.
Right.
So this is something that you can hand down. Once you buy this once, as long as you treat it with care, you will never have to replace it.
So it's a magic wool. It's all beautifully bound. It's got your label on. Now this is big enough for me. I'd have this on my ironing board because I've got a wool pressing mat that I use all the time. But this obviously doesn't fit my whole. This will cover your whole ironing board or workstation.
Yeah, or your workstation. So what we were asked for many years ago, and we never got round to putting it into production. So this is the original one,
right?
Which we started. Now you can
and we
see,
have this one available.
Yeah. Now I've got my sewing machine on here, but the whole idea about these mats on Savile Row, they're this big. But obviously for people for home in limited space, we decided to go with half the size. So literally, when you've got your sewing machine on here, you've only got this little channel here, which you can actually press.
Right.
Okay?
We'd have to pull that. Oh, okay. Let me just pull it over because it'd be quite nice. With the eyes.
So here we go. So
there we go.
So this is my workstation, as if I was at home, and I've got my sewing machine on here. Now, rather than having to constantly lift the sewing machine off and then press and do what have you, that defeats the object. So you do everything in one space. You don't actually have to move. So with the bigger one, if you roll out the bigger one,
I have several different wool pressing mats. Alistair's are the best by miles from Liz in Derbyshire.
Endorsement.
That is endorsement. Well, I was sold earlier because I just think this is fabulous. This is like a massive workspace. This is ironing board size.
Yep.
It's just brilliant.
It is fantastic.
Beautiful.
Now, the other thing about so I've got my sewing machine. You can't see it, but I've got my sewing machine here. I have got over a meter's worth. So, for instance, your quilt that you've done, if you can imagine you're sewing and you're doing your blocks, but you're quickly able to do it. You can set one there to cool on here.
So it's like a production mat, it's a press mat.
Yeah.
Yeah, because quite often, particularly if you're doing something like log cabin where you're pressing all the seams as you go, then you don't even need to get out of your seat.
No, you don't, and you're there. So, for instance, you could have Sewing Street on the TV in the corner of your room, obviously, and then you've got your workstation. You're listening, you're sewing, you're listening, you're sewing. You know, you're looking at John's, very bright shirt. Then you get, then you
and it is
change and go
it's
back.
beautifully finished. So this pressing mat, this is the larger one. £79.99. You will never have to buy another one.
No.
Should be £99.99. So you're saving £20. It's beautifully bound, and it's labelled as well, which is very nice.
It is.
So when would you use this for all of your pressing, or just specific
I
pressing?
use for dressmaking. When I do my quilting. Now, I'm not a quilter. And I make that very clear to everybody at home because it's not my specialism.
Yes, but quilting is just sewing.
It is.
Isn't it? So
however, as a dressmaker, you look at quilting and you go, I'd quite like to try that. But then you just sort of go, because there's just so much around quilting that you just...
Yeah.
So it's almost like pastel drawing and oil.
Right, okay.
They're similar concepts,
Yes.
but they're very
But
different.
you see, quilting needs precision, and as a dressmaker, you have to be precise. I think you'd be a brilliant quilter.
Well, Kim Solomon has been teaching me a few different bits and pieces.
Right.
And she's got me... So we brought out the Prairie Braid wooden templates, which flew out, and everyone's got those at home. And that I'm addicted to. And also, when she showed me... in fact, where is it? I'll show you. I'll quickly get it and I'll show you. I actually did... crazy patchwork, which seems to be my sort of like...
There you go, you see.
I absolutely love crazy patchwork. You start with...
Yeah, that's patchwork.
Exactly. I like that, but then when you start to go, OK, cut all these different bits and pieces. Now, if you told me you've got to go and cut an 80-piece bodice in leather, not a problem.
There you go. What's the difference between cutting 42 2.5-inch strips?
Well, I think it's a mental thing, but also I just think that when you've got one discipline...
Yes, I know what you mean.
Someone
but these
needs
skills,
to take your hand
they
and
do.
go, this is how
This
you
is
do
it. Right, so Karen says, does the wool pressing mat go directly onto a table surface?
It does. Now, I am going to say, do not put it on your best walnut table at home, OK? I don't want to get myself liable. However, I use this directly on any work surface that I'm working on. So we never go beyond it. If you've got a sort of like a Formica tabletop, for instance, sewing online, all those tables and things like that, you can put the mat directly on top of those. It will not damage it at all.
OK, so don't leave your iron down, but then you wouldn't anyway, would you?
Well, you wouldn't anyway, but if you've got the Aliso iron, which we've got conveniently underneath the table here, that pops up anyway. But when you're pressing, you're not holding the iron long enough for that intense heat to penetrate all the way through.
OK, so it's fine. So don't put it on your most beautiful antique table.
No, if you were starting a business and you were doing T-shirt printing, you know, like the transfer, where you need to put, 360 degrees for, 2.5 minutes baking time, then I would suggest that you wouldn't use that.
Right, OK, but on a normal table, and this is wooden, so this is normal wooden table.
So
it's absolutely fine.
It's just absolutely fine. And again, you're not having to know. John told me last time that I need to switch this on.
There you go.
Oh, it's on. OK, so we'll just wait on that heating up. But again, there's so many different ways you can use this. This rolls up. So where did I put my other one?
So it's brilliant. So if you're going to workshops or you're taking it away on holiday...
If you're going to workshops, it's fantastic. You just need to get a lint roller. Now, I'm going to try and get this as small. You can be as rough as you like with this. This is going to pop back out. Right, so that is our large mat, not the master tailor. That's our large mat. That's how small it becomes.
So this is the smaller one, although it's called the larger one, the luxury one, £32.99. So this is 72 by 50 centimetres. Yep. And the great thing about this one is that you won't ever see the scorch marks.
No.
Because it's black.
Again, you can launder this.
Okay.
So unlike the big stiff mats, which I don't like personally to use, they can stain. It's very difficult to get the staining off that because you can't launder it. All wool has what we call lanolin. Now that's used in a lot of cosmetics, especially hand cream, because its moisture properties are really, really great.
Right.
But the lanolin, that's where you get that sort of like fur, sort of like animal smell coming.
Smell.
Yeah, and that's because it's treated wool, but it's not been treated like you would do. This is a dressed wool.
Okay.
So this is dressed for
Oh, I see.
commercial purposes.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Now, the reason this mat is the best mat you can buy, this acts like a conductor, so it draws the heat into itself.
Right.
So unlike a reflective iron board mat, that's predominantly used for when you use steam. So it penetrates the steam back through, but it also projects the heat back up. You don't want that when you're pressing. Especially for nice crisp seams. What you want is the heat to be drawn underneath, so it acts like a vacuum board, so it pulls the heat away from the item. So it presses it, but then cools it.
Oh, a bit like a tailor's clapper.
Yeah.
Same process.
So I just crushed that up. And you can see how beautifully flat.
So the heat is drawn straight away from it.
The heat is drawn straight into the wool, so it acts a bit like a vacuum board as well. And again, they're just pretty things to actually look at in your sewing room. Now I'm just going to quickly sew down a seam, and then we can see the seams. Now, I would say look at all the 5-star reviews, but obviously since moving channels and things happening and what have you, things are slightly no longer there.
Oh, really?
Well,
I know there's lots of you who bought the smaller one when Alistair bought it in because it completely sold out. So I know loads of you love it. I mean, I'm completely sold. I had a chat to Alistair this morning about it. I really want one of these big ones. I would keep it on my ironing board, I think, just to have that, just to cover it would look lovely. Because when I use my pressing mat, it's sort of this size, and this would cover the whole thing.
Yeah. And again, when you've got a sewing machine, for instance, if you like watching the television and you're sewing at the same time, the mat will reduce some of the sound from your sewing machine as well.
Right, okay, yes.
So having the master tailor is the upgrade that will stay in your home.
Yes.
And then you've got your large one that you can take out to your craft classes and stuff
So
like
it depends what your workspace is, what you want to use it to. Both of the pressing mats will do the same thing. It just depends on what your use is going to be. So you've sewn a seam.
So I've just sewn a quick seam there, and I'm just hoping this is hot enough.
Yeah, it heats up really quickly, it'll be fine now.
Yeah.
That's
So
amazing.
I am just going to do that.
Yeah, really crisp seam. That's amazing, isn't it?
Now,
yeah.
you will not get that if you use a normal iron
No,
board.
definitely
I can guarantee you won't get that. Now, this is why we've used this for years and years and years. And the reason I came up with this is suddenly I thought, because I saw a lot of pressing mats out there, and I thought, that's so bad, you know, like some of these ones. Some of the ones use, I've seen some mats out there, which I personally wouldn't buy, but they have a felt topper, and it's underlay that they've put on the bottom, sponge. That's all recycled, granted. However, it's all glued together to create a foam board.
So that's not going to be quite...
When you use heat and steam, that will deteriorate. And the wool that's on the top is so fine that you're going to end up having to buy again.
That is so crisp, and you've got the steam turned off on this.
Yeah.
So there's no steam at all, and that's beautiful. And the same effect, so whether you buy the smaller one or the larger one, it will do exactly the same thing. Can we have a look at the smaller?
Because also, we've sold these for years and years and years now. And, you know, we don't overly go to... Yeah, of course you can. You know, we don't overly go to, stores, and they're not available in stores. So they're only available on TV.
Really
and
crisp, isn't it?
Also for House of Alistair. So, but they are absolutely fantastic. Whether you're a quilter, a dressmaker...
Yeah,
anything
absolutely.
like that. Now, a few housekeeping rules with them.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
That, for a hem... That is so crisp that you wouldn't get normal with no steam.
Yeah, because when you use an ironing board, everything is reflective.
Yes.
And what happens is you'll find that your seams will start to curl. Now, if you're pressing wool on this, you don't have to have anything really sort of like expensive at home. Literally, for instance, for instance, you've had everyone round at Christmas and someone sat on a chair and literally broke it. Just get a little plank of wood, and then once you've ironed it, put the plank of wood on top, and that will seal your seam. That'll set it.
Well, this is fabulous. That is, with no steam, that is amazingly crisp. So we'll leave it there. Loads and loads of you have checked out, and loads have got it in your basket. You need to get checked out on these. They flew out last time.
Yeah,
you brought
you
them
will
in.
not regret this. But
No,
if
definitely
there's one
not.
thing
I
that
love
you need
this.
to have in your arsenal,
It
one
is
of
definitely
these
one
mats.
of these. And it's great that you can fold it up and put it away as well.
And
fold it
comparably
up.
to those big solid
Yes.
boards,
It's an amazing
these
price.
are not expensive at
Amazing.
all.
Right, gosh, we've got so much to get through, so we'll have to, well, we can keep our back there. Let's talk about the
Our
felt.
workstation.
We'll keep it there as our workstation. It's nice and warm as well. This is amazing because you get all of this felt in this
You
one
get
bundle.
60 sheets in this bundle.
Wow. And it's beautiful as well.
It is lovely. So each felt sheet is 9 inches by 9 inches.
Okay.
Now this is 100% acrylic. However, this is the highest grade
I thought
medical.
it was wool when I saw it because
Yeah,
it's
you.
really,
It's really.
really
The
soft and
quality
really
here is.
pliable.
Now this is the highest grade medical felt. Now we'll
Okay.
just skip by the medical bit.
What do medical people use felt for?
Because it's they use it in the joints of apparatus.
Oh, okay.
And mattresses as well.
Right.
However, but this is to show the quality. So
Hmm.
this is produced for House of Alistair here in the UK. So it's
Okay.
supporting British jobs. And this will go, if you're a card crafter as well as a sewing crafter, literally this will go through your die machines. So if you want to
okay.
cut some intricate things like a snowflake or something like that,
It will go
It will
through.
cut through
Wow.
this and it will come out. This is not fuzzy felt, so this is not what your 5-year-old will
No,
go to
this is
nursery and
lovely
play
felt,
with.
but it's great for crafting. It's great for children if you
Yeah.
want to crafting with them. $38.99, and you are getting 60 sheets.
60 sheets.
Wow.
It's a huge bundle.
It
So
is
you're getting
huge.
a multi, an earth, and a pastel. Now, in the pastel and the earth, you're getting 10 colours and 2 sheets of
Okay.
each.
This is going to keep you going for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And if you do felt crafts or you make like felt animals, whatever, this is perfect 'cause you've got all of the colours.
You have. Now, you can use this felt as your base and you can put your wool mohairs on the top if you wanted to.
Oh, I
You can needle
see.
felt directly into this.
Right.
But this is, once you cut this, it's not one of those felts that suddenly just starts fraying and starts coming apart.
No, it's beautiful.
This
And
is-
it's got that real lovely softness as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, it's beautiful. So can we have a look? Can I open one?
Yeah, of course you can.
Sure.
There's some little, well, I was going to say little snips, but they're over there.
Yeah.
But they're-
I'll just use my small scissors.
Just use my
These-
Crocodile Dundee.
These are amazing.
They're not snips.
They're nice. Oh, I'm going to cut both of them with that. They're lovely. It's just nice to see. Okay, so that's what the sheet looks like, 9 inches square.
Yeah.
But you can see when I take it off how soft it is. You know, with some acrylic felts,
Yeah.
they're like boards, aren't they?
Yeah, and also they feel quite scratchy,
Yeah.
so even
Well,
though they're nice and fine.
they squeak.
Yes.
Horrible.
You almost feel as if your fingers have been coated in something.
Yes, it's
somehow.
weird, isn't
Yeah,
it?
It's a funny
strange when you
sensation.
touch it, but it's not with this. It doesn't squeak. I thought it was wool felt actually, so I was really surprised. But isn't that lovely? I just think if you run craft clubs, if you do high-end felt craft, it's perfect for that.
It's perfect
But
for
also
that.
but the price makes it really accessible if you're sewing with children or you're running a club or a group.
Yeah, I mean, the cost per sheet, I mean, in a bundle is absolutely amazing. So, for instance, you've got your, obviously we've got our spring-summer colours
Yeah,
and Easter
they're lovely,
colours in
aren't they?
here that you can use. But then we'll be starting to think about autumn-winter again. I know we're not quite out
Yeah,
of that,
but I know.
crafters
We're always
will-
ahead.
yeah,
We've always
we
got to be
are
ahead.
always
We've done
ahead.
spring.
Exactly.
Little Christmas.
Yeah. So, again, these autumnal colours here, absolutely great, especially if you're doing animals or small
Yeah, that's
things.
ideal, isn't
And
it?
These are absolutely fantastic.
Fox, owl.
Yeah, loads of different things. And then you've got your multi. Now, the reason I love the multi is sometimes if I'm doing a little snowman, I just need a little bit of orange for a nose.
Yeah.
I've got an orange in there.
We've got two.
Yeah. See, yeah, you have actually.
And that's really nice, though, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
sometimes you want those shades, don't you?
Yeah, and you can mix and match them together. You've got your earthy sort of tones. You've got your black, your white, your grey, lovely colours there. You've also got your vibrant colours, and you've got your red. So you've got a whole Christmas story going on right at this end.
Well, and also if you're doing flowers or anything like that, you've got lots of shades of green there.
yeah,
And
so,
then in the pastel, you've got all the flowers.
yeah,
I think these are great. These are lovely. Gorgeous. all of that, $38.99 for
Yeah,
60
sheets.
Do check out on those. They're flying out, and we're getting limited in number now, so you need to get checked out. Let's just do these iron-on things, because I love these. I saw these this morning. I thought, I need them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but I just need them. I'll start with the strawberries. They're just brilliant.
They are lovely.
So they're iron-on.
They're iron-on. Now, with House of Alistair, sometimes when you get an iron-on motif, the embroidery quality on these is usually quite poor. And I wouldn't bring anything to air that was quite poor. But these are,
they are really
beautifully done.
You want them on the pocket of your jeans, don't you?
Yeah. Or if you've got that little denim jacket and you just want a hint of colour, just a little one there.
Yeah, because you know those brooches always fall off, don't they? Iron a strawberry on. They're only $9.99 and you get 4 of them. So when you iron them on, would you sew them as well, or would you just iron them?
I would just iron them. I have some very high-tech equipment in the studio, which is called tissue paper.
Oh, gosh. Where'd you buy that from?
Oh.
Very high-tech.
Yeah, exactly. So I usually put tissue paper over the top just to protect my iron, just because sometimes in the factory production, you might get a little bit
And how
of
long
residue.
do you iron them for?
So I would iron them on for around about, I would start at 30, depending on the brand of iron you're using, 30 seconds to just under a minute.
Oh, okay, so not long then.
Not long at all. And then what I would do is you leave them to cool.
Right, oh, I guess because you've melted the glue and you need it to
leave
set.
it to cool and leave it to set. That's the biggest thing. If you're dashing out and you think, oh, I've got some strawberries, I'm just going to quickly iron those on, and you run out and your bag clips it, it's going to...
Yes, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, if you've got like I think they'd look lovely with denim.
Exactly.
And so you've got a little bag they'd go on, or just a white cotton shirt.
Yeah, but treat it like false nails. When you glue them on, you wait, don't you?
Yes, you do.
You don't
so
suddenly
wait
then decide
for them to
you
set.
know...
I think they're gorgeous. $9.99 for all 4 of them. Get yourself a set. They'd be lovely to put on your picnic wear as well, wouldn't they? I think they'd
Really beautiful. Napkin rings for your,
beautiful.
Your table.
I want to put them on a denim jacket. I think they just look cool.
They are
like
lovely.
you say, just a little one on
and
a
it's
pocket.
the 3-tone that you've got there.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just,
no, I mean,
just,
it is.
Yeah,
It's
that
really
just
good,
adds
isn't
in
it?
the detail. Really, really nice. They're really cute.
They are, and the detail on the satin stitch on the leaves with the 2 tones is very precise, isn't
if
it?
you're making a little girl's dress, like say in some white broadly on glaze, and just a little strawberry, or maybe 2.
I know. You just need that one little pop of colour.
Yeah.
And honestly, everyone will think you've actually done that yourself,
Yeah.
won't they? Eyes. I don't know what I would do with them. I just love them. I feel like I'd put them on my sleeve.
Oh, just a minute. This collection of iron-ons, for instance, if you haven't invested in the Brother Disney embroidery machines, but you want a little bit of embroidery in your life, this is for you. It's already done for you.
Honestly, because it will look like you've embroidered them yourself.
Exactly.
I think the eyes are fabulous. So you were saying to me earlier, they'd be great for, obviously, toys.
Yeah.
Because they are perfect eyes. They're not going to look
They're perfect
wonky.
eyes. So eyes are a very... contentious issue as well, because sometimes when you make your own eyes, they can either look really sinister or there's something not quite right.
Yeah,
about
or
them.
wonky. And they
Yes.
can make or break a toy, can't
Yeah,
they?
you can spend hours making the most beautiful, say, like book cushion or something like that, and then suddenly you go to the eyes and you're like, ooh.
And the great thing about eyes is they make everything come to life.
Yeah.
So if you've got like an animal, or you've got like a vegetable or a fruit or something, anything, you could just make them come to life, doesn't it?
Exactly. Now, these are lovely and cute and soft eyes. So every single time, they're
cute.
playful. So especially if you are going to make a gift and you're going to gift it to a young person, they're not going to have nightmares, because these eyes aren't the type of
No,
eyes
they're
that
not.
are going to be
But I
looking
just
at
think,
you
I
from
mean,
the corner of the room.
I used to have a big pair of googly eyes stuck to my front door. I loved them.
Right.
But the children made me take them off. Which I thought they were lovely, but they were like this size stuck to it. But they just brought the house joy. Well, it's got a knocker in the middle, so with the eyes that looked like a nose, I thought it looked lovely, but the rest of my family didn't agree. But I think they just made it bring... I should find them and put them back up. I don't know why I caved. But they would just bring things to life, don't they? $9.99 for those. I think they're gorgeous.
And you get a set of 3 as well.
Okay.
So they're really great. So if you're making, say, sort of like Monsters Inc. kind of like monsters, and things like that, these are great just to add on there.
Yes,
They're-
because it puts that bit of professionalism in it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the luxury wool pressing mat, so the black one, the smaller one, has sold out. So the only one we have left now is this beautifully large Master Tailor one, which is ticking along. But that's the one you'd be going, well, I'd be going for anyway. So the smaller one has sold out, which I'm not surprised. Do check out on these eyes, if nothing else. As soon as you get them home, you'll know what you're going to put them on. And then the last one we've got is this gorgeous bee.
Yeah.
Yeah, just fun. Again, even if you're making just a cushion,
Yeah.
$4.50 for that. That would be lovely if you've got florals or something. You just pop it in.
Yeah.
Suddenly it brings the whole thing to life, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also if you've got even sort of like just a basic sew machine, you have lots of different stitches on here, like a satin stitch.
Yeah.
A satin stitch or a zigzag stitch. You can create stems of flowers. You can create petals, all sorts of things. You can machine embroidery with it. So you don't have to have a big super duper sew machine with lots of different gadgets. Yeah, to create something. Use what you've got. Now, for instance, just everyone. I'm a bit of a technophobe. Okay. Bit of a dinosaur when it comes to these, and I don't really like change when it comes to technology because I'm like, oh, for goodness
Oh well, you've
sake,
had it then because it changes all the time.
Well, no, I
doesn't
know
it?
it does, but
Does
you
you?
know, but,
Oh, it
but
does my head in.
these are my technology.
Right, yeah, no, I know, it drives me mad.
But literally, whenever I then suddenly discovered how much you can actually do in Word, and I was like, oh, you can do this, you can do that, you can do what have you. See, so there are things that you can do with
Without
things
having
that
to
you,
be.
Yeah, so if you've got a sewing machine at home, use a satin stitch and create some
that's true. And then put a
stems,
bee
and then
on.
put a bumblebee on.
Oh, and it's
Really
just
nice.
lovely, isn't it? And like you say, it's nice on just like a little cushion or jacket. Put it on your clothes.
Yeah, all sorts of
Hem of
different
your
things.
jeans.
On the school bags.
Yeah, that's
to
true.
personalise, because that is actually saying that that's not a dumb idea, because my son trying to find his bag in a sea of navy bags when he was at primary school, or you know that kind of paraphernalia, but having a little bumblebee on the
Well,
actual
also if
school
you've
bag,
got a little tear in something or a little hole.
great for repairing, especially with jeans and things like that.
Bumblebees
Sometimes-
and strawberries,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Exactly.
I know, I want all of them. I definitely want the eyes. Can we do the tie next? Because I think this is genius. So if you've ever had to mend a tie, I've mended a lot of ties actually, because the stitching often comes undone at the back, doesn't it? Shop bought ties. And it has this stuff inside, and I've often wondered what it is. And it's actually a thing
It
that
is a
ties
thing,
have
yeah.
inside.
So one of my jobs on Savile Row, I actually made ties.
Did you?
Because it was one of, so for instance, when a gentleman would, because we call it a suit, because a suit is what comes down the chimney, but a suit.
Oh, is that what
you
they say on
wear.
Savile
Yes.
Row? Oh, I'm going to say that from now
So
on.
when you go and you say, I'd like to see someone about a suit.
You don't say suit. A suit. Do they have a matching tie to match their suit?
They do. Funny enough, I won't tell you the price of a handmade shirt, but...
Yeah,
they
how much
have
is a handmade tie?
A handmade tie?
In Savile Row.
I was charging to make it 150.
Wow.
But that was just to make it.
But then I imagine, you know, that was just, and then there was the fabric on top. Oh, okay. So you make your own ties.
Make your own ties.
And charge everyone £150 for the pleasure.
Exactly. But a tie, funny enough, everyone thinks, oh, that's just a small bit of fabric. But in actual fact, it does consume quite a bit of fabric when you're
But
making
you need this special tie canvas to give it that. So if you look, I don't know
You
whether
do.
You can see, it's got a real proper tie body to it, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
and this is not just, you don't just shove a bit of calico in there. That is not what this is at all.
Right.
Because it's essentially a wadding, if you like, but it's a
Okay, should
very
we have a look at it?
but
'Cause
it's a
this is
very
what it looks like.
particular wadding. So it's 100% cotton.
Right.
So it's
Yeah, it
eco-friendly.
feels like a fine wadding, doesn't it?
And it's again, this moves with the fabric, so it's been woven in a way.
So
in
when
which-
they do like silk ties, this is how they retain their stability.
Yeah, without interfering with the outside fabric. You want it to be
Right.
slightly stiff, but also when it's being tied around the neck, you want it
Yes,
to
you
have...
can't have interfacing.
No, because
That
the thing
wouldn't
is, you
work.
need the tie to move.
So what we've got here, this is because obviously now you all want to make a tie because you can charge £150, is you need this, but you also need the pattern. So we've got the combination together.
Yeah.
There's a metre of this canvas.
So there's a metre of the
So
canvas.
how many ties are we going to make with this?
Oh, I think you would get more than 8 out of a
Wow,
metre.
okay, brilliant. So that's sorted. That's quite a lot of money already, isn't it?
And just a little tip as well, don't be too finicky about getting everything totally on the straight grain.
Okay.
You want to be a little bit
So
economical.
in here, is there the full size
Yeah,
pattern
so you get the
piece?
full pattern. So that gives you your wadding template, and it also gives you the outer, and it gives you the blades. So the blades are this section here. So you get the full outer pattern, and then you get the blade sections, which are these little lining pieces.
So how much fabric do you need to make a tie?
I would say you need, well, if you go into a shop, if you can buy half a metre by about 150 centimetres, that will make you one tie. This blade, for instance, when you see that opened out, it starts to about there.
And it is joined, isn't it?
It is joined. So we have, when you're...
Look, it's even got that posh...
Yeah,
that posh
tie
tab
holder. In a tie, you usually have a. Did this one have one? This should do.
So if you've been asked to make all the wedding ties, or you're trying to source wedding ties, is a nightmare because they've got to be the right print, the right colour. Make your own.
Yeah. So here, right. So you've got this join here, and you've got this other join. So it's like a rhombus shape. So from here to here. Now within this section, this is when you lengthen the tie, but it explains that in the pattern.
I see.
So the other thing as well, sometimes you have a slightly portly gentleman who might have in Scotland we call it a kite. So that's your tummy. So you've a wee bit of a kite there, you know. So
I've never heard that.
Yeah, a kite.
A kite.
So I've got a kite. So most shop bought ties.
Much bigger than that.
Well, most shop bought ties will actually fit.
Right.
However, if you are slightly rotund, if you can imagine a shop bought tie ends there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you're also got a thicker neck.
Right, okay, so you need that length.
So it gets shorter and shorter, whereas you can lengthen the tie. And also if you're making ties for teenagers and children for a wedding, they need to be a particular size as well. So it tells you how to extend it or shorten it.
Oh, so if you've got like page boys or little ones and you want a matching tie, or you've got a half a metre of a beautiful silk or a tarn and liberty or something.
If you've got an old silk dress, for instance, that you've caught in a high heel or something like that, and you might just throw it out, don't. Unpick it and create a tie out.
So this bundle, $24.99, you've got the pattern for all the ties with all the explanation and everything, but you've also got the metre of canvas, which is going to be enough for about 8 ties. If you only want the pattern, we have got that on its own. So if you want just the pattern, that's $7.99. I think it's brilliant. I want a tie pattern.
And it's one of these things that you can sit and you can do by hand.
And you see, when you buy, this is why I'm always mending them for my husband, because they're not, when there's machine, I don't know, made wherever, it's all this, comes all undone, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's because mass-produced ties, in actual fact, what they're done is they're sewn inside out, and then they're turned all the way through.
Oh,
That's why there was
So
that
you
like
don't
that. They're quicker in production, however, they're not like a handmade tie.
But your own
because
handmade tie.
When you're hand sewing the middle section, you're catching the canvas as
And with
well
your own made ties, they're going to be beautiful. So that's the pattern on its own, $7.99.
Great for Father's Day.
Of course. Yeah, making brilliant Christmas tie. If you want just the canvas, so maybe you've already got the pattern, or maybe you need to make 16 ties, so you need some more. Brilliant for Christmas tie. Got to make a Christmas tie.
Yeah.
All that cool Christmas fabric you've got or something. I mean, it would cost a fortune. And then you can charge everyone £150 plus materials.
Yes.
To make a tie. Right, so that's the canvas on its own.
Yeah.
Right, should we do the fleece next?
Yeah.
Because we've got loads of fleece. Now, this isn't just... Oh, let me move these gently, because these are very expensive ties. This isn't just any fleece. This is beautiful.
This is beautiful.
Right, we'll start with...
Oh, just before we go on to that, we almost forgot. Now, there's a
yes,
fabric.
this is important. Yes.
So, we've got lipstick on your collar, okay, which some people will remember, but some of our younger audience, crew, might not remember the song.
Yeah, I do remember it.
But was it Connie Francis?
I can't remember who it was, but I know the
Lipstick
song.
on your collar, told to tell the truth. I won't sing because we're not on, no one needs that. But literally, you've got all of these lipsticks. Now, this is a watercolour, and it's just a it just shows you that just with a few dashes, that everyone knows what that is.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Now, this is 100% polyester, but this is a silk satin. You would not be able to tell the difference.
No, I mean, this is brilliant for ties, isn't it?
It is great for ties. Now, this is very, dare I say it, Prada-esque.
Is it?
Very Prada-esque. So
that takes your tie up to about £300 now, doesn't it?
But again, think about beautiful linings. Or if you just wanted to make a little slip dress.
It is just like silk.
A camisole and matching pyjama bottoms.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous.
Really
$12.99. Now, this is sold by the metre.
Yep.
So you cut all the fabric to
We
order.
cut everything
So if you
bespokely.
want 3 metres, just put 3 units. It's different to how Sewing Street do it. This is by the metre. It will be cut to order, but it feels like silk. It has the most beautiful drape to it. It's gorgeous.
It is really gorgeous. It's got a beautiful fluidity to it. It's got a fantastic drape to it as well. Again, if you're thinking about making scarves and freshening up an outfit, you've got all your linens. Make a long scarf, tie it around your handbag, put a pussy bow around it.
Gorgeous.
Really,
Oh, yes, that would make
really
a lovely.
beautiful.
Yeah. If you made a scarf from that, absolutely stunning with a black coat. That just gives it that little pop of colour, doesn't it?
And like a lot of our dressmaking fabrics, this is a one-off. Once it disappears, we will never be able to get
I
it
think
again.
it's gorgeous. But yeah, like it would be, it would look like a high-end designer scarf. Definitely.
Yeah, think about some, you know, if some people might not like full-on pyjama bottoms, but sort of like cami and sort of like French knicker.
Yeah, I
twin
know, and
set.
it really looks designer.
Yeah. And make a
Beautiful.
matching drawstring bag so that when you're on holiday,
Oh, yes, of course.
that you can put your silk pyjamas.
Because it is just
in.
like silk pyjamas, yeah.
It is really.
It is beautiful. And for a metre, $12.99 is amazing.
It's amazing value.
Gorgeous.
Really pretty.
Right, let's do fleece. Now, we're going to... I'll start off with one colour, because we've got loads of colours. But I want to talk about this fleece to start with. It's beautiful quality.
Yeah. So this is our terracotta.
And it's wide.
Yeah.
Should we show it? Let's...
Right.
So this is the price for a metre, okay?
Yeah.
$14.99 for the metre. If you want more than a metre, it will be cut to order. So remember, that works out as $7.49 for half a metre. So it's $14.99 for a metre. Now, we've got loads of colours. They're all on the website. We're just going to talk about the fleece itself, and then we'll go quickly through the colours.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
It is. Now, this is a whole metre, so it's 150 centimetres wide by 100 centimetres. If you put 2 in your basket, again, continuous cut, so you don't have to worry about that. We once had a lady that ordered 10 metres of navy. I don't know what she was making, but it came in one.
Right, okay,
so,
yeah.
So that's
what she was making.
I know. I never found out either. But literally, again, if you think about, there's a big trend in quilting that you'll.
Oh, I mean, this is
yes.
beautiful for quilt backing, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So this is a whole lap quilt, generous lap quilt. Now, if you see this little, because we've got English paper piecing coming up in the next show, but this is like a quarter. You would get at least 2 out of those. Think about baby changing mats. You could put the fleece, especially when little ones are in the back of the car. Say if you've been at the seaside and they're a bit wet and miserable, just shove this round them.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Super
it doesn't fray, so you don't need to bind it. But if you want to, there's a big trend with using fleece for the back of a quilt. And you don't have to use wadding. I know people say, do you? You can if you want. It works. But if you want to just use this as a quilt backing, do so, but use a decent quality fleece. That's what's important.
Yeah, now this is called anti-pill, and what that means, loads of customers at home will know what I'm going on about because I've been banging on about this for years. They just wheel me out to talk about the fleece
let's
now
talk
again.
anti-pill.
But literally, for instance, if you were to make a little gilet jacket and you've got your handbag down there, it's rubbing against it all day, this will not pill.
Right.
Fleece is not just fleece.
Yeah,
it doesn't
there are
just tick a
different-
box.
Okay.
You will find that sometimes if you go into, say, a more economical fashion store and you buy a fleece, you will know that within maybe a week, or not even a week, a couple of days wearing it, it starts bobbling.
Yeah, and also it has a bit of a static feel. It's a bit like some felts, isn't it?
Yeah, and it feels, you almost feel as if you've got petroleum.
Yes,
sort of
yeah.
come on. You won't get this
This is
with this.
beautiful. So you can use it for clothing, you can use it for quilt backing. Just a pet blanket.
Blankets. This is my hero product. My son's now nearly 16, so he's not doing World Book
And he's
Day
still got
anymore.
fleece blankets.
Well, he does. He literally wraps himself in these at home. I'm constantly having to wash them, which actually does prove that it does have longevity. But this is my go-to when I'm making those costumes. Because,
Oh, of course, yeah.
Fantastic. So, for instance, you could use the terracotta and some of the tan and the yellows and make a lion costume. So, if you were doing Wizard of Oz, it's great. You lay the kid down on top of it and you draw around them, and literally you can create a whole bodysuit. There's no seaming. You don't have. You obviously make your seams.
Yeah, there's no seam finishing.
There's no
because
seam
it doesn't
finishing.
fray.
I am being really, really pinching that roughly.
No, it doesn't fray at all.
That does not fray.
It is beautiful.
I mean, obviously, I've
quality.
just pulled that teeny weeny little bit of hair there off. But literally, in comparison, this is great for toy making. So, for instance, when you're making your toys,
It has no stretch, does it?
no.
No, that's good. That's really because some fleece is quite. I mean, a tiny bit on the bias.
it has
It's just like a cotton fabric.
Yeah, so this is knitted. It has some stability, but again, if you're using this as a quilt backing, don't worry that it's going to suddenly elongate. and
No,
stretch
it doesn't
and
at
do what
all.
have you, but fantastic.
Because some fleece has quite a stretch. Right, so that's the terracotta. Now, the same applies, those 150 centimetres, same width, same everything. It's all sold by the metre. $14.99 for the metre. If you want more than a metre, put that number of units. And now we're going to fly through the colours.
Now, also, if you've put it in your basket, I always bang on, because I'm always about quality but affordable prices, but also postage, big contentious issue. If you were to buy this from another store, they will charge you a medium parcel, because if you order 2 meters, for instance,
it's a lot,
so
isn't it?
think about that if you've placed an order and you're tittering and thinking about whether or not you have some. Make your postage work for you, because you're only paying 1 P&P.
Yes, and you would pay a lot otherwise, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So really good. It's always worth getting the most out of your P&P.
So this is our beautiful lime colour.
Gorgeous.
Really, really sumptuous. Great for lots, and for instance, if you're making some like monster cushions and stuff like that.
Definitely
really,
get
really
the
great.
eyes.
Yeah.
See?
See, look, with the green eyes.
Even if you're making a gilet, put eyes on it. Put eyes on everything.
I can maybe see where your family's coming from.
I know they've all got eyes. I'm going to put those eyes back on my front door.
So this is our beautiful yellow.
That's really sunshine, isn't it?
It's a beautiful sunshine.
Or banana.
Yeah, you could make a banana costume. Banana man.
Yeah, it is. I feel like that's a banana, that's a lime.
But beautiful. It's a rich colour. It's a deep colour.
Yeah.
It's almost like a sort of like a caramel lion syrup sort of depth.
It could be like an egg yolk, but at the lighter end, isn't it? Or
really,
daffodil.
really yeah, daffodil. That's a good colour.
Daffodil.
Yeah, really nice.
These are not in any order at all. They're just what I'm getting.
Now this is lilac.
Beautiful.
Again, this is a fantastic colour if you want to be gender neutral in terms of if you're making baby things.
Really nice for
Lilacs,
babies.
Yeah, really,
because it really is neither boy nor girl, isn't it? And it works well with neutrals as well.
Even if you're making cushions, you might decide, because we've got the pattern, if you're going to make the foot cosy, we've got the foot cosy pattern, you might decide to get some fleece. So this fits both your tootsies in there. And if you're standing at the TV, because I've got a Victorian house, and when I put my feet on the floor, they get very cold because there's some mysterious draft from somewhere coming.
It's probably that sort of 6 foot beneath the floorboards.
Yeah, that's
the ground. You can actually walk through some houses.
So that's
lovely.
lilac. Then we have our lemon.
Lemon, yes.
Which is really beautiful colour. Now, at House of Alistair, we never only just bring you one colour, we bring you a whole 26
Yeah, obviously.
colours.
So we've got lemon, we've got the brighter yellow.
Yep.
And then there's a mustard as well.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Really,
really
pretty, isn't
Yep.
it? Think
Lovely.
about quilt backing as well.
Yep. So that's
Gorgeous.
your
Pet
lemon.
blankets.
So
That's
royal
beautiful.
blue. Really, really, really
That
pretty.
is lovely. Nice for just like cut a piece, fit in the boot of your car to protect the boot, then you can use it as a picnic blanket.
Yeah, loads of different uses. And
I like that.
And again, these are all cut to order. So if you put 3 in your basket, you will get 3 meters continuous piece.
Emerald.
Emerald, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
That is lovely. That would be good for a picnic blanket because it's grass coloured. So any grass stains will not show up.
And some eyes.
Yeah, definitely. But
And
that's
some
definitely
eyes.
grass coloured. Always got to have eyes. That's a beautiful blue.
Oh, no, this is turquoise.
Turquoise.
This is beautiful with
Yes, terracotta.
the terracotta orange.
That
It
is
is beautiful.
yeah.
It is absolutely lovely.
That is a beautiful colourway, isn't it? Together.
Yeah. This is Egypt.
Yeah, it is Egypt.
It is Egypt. This is Tutankhamun.
Well, when you go on your holiday, picnics in
Meets
Egypt,
Redditch / Birmingham /
Right.
sewing.
anywhere, I'm going to move the little pile,
Yes,
the
no,
beautifully
no.
constructed pyramid that
Yes,
you
no,
made
the
earlier.
reason why I've done this is because obviously, this is, okay.
It's all going to, I'm waiting for it all to go.
Okay, well, you just bring them in then.
Yeah.
The reason I've done this in smaller pieces is just because you can see how bulky this is.
That is what a
we
metre
would
looks
need
like.
the whole table.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
Not more, and we would be peering over it. So this is that's just a little elastic base. So this is the pale blue.
That's a real baby blue, isn't it?
So that's
Yeah, that is a
beautiful
proper
pale
baby blue, isn't it?
So that lovely, lovely, lovely colour. Do you want to pass me another one?
Oh, yes. So I'm just looking at the glory of the pale blue.
So then we have a red.
Proper red as well.
Proper red.
That's a proper red. That's
Yeah,
a post
so-
box,
Red, yeah.
isn't it?
It's more like an imperial. But then we have black.
Black. Just
Staple.
Staple. Oh, that's a nice one. That's
No,
like leaves.
Yeah, no, this is forest. So this is a sort of
Okay.
like a. It's so what I'll do is I'll start piling those up that side.
Yeah, it's like-
a lovely, lovely forest colour.
Cheese plant.
Yes.
That's the colour.
Yep.
Cheese plant
There we
leaf.
go.
Navy.
Navy. Now again, this is such a beautiful, beautiful navy. If you're thinking about in our next hour doing some English paper piecing, but making some Father's Day gifts, a nice scarf backed in this with some wool on the top.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Really,
Yeah,
really
because it's such
pretty.
good quality. I mean, it
It's
would make a
lovely.
really nice scarf.
Yeah.
That's a nice deep navy as well.
You could make golf club hats for the golf clubs.
Proper
Then this is bottle.
bottle green.
Bottle
yes.
green. So again, you've got quite a few different greens.
Are they flame retardant?
They are.
Okay. Alistair knows he set fire to them all.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
It didn't work. No, I tried to burn the house down,
Tried
but
to
it
burn, just didn't work.
No, just didn't work. And then we've got the beautiful cream. Again, this is one of the most popular colours. So it's slightly off-white, so it's not a polar
No, it's
white,
not
but
bright white,
yeah.
is it?
But it's like this, so there's your lovely cream.
Yeah, that's lovely. And then proper baby pink.
Baby pink. Really beautiful colour. Again, if you're doing that, you've got your...
Oh, yeah, that is very pretty, isn't
yeah,
it?
these two. Really, really pretty. If you're making unicorns, you know, add some lilac in
Oh,
there.
yeah,
You could
that's
also
true.
add some yellows.
Always making a unicorn. You might need that for the bit of the unicorn.
Yeah.
Don't
so
forget the
you've got
eyes for the unicorn.
Yeah, your candy pink. With the eyes, don't forget. We'll just bring those in.
Yeah,
There
because the
we go.
eyes
So
can go on
don't forget
everything.
your eyes when you're doing your unicorn.
Definitely.
So
So
that's
that's
the
candy
candy
pink.
Then we have, as John's, I think it was his aunt that used to say, I'll have some wine. Have some wine. Beautiful wine colour there.
A nice red wine. Let me just move
Yeah.
you over. There you go. We'll move you by the eyes. That's the orange. So that's,
that's the
different to the
orange.
terracotta.
Yeah, so you can see this is more like an orange colour.
Yeah, and
that's more terracotta, so it's actually slightly darker. On the camera, it doesn't quite
No, it
show
doesn't, does
up
it? But this is
over-
more
but the terracotta is more like it's more ginger.
pumpkin.
Yeah,
isn't
pumpkin.
it?
Yeah.
it's more pumpkin, like
Yeah.
a burnt orange.
Yeah, whereas this is a slightly
That's
brighter.
carrot.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Once boiled. You know when they sort of go slightly, not effervescent, but very, very bright. I'm trying to think of the right word. When you boil carrots, they
Yeah,
get
it's like
bright.
peas. They go, and
Yes.
broccoli goes like this
Weird,
green,
isn't
and
it?
then it suddenly goes dark
Why
green
is
again. I don't
that?
know.
No, I don't know either.
So this is a beautiful hyacinth. So in the blue tones, this is a sort of like a warmer one, but it's not quite. If you didn't want
Yeah.
pale blue, but you wanted something a little bit stronger,
It's
this
got a
is
little bit of mauve in it, hasn't it?
yeah, really,
It's
really
nice that. I
pretty
like that
colour.
one.
It's almost like a Wedgwood blue.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Then we've got mustard.
Oh, now again, really fantastic colour.
Lovely with navy.
Yeah, but just a beautiful, beautiful colour. I think mustards and those types of colours are really underrated, not used enough.
Yeah.
Really beautiful.
Gorgeous.
So
Then-
this is Ochi.
Ochre. Is that what it's called? Ochre. Yeah, Ochi. Love that. Ochre.
Oh, ochi. So that's your which is a yellow. It's a golden yellow, a beautiful gold. Or you could say if you needed a gold sort of like.
Yeah,
colour,
that's true. Actually, it'd be good for gold, wouldn't it? Gold,
So that's your
ochre,
ochi.
mustard, silver,
Then you have got silver
and
you've got tan.
Tan.
So silver and tan.
Tan.
So this silver is much, much lighter. Now, we do have some other colours which aren't here, which are elephant grey.
Right.
We don't have the purple, which I will rectify. But those are the only other two that
Okay,
aren't
and
here.
they're all on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down, because I know we've gone through loads and loads of colours, but they're all there and they've all got the colours, pictures with them, so you can choose. Don't forget that they are sold by the metre, so you get a whole metre. Before we go for a break, don't forget to check out on your Master Tailor mat. Loads of you've got this in baskets. And the only way you can get one of these now, remember these are reduced, £20 off, only $79.99, should be $99.99, but they will last a lifetime for you and then the lifetime for the next person you give them to.
And because birthday was so crazy, we didn't get enough time to sort
I
of
know,
like,
well, you
so
need
many
to
different
sort of
things.
talk about it once you understand. Thanks so much, Alistair. It's been
Thank you,
brilliant.
it's been
I'll
great.
see you back here in an hour.
With a set of eyes.
Don't forget scrap bags.
Yes.
Amazing. Savile Row.
Yeah. Don't miss out. Yeah.
Because we've got quite a few, but I know that they're going to sell out. So if you do get the opportunity, check out on those. Now, I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time, where it's block 2 of the Sampler Quilt block of the month, and we've got block 1 back. So check out on the website during the break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, sorry for the delay. I just had problems with electricity. A lot of electricity issues. Anyway, this is the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month Part 2. So if you didn't join me for Part 1, which we did during Sewing Street's birthday, then I'll explain. So the last few years, Amber Makes have done a Block of the Month. And this time, I've been wanting to do this for ages, selfishly, because I've always wanted a sampler quilt. So a sampler quilt is where you use traditional blocks or just blocks you like, and you make lots and lots of different ones. You join them together. Now, originally, they were used by quilters to practice their quilting. So they'd make one block and they'd practice a specific technique or colourway, and then they would join them all together and they would almost use it as like a reference guide to show off their skills. But now they've just become quilters' works of art. So what I love about them is you do lots of different blocks, but sometimes the issue is it's getting the colours, because you make one block at a time, but you need the whole block, the whole quilt to flow together. So the beauty of working with Amy on Amber Makes is that I designed all the blocks. Actually did it on the computer, not on graph paper this time. I designed them all. Some of them were traditional. They obviously needed to fit within the size. Some of them were, I had a lot of choice. I discarded some because they were too difficult or they didn't fit. And I then gave them to Amy, and she created an exclusive set of prints for this so that they would all coordinate. So this, it's available in 2 colourways. This is China Blues, and I'll show you Country Garden in a moment. So she designed all of the prints so that the prints are mirrored within all of the blocks. There were 13 prints in total. You won't use all of them for each block, obviously, but throughout, for this one, she chose a palette of blues and then added a little bit of grey. So there are 36 blocks. So I chose 12 different blocks, types of blocks, style of blocks. So we'll do one a month. So last month we did the flower blocks. So we did a daisy, a sunflower and blossom. So the daisy, sunflower and blossom. And in your kit, you get a panel of fabric, half a metre of plain fabric, and the instructions with a tutorial. You can see how big it is, can't you? And you make 3 blocks. The finished quilt size is 84 inches square. And then this month, we're going to do Carpenter's Star. So it's just 1 block style. So you will learn throughout the whole journey, you'll be an expert. You'll learn half square triangles. You'll learn 4 at a time, 8 at a time, 2 at a time. You'll learn a little bit of applique. You'll learn snowballing, all sorts. I mean, it is basic piecing. But by the time you finish, because practice makes perfect, doesn't it? You'll be an expert. So this month, we're going to do Carpenter's Star. So we've got the simple, just 3 colour one here. And then there's the more complex, well, none of them are more complex, it's just that there's more colours in this one. And then the third one is down here. So these are the blocks that you will make, because I've made mine in advance here. So these are the blocks you'll make. So there's one. This is it in the, I'm just going to put the colour, show you the blue ones for now, and then I'll walk over there and show you the other colourway. And then that's the third one. So that's the blues. And then these are the Carpenter Stars for Country Garden. So I'm just going to walk over to the other colourway, just so you can see it. Hang on, I'll have to walk all the way around. Right. Because we've only got 2 places to hang the quilt, so I'm having to move all the way around here so you can see it. So this is the second colourway that's called Country Garden. So the prints that Amy has designed for this, it's exactly the same blocks. In fact, the prints are the same. It's just a different colourway. So she's just chosen shades of teals, there's a little bit of yellow, pinks, purples, greens, but it looks like a country garden, doesn't it? So again, if you look at this one, there's the daisy block, so that was from last month, and then the Carpenter's Star from this month. There's one there, there's one there, and then there's another one here. So you just need to decide between the 2, whether you go China Blues or Country Garden. Well, I'm going to run back now, and then I'll go through the kits. So the most popular so far is the Country Garden, and do you know, last month I can't even remember what the most popular was. So what you will get in the Country Garden kit is £22.99. You will get the panel. So you will get the whole panel, Now, what I've done is, because I want you to be able to learn, part of this process is learning about cutting, sub-cutting, and also with the digital printing, if I printed little squares, triangles and strips, I can't guarantee it will be absolutely to the millimetre spot on. So we've given you larger pieces of fabric than you need, and then you cut this into the pieces so you know that you will have enough. So these are all the fabrics. They're all labelled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Amy has laid them out. I gave her the sizes and added a bit extra. So these are all the fabrics you'll need. So that's everything for the 3 Carpenter style. Remember, you're making 3 blocks. You also get ½ metre of ivory. So in all of the blocks, if you buy Country Garden, you will always get ivory background fabric, which makes the whole thing hang together because you need the same background fabric to stand out. And you will also get a full set of instructions. So this, I've just shown you the flower blocks. That's really confusing, isn't it? Sorry. That's really confusing. Right, I just showed you the first one. I mean, it's a similar idea. When I got as far as the instructions, I realised I'd shown you that. So look, this is the Carpenter style blocks. I just showed you that. But you can see that in the whole quilt, there are 13 fabrics. You won't get those 13 fabrics every month. And also they'll be given different numbers every month. But over the period of months, you will see all of them. So you've obviously got like a bigger piece of the striped. There's fabric 2, fabric 3. You've got this pink. This is the blender fabric. Some of them are large prints, some are ditzy prints, some are little florals. You will get ½ metre of ivory, and you will always get ivory with Country Garden, so the whole thing hangs together. And you will also get the full instructions. Now, normally when we do our Amber Makes instructions, we put little photos of the process. But with the quilting, I decided I think with quilting, it's easier to have diagrams. So you've got a full cutting out, so it tells you from each one, from fabric 1 cut, and it will tell you what you want to cut. So the idea behind it as well, you obviously use your panel, but if you want to keep these as a library, so you want to make Carpenter's Star again, you can, because all the measurements are in here. So keep each of these, and if you want to make this again, or you think, I really love that block, I want to make another quilt just using that block, you can use these again and again. All the diagrams, I got Amy to redraw for me using the prints in both colourways so that you can follow them, because I think diagrams work easier for quilting than photos. And you've got all of the blocks laid out. And as always, there is a full video tutorial where I take you through every single step of how to make these blocks. So if there's part of the instructions you think, well, I'm not sure about that, or I've never done that before, you can just watch the video. The video is on the Amber Makes website now, so if you want to watch it before you get the kit, you can. So £22.99, that makes all 3 blocks. We've got loads more. We've got that in baskets. We're never going to get this right. But if you miss out, don't worry. We promise we will bring them back. So that's Carpenter Star in Country Garden. Now in the blue, I'm going to pick up the right one. Right, got it right. So this is the panel in the China Blues. I love both colourways, so I've decided to do alternate blocks in each colourway. Month 1 Country Garden, month 2 China Blue. That's interesting. Let me have a look. Should we see how that works? Let's see, because I've got some. Should we see how it works? So if you put that one next to that one, yeah, no, they do actually. I mean, because one is white and one is ivory, there's not a lot of difference, is it? There you go. There you go. Yeah, so you could, couldn't you? Actually, it looks quite nice. So, as I was saying, you know, when you've got the Carpenter Star, because you've got the instructions, if you thought from that, don't think this is just a one-off, you could then make a whole Carpenter Star, couldn't you? You could actually do it in scraps. It would look quite nice, couldn't it? And you could have all different colour Carpenter Stars. So, yes, you could mix and match them. Good idea. Well, when it started off, I said to Amy, I definitely want to do blue and white, because I've always wanted a blue and white sampler quilt. And then I said, and then we need to do another one. And I did think about like going red for Christmassy, but then But then actually I just left Amy to it, and that's what she came up with. It was brilliant, and I still can't decide which one I like the most. So this is the Carpenter Star in blue, and as you can see, for anyone who is buying them both, the prints for each are exactly the same. They're just in different colours. What have I done with that one? They're just different colourways. So print one for that one, you see, is a stripe with the flowers, and that's the stripe with the flowers. So the prints are the same, they're just different colours. So this is the panel for China Blues. So you get a nice long strip. And with this one, you will get 1/2 metre of white. So you always get white with China Blues, you'll always get ivory. And that's the joy of being able to bring them to you on Sewing Street, is that we can keep printing and reprinting. Because I know a lot of you said, oh, I don't want to invest in this if you then run out, because I'll have bought 8 and I can't get all of them. Well, that won't happen. And also, because we use the Rose and Hubble fabric, it was important to me that we used good quality, but one that we can get hold of. So you'll always get Rose and Hubble white. Next. And obviously you will get full instructions. They're exactly the same, whichever colourway you buy. So although, and what we've done as well is we've alternated. So the diagrams, when we did the flower blocks, were in the blue china, and the diagrams in this one in the country garden. And when I filmed the videos, I've done them alternately so that you can see both colourways. So you'll have all the diagrams, but remember to keep these because they become part of your block library. Shall we do the previous two, if I haven't got them mixed up? Which I probably have. Right, country garden, flower blocks. Let me just go and get my, what have I done with my flower blocks? Oh, there they are. Right, I'm just going to show you what they look like. Just can't remember what I've done with everything. Right, these are, I'm keeping mine all nice and neat. These are the flower blocks. So this was number 1. Now, normally, I know it's been a bit, I know a lot of you on the socials have said, oh, I've only just got mine, but we did it partway through the month. So it was only a couple of weeks ago, but we will do them monthly. So these are the flower blocks. So this one here is country garden. So there's all of the panels. So let me show you. You'll make the daisy and the sunflower. See, I love that lime green of the leaves. And you'll make the blossom. So if you were going to mix and match them, I'm just going to see how it works. There's Carpenter Star in China Blues, and there's some, yeah, you could, couldn't you? And that's sunflower in Country Garden. So you could mix and match them. So those are the 3 flowers. Right, we've got loads and loads of you've got this in baskets. We have got 52 left though. 52 of that one. So this is part 1. And I know, I mean, I give you a whole month to make 3 blocks. So you could just make 1 a day, 1 an afternoon. I mean, if you really go for it, you can make all 3 in a day. I did, and I filmed the video. But, you know, you could just take your time. And because I explain every process with it, and I always start, like with this one, I started with the daisy block because I think that was the simplest. And then the techniques that you learn in the first one, so that's obviously that. Then when you get to the sunflower block, you will use some of these techniques in this one. So you'll just use with practice. And with that one, obviously, you get 1/2 metre of ivory. Yours won't be on the floor, promise. I know, I don't know what I've done. Yours will not be. I'll just drop that one. So that's the panel, and I have been quite generous with the fabric as well, and with the background fabric. So keep all your bits left over, and then you can use them all at the end. You could make a matching cushion or something, couldn't you, if you keep all the bits left over? You get the ivory, and then you get the instructions again. All of the measurements are in here, so you can make those flower blocks again. All have got diagrams, really clear, so it's easy to understand. And we've put the complete block layout for you as well. So there's all the assembly and and the layout. And remember that, again, there's the full video tutorial. So you can go onto the website. If you go onto the tutorial section, it's all in there and you can watch it. It takes you through to YouTube in sections so you can easily watch it. If you want the blue flower blocks, so this is number 1. Right, so somebody else, a couple of people have asked me about Quilt as you go. Yes, you can do them all separately. We will be selling the panel at the very end, though, that has all the borders, the sashing and the scrappy binding. So you could quilt them, because you can quilt them. What I did say, if I have enough interest, I will then, if a lot of people ask me, I'll write a set of instructions for Quilt as you go. But you can quilt them all as you go, and you can add all the sashing later. But you obviously need to cut your wadding bigger to start with, because they've all got sashing borders between them. So you can quilt them and then add the sashing afterwards. And I might write a set of instructions at the end, but the panel that has all of the borders, and then between the sashing, there's little squares, little full patch squares, and we've also printed a scrappy binding that's pre-printed with all the little bits on it, so that you don't have to join the binding. So if you know what you're doing with Quilt as you go, then do it, but remember you need to cut your wadding bigger. And there's that's all the pieces for the flower block, China Blues. There's only 50 of those left now. And we've got more than that in baskets, so you need to be quick with that one. So that's the China Blues. And obviously that one comes with white. They will always come with the white China Blues, and the Country Garden will always come with ivory, otherwise it won't match up. I was going to show you those. That's what the flowers look like. There we go. I see, it's nice because I think when Amy was designing them, and she got all my mad designs, she put all the colours in, redrew them all, recoloured them all, realised she needed a little bit of green, then had to see if they would work in the other prints, and then had to rejig it all. And then once she laid out all of the quilts on her computer, she had to make sure that there was the same distribution, that you didn't have too much colour in one way. So because I designed the sewing bit of it, but she's done these, and these prints are all exclusive to us and designed only for this quilt. That's why the whole thing hangs together. If I'd done it just me, who knows what it would have looked like. Then what Amy's done, we put together some charm square panels for you. So what we decided, because obviously we've got 12 blocks, that we would do these as one every 3 months. So this charm square panel has got miniature versions of the first 3 months. So you've got a flower block here, you've got a Carpenter star block, and next month we're doing thread spools. I'll show you those at the end. So you've got these little ones. And also, then what Amy has done is she's also put some of the prints as whole pieces. So you could use this, anything you want to do charm squares with. I think it'd make the most fantastic quilted jacket. You need several of the panels, obviously, but it's lovely to have these miniature ones. You could make yourself a miniature version of the big quilt, because these are all 5-inch squares, and if you collect them, because obviously you've got more than one of each, so but you could make, if you collected these, because we'll do one every 3 months, then you could make a miniature version of the whole quilt, which would look fantastic, wouldn't it? So that's the China Blues one. And then we've got it in Country Garden. Or maybe you're collecting like the sampler quilt in China Blues, but you love this colourway. We'll get the little charm square panel. I think a mini quilt would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? Because you could use these squares, the print fabric squares, as the sashing for it. So there'd be enough squares to be able to join it all together. You could trim these down to use some for the sashing and then some for the little squares that go between the sashing. Maybe I'll do that. Would look really cute, wouldn't it? You'd have to collect all of them, but we will do every 3 months. We'll do all of them. And don't let me forget, at the end of this show, I will show you next month's block, because I have made those. So that's all the charm squares. Right, let's go do some sewing. Country Garden is the most popular. low double figures of that one. I'm just going to fetch my Carpenter stars. So I'm back again now, sorry. I just wanted to fetch my Carpenter stars. Right, so in Carpenter stars, there are 3 different blocks. They are all made in exactly the same way. The construction is the same. So with some of the blocks, you'll find like the flower blocks, we had 3 different blocks. There is only one Carpenter star. But what I've done is changed the fabric arrangement so that you arrange them in a different way and you make your half square triangles in a different way, just so that it would give a little bit more interest to the quilt, but also it would show you different ways. So this is block one, because I think this has the least colours and I think therefore maybe the simplest. This is block 2. So it has, but you can see when you look at it, it has that kind of 3D quality. So the Carpenter star was also called the Carpenter's wheel because it has lots of angles and it has that sort of wheel look to it as well. And then that's number 3. That has more prints in it. It's no more difficult to do. It's just got more prints in it. So that's it in blue and that's it in green. Now I'm going to show you how to do block 2 just because it had more colours and I want to show you. Now there's a couple of different techniques that I use for this. I use 4 at a time HSTs and 8 at a time HSTs. I've dropped them all, so they're all in the wrong order now. There we go. I'll just put them all back. So I'm going to show you how to do. For block 2, you do 4 at a time HSTs. What I want to show you first of all is, you know, I said to you in the instructions that when you cut your pieces of fabric out, there we go. When you cut your pieces of fabric out, so this is fabric 8 for the block. Oh, now because I'm so late, I'm just going to get a ruler. 2 seconds. I'll be back. That's the only thing I'm missing. Sorry, slightly chaotic. I've got my own rotary cutter, so it's all good. So when you come to cut your fabric, so there's fabric 8, make sure you keep the number on it. And then you get the instructions. I typed my labels out only so that I could show you them better in the video tutorial. But when you come, I'm going to give that a little press with my new beautiful pressing mat from Alistair. And do you know what, guys? Alistair gave it to me. Do you know what? He said I could have it. And I think that's because I said how much I love it. Look. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Not a crease. Not a crease. See, I have a normal wool pressing mat at home. But it's a bit like that famous food store, isn't it? This isn't just any pressing mat. This is a House of Alistair Master Tailor wool pressing mat. I like that. Anyway, I'll move it now because I want to use it for cutting and I'm not cutting that. So what you need to do is follow the instructions now, and it says in here, so for this fabric I need 4 pieces, 3.5 inches, 8 pieces 2. So what you do, so this is just to show, this mat isn't quite big enough, is cut across the width. When you're cutting, normally you cut across the full width of fabric. So the fabric label is printed at the top, so therefore that's the width. So I'm going to cut 3.5. So because I've made this slightly bigger for you, just trim off like a smidge, like 1/8 of an inch off the edge. And I'm going to cut a 3.5 inch strip, because that's my first measurement, is 3.5. You will be using a cutting mat that's actually big enough. No, it's fine. And then I need some 2 inches, so I'm going to cut a 2-inch strip. So I've listed all the fabrics, because if I put cutting diagrams in, we'd have gone to pages and pages. So what I've done is I've listed the fabrics all in order of width, and then you subcut them. So I just wanted to show you. So there you go. So that bit's left over. You don't need that bit. And then I need to cut 4 3.5 inch squares. So when you do that, now I've got my 3.5 inch strip, trim off the edge. And then all you've got to do is cut your 3.5 inch squares. So line up your 3.5 with your 3.5. If you don't have any rotary cutting equipment because you're brand new to this, then if you go onto watch live, I have put in there a rotary cutting starter set, which has a mat, a ruler, and a rotary cutter. Now, as time goes on, obviously you might want more rulers or different rulers, but if you don't have any rotary cutting equipment, this is a good place to start. So there's my 1, 2, 3, 4, 3.5 inch squares. So that's just so you can see. So that bit I don't need. So keep all these bits. You might be able to use them for other things later. And then the other strip, I would then cut that into 2 inch squares. So you will have fabric left over, and I have kept all my little bits because you might use them for something else, or you might want to do another design, something. So that's how to do the cutting out. Right, what we're going to do for this design, block 1 uses 8 at a time HSTs, and block 2 uses 4 at a time. So I'm going to show you 4 at a time. So for this one, you can see I've labelled everything after I've cut it out. Block 2, fabric A. Just write yours on a scrap of paper and put it on, or you could write it on the back with friction pen. But when you cut everything out from the fabrics, because you might have fabric 1 that's used in several of the blocks and several pieces. So to do 4 at a time HSTs, an HST is a half square triangle. And a half square triangle is a square that looks like 2 triangles, that is made up of 2 triangles. And the most economical way to do HSTs is to do them in groups of either 4 at a time, 8 at a time, 2 at a time. So I'm doing 4. So pin it together all the way around. And then, I know this seems really weird if you've not done this before, but I'm going to now sew this all the way around the edge using a 1/4 inch seam allowance with no gaps. So it will look like a very strange enclosed pocket. So this does seem a bit weird when you first do it. You think, how am I going to do this without leaving any turning gap or anything? Again, in the video tutorial, I do show all of this, how you do it. You don't need to reverse stitch or anything, just cut it off at the end. Take your wonderful new pressing mat. Give it a press just to set the seams. And I'm going to press it on that side as well. And then I'm going to move this because I need to do some cutting. Now, this is where having a rotating cutting mat comes in really handy. There is, if you go on, I have put one into the schedule, so that if you need to buy one. If you're doing any, let's just make sure that one's locked. If you're doing any 4 at a time, 8 at a time HSTs, I would invest in one of these. Have we got one there, Ben? Yes, it's in the pink, because that's the only one I could find. But I quite like the pink one. Just finding my little ruler. I'm going to use a smaller ruler for cutting this, just because it makes it easier. Now, you'll see why I'm going to use a rotating one in a moment. If you haven't got a rotating one, don't worry. Just either walk around the other side of the table or turn your big mat round. If you've got a rotating one, it's just easier. So I'm going to cut from one corner to the opposite corner. And then don't move anything, just move your mat. And then cut from that corner to the opposite corner. And now, as if by magic, we have 4 triangles. So I'll put my lovely wool pressing mat back on. And then I'm going to turn them over to the dark side. Always like to press to the dark side. Open them up, and I would just finger press them for now, just because you can then, by doing it with your nails or your fingers, you can just make sure that seam's right on the edge. So press the seams over to one side. Don't press them open. Press them over to one side, and then take your iron and press those all nice and flat. Like this. So by the time you finish these Carpenter stars, you will be an absolute whiz at half square triangles. Now I'm going to trim them. So the point of doing these half square triangles is that you always sew them so that they're bigger than you actually need, because the key to patchwork really is to save yourself time and effort of having to match up seams. If your fabric is cut precisely, it's much easier to sew precisely. So I'm going to cut these to size. So I'll do one to start with. So take your ruler, whatever your ruler is. I've got a little square 6.5 inch square here now. not the same one that we sell, this is my old one. And then line up the diagonal line on your ruler with the seam line. Now the instructions will tell you what size to cut these. So you just follow those and it will tell you, I'm going to cut this one into a 2-inch square and then turn it round twice and then line up, because I want this one to be a 2-inch square, I'm going to line up the bottom of the 2-inch and the side and I'm going to cut it. So you cut up the top. Now normally, when you're trimming, you'll cut this way, but I have to cut off too many of the corners of my rulers. Really annoying, because when you go this way, you can sometimes cut them off. So when I cut the top, I always go left to right, which I know looks a bit odd, but I have lost so many corners. So there's one, and that is a perfect 2-inch square now. When you're doing several, which you will, because some of them you'll be doing 4 at a time, some of them you'll be doing 2 at a time, lay them all out on your mat. You can normally get about 8. And then I line up, because I just find it a lot easier to do them in little groups like this. So I'm lining up this one, and then the bottom one. And now, turn it round, move them away from those cut bits slightly so you can see the edges, and line up whatever the measurement is along the bottom. And by trimming them like this, you see, you know that they're perfect and exact. If you haven't sewn an exact 1/4 of an inch seam allowance around the edge, or if you trimmed it slightly differently, it won't matter because you're trimming them now. There is a sort of a formula for working out the size of the bigger squares when you do half square triangles, but I always add a little bit extra to that because I want to be absolutely sure. So there are 4 half square triangles, and you have all those little bits that you just chuck on the floor. No, I didn't chuck them on the floor. I'm lying. No, I did chuck them in the bin, Levi. I could see him looking really annoyed. Well, I'm going to show you that again. So I'm going to make another set of 4 half square triangles. For the whole block, you'll be making 20 of one, 12 another, but it will explain that. So this is a background fabric and fabric B. I'm going to place those right sides facing. Now, if you don't want to pin, that's up to you. But what I would say, if you don't pin the fabrics, press them. There's something that happens when you press them together. They sort of stick a bit. There you go. I mean, if you're doing anything where you're joining seams or joining thicker pieces of fabric or curves or anything, do pin. But if you're just sewing around all 4 sides of a square, then you don't need to. But if you press them first, they kind of stay together enough. I am a bit of an over pinner, but for things like this, and this is why it's great having a pressing mat next to your sewing machine, because you don't have to walk from one place to the other. I can just press and sew. Right. Give it a little, always press to set the seams, because as the needle moves through the fabric, it disturbs it and upsets it. But by pressing it, it puts it back again. Again, diagonally from one corner to another. Do not move the fabrics, but if they do, just put them like that, like a little sandwich. So now I've cut my sandwich into 2. I'm going to cut it into quarters. There we go. So now I've got 4. Again, just press them. If you always, I always press to the darkest side just because in case the seam allowance shows up, but it doesn't matter too much, particularly when you're quilting. Once you've put that quilting, the wadding on and everything, if you don't do that, I just try and do this because it shows up less. Press them like this. I'm showing you twice only because it's just practice. Right. Oh, thought I'd lost one then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, I'll trim all of these together. So if you put your diagonal line from bottom left to top right, that's where it will be on your ruler. Nearly every ruler will have a 45-degree angle. I think I put in the 6.5-inch ruler. Yes. It was on the table. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, no, that's the 8. Oh, yeah, no, the 8.5 is better. I just didn't bring mine with me because No, is it on split pay? Let me show you this. You see, I really want one of these because when you're drawing this is an 8.5 inch square. When I'm drawing the lines on the bigger squares, when you're doing 8 time HSTs, my 6.5 isn't big enough. So this is the one I want. This is on split pay as well, £16.99. Honestly, this, if you're doing the sampler block of the month, this will come in really handy. Because there are several blocks which feature half square triangles in, and you will need that length to be able to draw the line diagonally across. And it's on 3-way split pay. Amazing. How much is each instalment? £5.66. The good thing is that as I put different tools in, things like the rotating cutting mat, this. If you collect them as you go along, by the time you finish this, you'll have all the quilting equipment that you'll need. Because I only put in each month what you need. Oh, now I don't know where I am. Don't talk in the middle of cutting. That's my fault. Because I was doing all 4. And you can actually get 8 on these. I love my rotating cutting mat. If you haven't got one, look, don't worry. Just take your cutting mat and turn it around. And then match up the side. Always make sure that line goes through. And you'll find, even though I feel like I've done my seam allowance the same, you can see some of these half square triangles are slightly bigger than others. No idea why. But I think it's just sometimes if you go off slightly, but it doesn't matter, you see. It doesn't matter because you trim off the edges. Right, so that's all of my half square triangles trimmed. I promised to put them back, put it in the bin. Okay, I don't think I need that now. Right, so now I'm going to assemble a quarter. Now the way, let me show you on this one. The way that the Carpenter star is formed is that each quarter is symmetrical. So that quarter is the same as that, as the same as that. It's the same with block 1, and but it's not the same with block 3. With block 3, there are two. They're not all symmetrical, there are pairs, just because I've used a larger variety of fabrics in block 3. But for block 1 and 2, they are symmetrical. So we're going to make one at a time. Now, if you get your instructions, there is a picture in here of, to make it easier for you, there is a diagram in here of how you lay out each quarter. So if you follow the video, that's fine. Or I would say just put that diagram next to you and you can lay them out. So I've made also, because you make more half square triangles than this, there are 4 different sorts, but I didn't want to stand here and do all the sewing and cutting for all of them. So I've made some of mine in advance. So just follow the diagram and then you just lay them out. You see I've labelled them block 2 fabric C, block 2 background fabric, and there's all my other half square triangles. So if I just follow the diagram, then you put that one there. This is my favourite process because you've done all the hard work of all the cutting and now you can have the fun of laying it all out. So you put that one there. But if you just, I don't know if you can see, I'm just following that diagram to make sure I've got it right. And then the good thing is that because these are all the same, what you can do when you get quicker at it is you do, because you're going to do 4 the same, you do all of row 1 for each 4 and then you do all the row 2s. But you can see how it's coming together. And because you've taken the time now to cut them all so that they are all exactly the same size, it makes it a lot easier when you're joining them together because you can't go too far wrong with the seam matching because they're all exactly the right size. So there we go, and that one goes there. And that one goes there. And then what you can do is just double check. I always sort of go, if I look at my diagram and go, okay, bottom left, bottom right. Because this is where your Carpenter star, when I've seen some people do them before, if you arrange them wrong, then you won't get the star formation. But you can actually sort of see, look, that part of the star goes like that, that part goes like that. You can sort of see the points being formed. But just double check it. Go like bottom right, top right, bottom left. And if you do that, you'll get them in the right order. When you've done that, then join them together. So I'm going to take the 2 squares in row 1 and pin them together, and I'm going to pin all mine in one go. So this one pins right sides to that one, and you can see because they are all exactly the same size, when you've got big pieces it can sometimes go wrong, but when they're only little it's quite easy to get them matching. So when you pin these 2 together, those points need to be lying exactly on top of each other. So because they're exactly the same size, they pretty much do lay on top of each other. How's my time going? Okay. Right, now I'm going to sew these together. You don't need to reverse stitch when you do this. Shorten your stitch length to sort of 2.5, but you don't need to reverse stitch because these seams will be pressed to one side. The only time I suggest reverse stitching is if you're going to be pressing the seams open. You can press them open if you want, and if you do, then do reverse stitch. But use a slightly shorter stitch length and it helps to secure them. So if you want, I mean, by the time you get to block 2, you know how to do this. You might want, I did it where I joined all of the row 1s together, full 4, and then all the row 2s. So there's row 1. I'm going to join row 2. Because I've got my, I'm not going to pin them all together just to save a bit of time. And also because I've got them laid out, that's what I would suggest, is you lay them out next to your sewing machine. So you can just pick them up and go, right, that one goes with that one. And then you don't have to, it's up to you. Some people like to have everything pinned in advance. If I was doing anything longer than this, then I would pin them. And actually at home I tend to pin them. But you can just make sure that they're correct. But you see what I mean? Although you are sort of seam matching in some where those points are, because the pieces are quite small, you sort of don't really need to. That's number 2. Number 3, so I want to get through all of these so that you can see how to join them together. And then check once you've done them all that you've got them in the right order. I was doing this, cutting all these pieces and preparing them yesterday, and I was rushing, and I got some of mine in the wrong order and had to undo them. So it will happen. But part of learning sewing is learning about how to fix it when it's wrong, and also learning techniques to avoid getting it wrong. So because I obviously sewed quite a few of mine together wrong because I was rushing, is like slow down and do things like I say, just say it out loud, bottom left, top right, because it's really annoying when you have to unpick it. But it will happen. Make sure that you are using a consistent 1/4 inch seam allowance as well. But I quite like working with these smaller pieces because I find they go together better. Right, that's the finer one, and then I can show you the pressing idea. Right, so there's number 4. I'm just going to lay them here. I'm going to turn this over and use my lovely new pressing cloth. Look how nice. Yes, and do you know what? It doesn't stain either, just saying. So there's row 1, there's row 2, there's row 3, and there's row 4. So what I'm going to do, because I'm going to join them together, but I want to nest the seams. So nesting the seams means basically just butting them up together. So I'm going to take row 1 and I'm going to press all the seams that way to the right. So all you have to do, pull it gently. You don't want to stretch the fabric, but you want to open the seams. So now I've pressed all of those seams to one side. So they are all going, you do that. All of those seams are going that way, so these seams are going to go that way. So I'm going to pick that one up at the end. And then I'm going to, when you've done that, press it from the right side as well, just in case you've evened some out. And then this is when I need to check again, right, that way. So these need to go that way. Again, this is just a technique. You've got to press it anyway, so you may as well press the seams in opposite direction because it just helps with joining it together. And then, so these need to go in that direction. If you get it wrong, don't worry, you can just repress them. When you press them, just do it slowly. Now this pressing mat's brilliant. There's no steam. No steam. But it's crisp as a crisp. It's crisp as a Golden Wonder crisp, which used to be my favourite crisps when I was a child. And you can see, I don't even think that exists anymore, but when I was a child, I grew up in Corby, which is where that new Netflix documentary is fabulous. Yes, that's where I grew up. And there was a big Golden Wonder factory there that my friend's dad worked for, so her house was full of Golden Wonder crisps. Honestly, best thing ever. Sausage and tomato. So what I'm going to do now, that's totally irrelevant to the Carpenter star. I'm going to join 1 and 2 together. So place them right sides facing. And then this is the best way to, you can nest seams. And nesting seams is when you take the fabric on top and you just rush it along, and then it will stop because you've got the bulk of the fabric here, the bulk of fabric there, and it will just stop. The other way to do it, if you want to be absolutely precise, is push and pin through the seam. You see it coming out the other side. And then push it through the seam on the other side and leave that pin in there. This is why I always do my pinning on something, you know, a board, so that you can pin into it. Or you can just nest them. But when I pin, particularly with little things like this, and this is to avoid you going wrong, pin it all the way along by pushing vertical pins in, and then you can see it's all exact. It's easier to do that because if you start pushing the pins in, that distorts it. You can then just pull the pins out of your board, but not out of the fabric, and just put them back in. Now, if you do this, you've got much more chance of your seams matching up. If they don't match up exactly, it's not going to be that far off. No one's going to notice. But at least, I'm going to press these seams open, so I'm reverse stitching. But at least if you've given it a little try, they've got a greater chance. And the great thing about doing this sampler quilt is that by the time you've got to the end of block number 12, the end of the year, you are going to be an expert at this. Now what I'm going to do is press this seam open and flat. Then I'm going to set the seam. Then I'm going to press it open. Now I find when I use steam, I don't know, sometimes it just makes, I've gone off steam. I sometimes use steam at the end, but it makes the fabric go a bit funny. So what I do, when you're using little pieces like this, I mean this pressing mat really, that really makes it tight. But if, I do love this. But if you want to really make it press, now I use a spray bottle. This is Flatter, which we sell as a spray, but I've run out, so I just put water in it. And I find that spraying a little spritz of water is better than using steam. This is just quite a nice fine spray, so any bottle will do. But just give it a fine, just that little amount. It won't distort the fabric, which sometimes too much water can. When I then press it, so if you've got a small bottle like that, but honestly, it's worth buying a bottle of Flatter just for the spray bottle in itself. And if I press that from the other side, see now look how flat that seam is. Makes quite a difference. So that's 1 and 2. And then what you do, because I know I'm running out of time, is you sew 3 and 4 together, and then you sew them all together. What you will then get, because I've made some in advance, you will then get one that looks like this. And then what you do is you make 4 of those the same. So you can see how they're all exactly the same. I'm going to move that because it's ugly. You then lay them out. Obviously, I've got one there. I've got one on my board that I haven't finished. But when you lay them out, because although they're all exactly the same, as you turn them round like that, it forms the star. And then obviously my other star, if I joined it all together, would be here. So if I join them all together. And then all you do is join those two together, and that is your star. So you've learned 4 at a time. When you do block 3, you'll learn block 1, you'll learn 8 at a time, HSTs. So you'll learn all of that. You'll learn about matching seams. There we go. So don't forget to check out. We are very, so what have we got left? Okay. I didn't even get time to show you the 55. We'll do that next time. So the Country Garden Carpenter's Star blocks, there are 30 left of those, and there's 88 in baskets, so be quick. We will get the back. Oh, I've got to show that, because I forget every time. The blues for the Carpenter's Star. 35 of those left for the China blues, and 79 in baskets, so be quick with that one. Right, next month, because I have actually done it, so I am going to show you, because that would be a shame, all that effort, a waste of my time. But I've made all of this one, and I finished the video tutorial as well. So this is in China blues. This is the large thread spool. Large thread spool. Thread spool stack. Love the colours in that. Well, I like the fact Amy then pulled out the green, so there's a green thread spool. And then we've got twisted thread spools. So that's next month. This is what it will be like in Country Garden. And what's great about the thread spool, obviously it's the sewist favourite quilt block, but not only that, the technique is the same for each of the spools. So you learn how to do the technique with these little snowballed corners. No triangles involved here, no half square triangles, it's just strips. And then you learn how to do it with big pieces, and then you do it with smaller pieces. But I think the gradient works really well. This is the thread spool stack in Country Garden, and this is the twisted thread spools in Country Garden. So that's next month, which will be on April the 10th. Thanks so much for everyone. Any questions you've got, ask me. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time with Alistair. Get yourself ahead. Check out on his scrap bags. They are limited and they are flying, and I'll see you back in a little bit.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 PM.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And Alistair again. Alistair has bought a scrap bag, so ready, steady, go. Because I did say I knew they were going to sell out. So tell me about the scrap bags.
Right, so the scrap bags. So on the last show, we sold the swatch packs. And we have a determined size, but sometimes the swatch packs come in and they're slightly, maybe too small to be a medium, but they're too large to be a small.
Right, okay.
So, and we get a lot of those. And also, we also get cotton and linen versions in the summer. So we accumulate all those together and then we produce, when we can, because we get an awful lot of them, then we produce we call them remnant bags.
So where do you get all these fabrics from? Can I open it?
So these are all Holland and Sherry. If I move these away, so everyone who bought the swatch books,
yes,
this is exactly the same as what you're getting. So the scrap or remnant bag is just a great way of, you get lots of different types of swatches. So there'll be different sizes.
Silk in it.
Yeah. Some of them
So
are
who's
very,
Holland
very
and
posh.
Sherry?
So Holland and Sherry are a massive wool merchant on Savile Row, and House of Alistair is the only person who is allowed to sell the swatch books.
Wow.
So these swatch books are what the tailors take to America and Saudi Arabia and places like that. So they take a small book.
Right.
How
So
people
when you
choose
go
their
into these tailors and
suit.
you say, I'd like a new blazer, you'd flick through these.
Yeah.
And then they'd say, what lining would you like, sir? And then you'd flick
Yeah,
through
and
those.
then you flip through a line and
So each one will be different.
Yeah.
This is just an example. Yours will not be the same, but it will be equally as lovely. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
but they're all 300 grams, so you will be used to
Right.
the sizes at home. So, for instance, these are from a medium swatch book where there wasn't quite enough swatches, because we say each swatch book has a minimum of 40 on average.
okay.
So if they're slightly short, we can't obviously sell those because they don't meet the requirements, and some of them are slightly narrow. So this one, for instance,
Okay.
you can see that
But
that
they
is
make the
slightly
most
narrower.
wonderful patchwork.
Yeah. So, for instance, this is.
I mean, look at this. I absolutely love this.
That's a gent scarf that I've made, and I've made this all in the hexagons. And English
So
paper.
neat.
Yeah, it's a lovely craft. The one thing is that everyone says, well, what do you do in your spare time? And there isn't any. I tried baking. Then I got frustrated with that because
Right.
it was like the decoration. I just wanted instant results.
Okay, you could have done undecorated cakes, couldn't you?
Well, yeah, but then I wanted to do all the sugar. I just wanted to be
Right,
there. I just
okay.
wanted to.
So
you
that
know,
got abandoned.
So that got abandoned. Bought all the kit. Then I gave it to my sister. She got like a few $100
Yeah,
worth
but
of
I've got
like
all the
bacon
gear.
and stuff.
All the gear, no idea.
Yeah, and then I decided, gardening would be my thing. So it's totally separate from like
Yeah.
fabric and what have you. Then I started designing the bulbs, so the different heights, and they would come up and they would cascade
Yeah.
and do what have you. That was an epic fail.
Yeah, I absolutely. Same.
Yeah.
I've tried it. Rubbish.
Yeah. So I just decided English paper piecing though, I can sit merrily and I love it.
It is lovely. That's why I think mine is crochet.
Ah, okay.
Because I like baking, but you can't do that in front of the telly.
No.
Hate gardening. Rubbish at it. Crochet.
You see, I like crochet as well, but I can only do a granny square. I've tried rounds, but I
Yeah.
always end up with mushrooms. So I just do a granny square, and then I just keep making it bigger and
okay,
bigger and
okay.
bigger. So I have a little race to myself.
But then you've got access to all these scraps, so EPP really does need to be your thing. I mean, look
Yeah.
how lovely this is.
It's
If
really
you thought
lovely.
that tie was £150, how much is this? Can you imagine if someone came in and said, I'd like an EPP bespoke scarf?
No, I know. Or a suit.
Or a suit. Can you imagine?
An EPP suit.
You
just-
should do it.
but
You
it-
should make yourself one.
Do you know what? I have got patience. I can sit there for 16 weeks and
Really?
hand bead an entire ball gown and not complain. Anything for myself, 2 hours max, I am out.
You need to make it for someone else, but keep it.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I need to say. They need to commission and then gift it to me.
Yes, that is absolutely beautiful, and that's what you can do with these. So,
Yeah.
or you can just patchwork them. I mean, they
Yeah,
just
so
make...
you've got lots of different sizes. So you've got you'll get some squares.
Yeah, but that's
in
the
there.
nice thing because you
Yeah.
could also,
Yeah.
you know, when you do crazy and you just you do decorative stitch
Yeah.
over the top. Do you know what I mean? Victorian, isn't it? That?
Yeah.
I don't know whether you have to put that on a base fabric or not. I was wondering that the other day. You know when you do correct, so you butt them up next to each other.
You can. Oh, so Kim did explain this to me. What you can do is you, so for crazy pat, you can quilt directly onto the wadding.
Right.
And do it that way
You
round.
see, I'd feel like I wanted them to be on a base fabric.
No, you see, what I do with this, so everyone that bought the repair and bond on our last show, what I do is I get a fine lawn underneath, I put the repair and bond, and then what I do is I put all these squares on, and then I put apron tape in between to create like a window pane effect.
Okay. Or you could just overlap them, couldn't you, and like zigzag across?
Yeah.
But I think what's quite nice is because they're different sizes, I think that actually works really well.
Yeah.
Because you don't want them all the same size.
No, and all the textures, composites are different. They're all 100% wool. And you might get, you know, in your little stash bag, you might get a big piece of wool like this.
Oh, wow.
So it's...
Is that trousers?
Yeah.
I was trying to work out, well, that's a different one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That really confused me. I thought it was small stripes on one side and big on the other. I mean, they do you know what amazes me? That these are wool? Because the drape of them is the finest wool,
You see, this is
isn't it?
one misconception. So wool actually has 2 seasons. It has spring, summer, and it also has autumn, winter.
Right.
So we have different types of wools, and some wools, because I know Stuart commented on this, he was like, this is like lawn. It's
yeah, it
so
is.
fine.
It's so fine, isn't
and
it?
again, it's the way in which, so wool actually has, because all our clothes were made in wool before cotton and linen came in.
Yeah, because we had
So,
sheep.
Yeah. And then that went into, you know, the decline. So you get a whole 300
Yeah, I mean,
grams.
that is like lawn, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's like butter to cut through. It's so beautiful to
Is
work
it?
with as well. Yeah, it's really lovely.
I guess it doesn't really fray as much, does it? Not like, does it fray less than cotton?
It's...
I've never worked with it.
It depends on how fine it is.
Right,
if it's more like a tweed, that will fray more.
Yeah, but this sort of very fine.
This one, no, it won't.
And is that like 100? Yeah, it is 100% wool.
Yeah. Now, also, people will think, oh, it's got all those stickers all over it.
Oh.
There is no tackiness or residue on these.
Amazing.
Now, everyone knows I'm sort of like Mr. Liberty. The Liberty stickers, I think hell would freeze over before those come off. They are welded on. Even when you get soapy water out, no, it still leaves residue.
I had a sample book of velvets once I got from Sewing Quarter and could not get the stickers off. Just never came off.
Yeah.
I just kept them on there in the end. I gave up because it just didn't come off.
It's the best way to be. But you're getting so much.
You're getting, look, I mean, I'm still going. Obviously, you'll get different colours, but you can, and types. These are gorgeous. So these are the wools.
So this is 100% wool. Some of them have cashmere in them. Some of them have silk, like you saw before. They're just loads of different ones.
Absolutely gorgeous. Make yourself a whole EPP suit. I mean, look at that. $14.99 for 300 grams. I mean, I cannot tell you how many pieces are in here. There must be like 30, 40, 50 pieces.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, you'll get a different number of pieces, obviously, but I think they're gorgeous. I want to make cushions with these. Beautiful. Right, so that's the wool one.
Yeah.
Now we've got another Savile Row.
Now, the next one is
Darling.
really limited, so it's fastest fingers first on this one, because they don't do an awful lot of cotton and
We've
linen.
got 26 of these left.
Yeah.
And this is just cotton and linen. So is this for the Panama suit for the summer?
Yep, so this is for the gentleman that
Suit,
lunch.
sorry,
Suit.
I'm going to say it from now.
Yes, we're not coming down a chimney.
No, it's suit.
But a lot of these are used. There's just a breadth of I mean, some of the jacquard weaves on these.
So what's that for?
So you can make cummerbunds out of this.
Okay.
So it almost appears almost like silk, but they can use this as linings. You use this for shirting as well. Whole different thing. And then if you want some, as we say in Scotland, some trews or trousers.
Oh, your trews.
Then you've got some needle cord in here, and these are 100% cotton.
And look
then
at
there's
this.
linen
This
mixes.
is beautiful.
Yeah,
This
the
is
herringbone linens are absolutely stunning.
Oh, 8.
And in the summer, you would have, you know, a beautiful like linen suit. I remember making a lady a pink version in this herringbone suit.
a pink herringbone suit.
Yes.
Oh,
it had a
how
lovely,
amazing.
There's a lovely sort of like Dior peplum on it as well.
Oh.
It looks stunning. It was really beautiful in it.
These are, wow. 4 left. I think we might call that a sellout.
Yeah, so that is your... Now, if you missed out on this one,
Yes.
that's your 300 gram in your linen and cotton Holland and Sherry. We do have now 200 grams. Now,
Just give myself some space.
so we have 2 different types. We have the this one, which I'm going to open here. This one is our plains. Now, all of these plain fabrics, these all come from, when we're cutting all the orders for the extra wide that we
Yes.
have, sometimes we might end up with a 30 centimetre strip at the end of it. So what we do is we put all that into some giant boxes, and then once a year, we then get all the boxes out, and then we have fun.
So this is 100% cotton,
Yep.
plain fabric.
Plain fabric. So,
Amazing.
and this is the same quality that, for instance, one of our hero products is our extra wide in the 26
Yes.
different colours, and we try and put as many colours
Wow.
in as possible. And this is great for EPP.
So 200 grams, but you are getting absolutely loads there. Well, 200 grams is a lot. I mean, there's about 10
Yeah.
different fabrics in there.
And you're getting, and sometimes...
$8.99.
Yeah, and it's a great little stash builder. Sometimes you
really
get
is.
unusual colours. So, for instance, orange is a really...
Yeah.
and
And they're decent size, but they're not like scraps. You know,
No.
they're not like little 1-inch squares or
No, I
anything.
mean-
They are decent size strips.
This is our English paper piecing packs that we've got coming up, and we've got the full hexes and the half hexes. So that's a 2.5 hexy, and you can see there that on there.
Yeah,
You've
they're
got-
not like little offcuts.
No, so they're not like teeny weeny like scrappy quilt sort of like size. They're decent pieces of fabric. I mean, for instance, if you need to do a rouleau strap, if you wanted to make bag
Yeah,
straps,
that's true.
you've got
Perfect for that, or a facing, or
Yeah.
you might want to do patchwork. You could cut it into 3-inch squares or something, couldn't
yeah,
you?
you could do all sorts. So it's great for making things. So this, for instance, this is my lovely. Now, the reason why I made this giant pin cushion is because we have lots of different dressmaking pins. So sometimes we have lace pins that you wouldn't put through cotton because it's such a fine metal. So they're delicate. So you
Right.
put them, say, in the blue section. Then you'd put your needles in the middle, and then you'd put your different types of pins.
Isn't it a brilliant idea?
And then it just means because it's big, you don't lose it. And also it
Absolutely.
just means everything is in one place.
And you
it's
can
just
make that from
great.
one of these scrap
Yeah,
bags.
so you use one full hexagon, and these are half hexagons all the way round.
course, yes.
And what I've done is I've used that, and then I've created on fleece. I've done these as flowers.
Oh, nice.
And then I've used some Liberty bias binding for the stems to come up. So there's lots of different things you can do. This is a labour of love, and it's a really lovely thing, but you don't have to. For instance, with the paper piecing, here's a tea cosy, for instance. And it doesn't take a lot. So, for instance, everyone makes memory quilts.
Yes.
Why not make a memory tea cosy?
Absolutely.
And it's maybe something that, you all sit down.
Well,
for
also,
tea.
you might not have lots of memory fabric. You might only have a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
Then you can make something more
Then you
achievable
can make
with
these,
it.
for instance, if someone was, say, for instance, you had a gent in the family that loved his cotton hankies, you could take all the cotton
yeah, that's
hankies and you
true.
could make something like this. If you didn't want to make something like that and you wanted to be more up to date, you could do something with
Oh,
the
yeah,
half
you should that
hexes.
way.
And this
Oh,
is a
that's
little
lovely.
tablet case. And these are all half hexagons. And then you can create strips. And this is all done by hand. So you can make yourself a little hobby case. Like we've got the pattern bundle. So you could make a little hobby case here, a little zippy one. And you could just put your EPP in this. You can do it on the bus. You can do it... you could do it whilst you're waiting for the kids coming out of
Yeah, because it's very put-downable, isn't it?
For instance, when I wrote, I wrote a book on this for Search Press, and I think it's called Quilting on the Move. But again, when my son was doing his gymnastics, I used to sit in the corridor, and this is something that was easy to fit in my bag, but I could get out.
Yeah.
Because all I needed was some thread, some needles.
Well, and
zips.
also you can just put it down very quickly, can't you?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're not going to lose your place. Or...
No, not at all. And it's amazing. All of our shapes that we have, they all ergonomically fit in together.
Okay. So
That's the
we'll go
pack.
through the EPP shapes in a moment when we finish the scrap
Yeah.
bags, but these are absolutely ideal. So, £8.99.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, so
Now,
that's
we've
your
also got...
200 gram.
You're going to have to get this to go with it. This is
Yeah.
fabulous. So this is the print version.
Yep.
There's all sorts in here.
Yeah, so again, when we're selling, we sell a lot of different printed cottons and fabrics, and over the years, we end up with a little bit on the end of a roll, maybe it's a 70 centimetre piece, and it's not worth us loading it up onto a website or that type of thing. So we collect all them together, and then we cut them into...
I mean, obviously, they will all be different, but this is just to give you an idea. These aren't tiny pieces. They're not like little off-cut scraps.
Yeah, they're not tiny. I mean...
These are things you can actually do something with.
Yeah, like for instance, this is one where this is if you get one of these, you'll be one of the lucky ones. But this is one of the bags that's done where it's all full strips. But sometimes you might get maybe it's a square.
Yeah.
But they're decent. They're all decent pieces.
Sizes.
And we try and put as many different prints and stuff like that in here as well.
200 grams, £8.99. And I know it's hard. It's hard to sort of imagine. Let me move this. What 200 grams looks like, isn't it? Like, how much does a metre of fabric weigh? You know, that's what you can't.
I mean, that's
I don't even know what 200 grams is.
Well, we were humming and hawing years ago whether or not we would do a 100-gram pack, because when you actually do it, you think you actually get quite a lot.
Look at all of this.
You get loads and loads and loads. So this is 200 grams bang on.
Yeah.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9 different types of fabrics, and these are the full strips. Some of them, they might only be like half strips.
Yeah, but these are...
But I think, to be honest, I think you're in a win-win situation if you've got, you know, that half.
And what's that, 6 inches?
That's about, 5, 6 inches that wide. But they won't all look like this. You might get one where, you know, you might have...
Yeah, exactly. But this is what
like
200 grams looks like.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fabric for £8.99. And they're great prints. They're usable, aren't they? Because you've got really... So loads of you are multi-buying. Now, the great thing about multi-buying is that they'll all be different.
Yeah.
So you'll have different
What
ones.
we try and do at House of Alistair, if somebody buys 2, we try and make it... We can't do it every single time, so forgive us if we forget, but sometimes when we go through the orders, because we pack them all ourselves, we try, if someone's put 2, we'll try and make sure they're different packs.
Right, OK.
So we always do try and do that. Sometimes we don't quite
No,
get
but
there,
that's the
but
aim. They do
that's the
try
aim
so
that we
that
try
you
and
get
do.
them.
But there's huge amounts.
I know, £8.99 for all of that. I mean, that's what you pay for half a metre of fabric, isn't it?
But see,
and we don't. This doesn't happen very often because this is only when you've collected enough together.
Well, yeah. Once the boxes are full, we sort of look at each other and go, that part of the warehouse needs to be cleared.
It's
and
time.
It's just, because we don't chuck anything out, because literally nothing. One man's rubbish is one man's treasure.
But for you who are dealing with lots of fabric, that is just like the end of a roll. For us, that's a nice piece of fabric, isn't it?
And also stores don't sell, 20 centimetre strips anymore.
No.
In fact, actually, I remember when I first started working for Liberties, when I was out of design work, literally, you could get a 10 centimetre strip.
Dawn says, I've just got 3 bags of the printed cotton scraps. Happy girl, Dawn, yeah. Just think of all those things. Yeah, I'm trying to think, you used to be able to buy like 20, 30 centimetres, didn't you?
Yeah. And then they stopped it, and then I realised why, because obviously when you were buying 10 centimetres, because most of the fabric shops, when I was a student, we used to go to the silk shops, and you used to be able to buy, because we used to do mood boards for the collection.
Right, so you only wanted a little bit.
Yeah, so we were able to buy a 10 centimetre strip. I mean, it was still expensive because it was like silk, but then when we made the real thing, it was all polyesters or what have you, because
of the price.
Yeah.
But I guess you see, they probably cut a little bit more than 10, so you lose a lot, don't you?
Depends what shop you went to. There was one particular shop who the lady was slightly testing, shall we say.
Right.
She hated when we all came in because St Martin's was literally just round the corner.
Yeah, because you probably didn't spend much money.
No, but accumulatively over the years we would be. But we weren't, like a Kensington lady who came in and ordered, 15
no,
of
you were
bouquets,
impoverished students buying 10 centimetre strips.
Yeah, and she'd be like, and you had like a pile of like 15 different types, and it was like, How much this? 10 centimetres.
10 centimetres.
10 centimetres.
Oh, I bet you used to dread going in.
We used to go and try and go early in the morning just because but no. Borovics used to be really good. Hi, Borovics. But so that's that one. So that's the printed one.
And the last one is this vintage one.
Yes. Now I have to explain. Now, we did bring these, and a few dropped back in baskets.
Oh, okay.
So we've got there isn't an awful lot of these, so you do have to be quick. And this is the last amount. So this is our vintage pack.
Okay.
So you get 5 different meters of.
I think you put in the headband pattern bundle.
Yes. So the headband pattern has gone array.
Yeah, we'll go back there in a minute. That's Ben not concentrating.
So this is just. So these are 5 full meters. Now,
Right.
The reason you can tell these are genuine vintage, do you know the answer?
I think, and I'm guessing here, that they're not as wide.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So
Amazing.
all fabrics used to be 90 centimetres.
Do you get a headband pattern with
You
it?
do, yes.
Oh, I'm really sorry, Ben. I'm sorry, Ben, for saying you got it wrong when you got it right. I'm really sorry, Ben. Really, really sorry.
Did he just call you a biscuit?
Yeah, he did.
He
He
did,
did,
right.
yeah. Well, I thought it says there, headband pattern bundle. That really confused me.
So
R.I.P. Ben.
you get 5 full meters.
Right, and so these are narrower anyway.
Yeah, so
these,
these
are
are
narrower.
true,
so
true,
why
true
did they make it
vintage.
narrower?
Because the looms that they used to use in the Victorian era were set to making it 90 centimetres.
Okay, just because that was a thing.
That was the thing, because it was a yard.
Oh.
So everything was in old money. So
why did they make it 44-inch, 112 cent? That's nothing now, is it? What does that mean?
So dress lengths, like for instance, we then got up to 112, 114, and that was a dressmaking length. So it got slightly wider for 90 centimetres, but not.
No, but I wonder
not
why
quite.
quilting fabric is 44 inches. What does that mean? It's nothing, is it? 112 centimetres.
Yeah.
You know, but it doesn't. Okay, so it is slightly lower. That's really cute.
Yeah, so that's 90 centimetres. That's the width of it.
Right.
You get a whole metre piece.
Wow.
But you're getting 5 assorted. So you're also getting a pattern in here, which is our vintage bow pattern.
Right.
So it's just to give you a little bit of inspiration. So you get a free pattern in there, but you get 5 metres.
These are gorgeous.
And they will be assorted. So if you're wanting to build up your stash, but not for much money, we only have the last few of these.
And
left,
these
then
are,
that is it.
they're all cotton as well.
They're all 100% cotton.
I love
all
that one.
vintage.
But you can tell they're vintage, can't you? I mean, I love that. That's
Yeah.
beautiful, isn't it? And you'll get different ones. Who
You'll
knows
get
what you'll
different
get,
ones
but they
because
will be
That's
vintage.
quite nice, actually, as a surprise. Sometimes when you get a scrap
No, it's
bag,
lovely.
you get something and you think, I wonder
So
where
where
that
do
came
you
from.
who still has these? Because I presume they're not made anymore.
No, so I have a little black book. Well, it's not so little, but I have a little black book, and I go everywhere and anywhere. I go into places of the warehouse from family-run businesses that no one has been in since the 70s.
So these are all things that are just...
So
yeah.
I forage and find. But I know I know when I see it what I'm looking at.
Right, okay.
And other people are just like, oh God, my dad had that, back in the day. Oh, sorry, guys. God, that's expensive. £52.94. That shouldn't be that is not the right price.
Okay.
But we're gonna fix. But if you do put it in your basket, you will get the discounted price.
Yeah, don't worry.
okay?
Yeah, we're
Don't
going to
worry.
discount it, so we'll just do that now. But you will be charged the lower price. Oh, okay. So at some point, this will all run out, won't it?
Yeah.
There will be no bits left.
We've only got I know how many packs we've got left in the studio. And
No, I'm
that
thinking
is
this
it.
vintage fabric one day.
Oh gosh, yeah. It will go. The interesting thing is when the Victorians stopped all the machinery that we had here, it got shipped over to India. So you can also tell new fabrics coming over, especially brand new Indian fabrics, sometimes they're still the yard. And that's the reason why, is because
all the
they've got all
right.
the machinery.
Okay.
which is still going to this day because Victorians built things to last.
Yes.
It was quality, but it was beautiful as well. Even the little side pieces of a machine would be beautifully.
So there are still a few warehouses left in the UK that have this squirreled away.
There are a few. They're getting harder to
I
find.
bet they are.
But when I get given a new introduction, I put it in my diary, and then I take the whole day.
Skip to their warehouse.
Well, I do, because the thing is they have things like buttons that are just so ornate and difficult to find.
Also things where I guess they've been family run and nobody's looked at it for ages. And
The other interesting thing I said to everyone at home a few shows ago, haberdasheries, because they mainly provided for factories, haberdasheries, one of their main lines of business, what do you think it was?
Don't know.
Thread was one of them.
Oh, buttons?
No, belts.
Belts?
So every time a factory made dresses, right, every dress would come with a belt. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yes, of course it did. Right. Yeah, they did, didn't they? Then. Right, let's change the price. But be quick. Everyone who paid the higher price will pay this lower price of $26.47 for 5 metres of vintage fabric.
Now, our patterns are $7.99.
And the pattern as well?
Yeah. So you will get a pattern, because we didn't have the pattern to show you, but you
wow.
did get a pattern with it.
$26.47. I mean, just to have 5 metres of vintage fabric. And this is, we haven't got long left, you know. This is all going to go, isn't it? Well, not just these, but the supplies of it that you find.
Yeah.
And obviously you can buy vintage clothes. They're always expensive. But to actually buy vintage fabric, I have to buy mine on eBay as curtains.
Yeah, but sometimes when you buy vintage fabric, it's so expensive.
Oh, like, really expensive. That's why I
expensive.
tend to buy things like curtains or soft food, because it's cheaper to buy it like that, because it is very expensive.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. £26.47, 5 metres of vintage fabric, plus the free pattern. Right, we've got 30 of these left, but there's 45 in baskets. 25 left. They are going down. They're going to fly out. Right, as the numbers are going down, the numbers going in baskets are going up. So you need to be quick with that.
It's like that. Scale isn't,
the scale is in the wrong direction.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Now, there's one. Now, there's a Easter quick deal that we've got.
Oh, right. Okay, let's do that one then.
Because we still got time in
we have, because Easter's very late this year.
This next, I know it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got all the eggs and stuff in already.
Have you? I've started buying eggs, but then they keep eating them. What?
Don't you hide them? You mean you're eating them?
No, actually, no, my son, he's 22, he keeps eating them, and it wasn't me.
Is it a little mouse?
Yes.
With eyes?
With eyes, yeah. Little eyes, keeps eating them. No, my son keeps eating them. I need to hide them. I buy very small ones, though.
Right, okay. Now, we've got a little bit of a discount on these, just because it's coming...
No. We're like those people walking on the street where, you know, you keep walking like that and you end up like in the road.
Go over here?
Yes, if we start there, we'll shift back. You know, like you end up in the road sometimes because that person keeps coming towards you.
We're not working. We're not working for the man.
Right. Have I got this? Because I can't see it.
So it's it is non-directional.
Yeah.
Right, so this is the bunny fabric. Now,
this is really wide.
Yeah. No, this is 150 centimetres wide. This is 100% cotton. Now, we've got, just because we've got the last of it... Ooh. It was doing a disappearing.
It was, wasn't it? It was clever, really.
Fitting in with the magic story. So, literally, we have got the last bits of this, and there's 4 different colours. So the one we're holding up is teal. We've also got purple, red, and we've got the blue.
Right.
And you're not going to pay the £10.99 that there is there. We've got a little bit of discount.
Yes.
But it's on a first come.
Let's put it on the desk. You can look. So £8.79, and that's for a whole metre.
Yeah.
So you could make little bags for this for egg collecting, couldn't you? Little drawstring Easter bags.
Yeah, really pretty.
It's got to be your Easter tablecloth, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things. And in fact, even in a nursery as curtains.
Oh, that's
this
true.
Would be really, because even though it has got bunnies on it, it's not
Easter. No,
no, there's
no eggs.
There are no eggs.
No.
So this is not just a once in a seasonal product.
But also, if you wanted to do something like, you say, like make curtains, or you wanted like big drawstring bags to put toys in,
a
or
nappy bag,
nappies and things.
Lots of things you can make.
I think it'd make a brilliant tablecloth.
And I would mix all 4 of the colours because of the same print, but I'd mix all 4 of them and I'd do a quilt top with them.
That would look great, wouldn't it?
It's nice and vibrant, really bright and colourful, and really fun.
£8.79, and that's for a whole metre.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you buy more than a metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. But remember, that's the price per metre, because I know on Sewing Street we normally list it as half a metre. So you are getting twice as much as you think you are.
Yep.
If you see what I mean. That's the metre. Does that make sense? Should we go blue?
Are you feeling a bit blue?
Feeling a bit blue? Oh, but this is bright blue. I'm feeling a bit bright blue.
Electric blue.
This is really bright. And remember, it's 150 centimetres wide.
And again, this is lovely because it's got the sort of like electric blue there, but then you've got these beautiful pale blues. It's not subtle though, but it's great. I love the fact that it's got this check on the
It's gorgeous. And you could cut out these individually as well. You could use you could cut out the check and use them for sashing for them individually.
For instance, I'm not a card crafter, but what I would do, just because I don't know card crafting, I would cut that out and I'd frame that on as a piece of fabric, because sometimes I think when you get little bits and pieces, when you go into a posh card store, and they've got cards that have got lots of
all of that
different bits
3D, that actually.
and sometimes when they have fabric,
I
on
like them.
think
It's
they're
got a
really
bit of a
lovely.
vintage vibe to it, hasn't it?
It's
Kind
a
of
real
with the little scalloped edge.
Yeah, because when I was a little boy, that was the type of
Yes.
character,
Yeah,
like
that's-
cartoony kind of character that you used to get.
Yeah, it was exactly like that.
Yeah.
It's like Peppa Pig of the 80s,
Yes.
which wasn't around there, but it's that kind of age.
Did you know Mummy Pig's having another
Yes,
baby?
I heard that on Radio 4. And
I know,
thought,
apparently
why?
it hit the news.
How is that such big news?
Yeah, well, I tell you
It
what.
was like news headline one day.
When my son was little, we were travelling back from somewhere and we decided to take him to a soft play to break the journey, and we did. I was very hungover. I was parked in the cafe area. Guess what I was sat next to? A Peppa Pig car that kept on going, whatever the theme tune is. When the woman wasn't looking, I unplugged it.
I'm not surprised. And how many years ago was that? And you still remember it vividly? Oh.
About 6 years
And
ago.
I bet you came out smelling of chips.
Yeah.
Because they always smell of fried food, soft play players.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. I couldn't believe it.
You don't really want to touch anything.
No.
It's got slaver and
Horrible.
sneezes and all
Horrible.
sorts of things all
I think
over the place.
Oh.
In fact, as an adult, don't leave the kids to go in the ball pool. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There's not, yes, I'm glad those days are over. Very glad those days are over. I spent
We're
far
going
too
downhill
much,
very quickly
too
here.
much
Right.
time in soft
Yes.
play centres. But, yeah, I can't believe it was the news headlines that Mummy Pig was pregnant. No. Ben just said Kermit had an affair. He didn't. Kermit the Frog wouldn't have had an affair. He left Miss Piggy. I don't remember that at all. He's probably making that up.
Scandal.
Scandal. Start spreading Kermit's scandal. So this is the purple version.
This is the purple version. Again, this is a nice... So you've got this sort of like lilac undertone, but really, really pretty and nice. Again, pyjama bags.
That's
book
true.
Bags,
I think if
all
you've got family coming around for Easter, this has got to be your Easter tablecloth. One of these colours, hasn't it? It's just for the joy of it.
Yeah, it's just really
But it's not
fun
Easter,
and
it's
really-
spring.
Yeah.
Isn't it? And at that price as well, look at that, $8.79. If you wanted to do something like you wanted to make like curtains for underneath of a cupboard, or if you wanted to cover something, it's so affordable. You can really buy in quantity. Curtain lining.
Yeah, for a utility room or a kitchen, these would be
I know, and I think because it's
absolutely-
so retro,
Yeah, really, really fun.
it would look amazing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Cover your food mixer. People do that.
In fact, actually, a
I mean-
cover for your Kenwood mixer.
Yeah, they do. Well, they cover their food mixers and toasters.
Tea
See?
cozies.
Yes, people do cover toasters. They don't unplug them first. No, they just cover. People do. You can cover like your food mixer, slow cooker. Can you imagine all
Air
of it?
fryer.
Air fryer. That's the modern version,
That's the
isn't
modern
it?
version.
Of this. pot your kettle. Use that too often. I think that's a lovely tablecloth, though, isn't it? Because it has got that real vintage feel to it. £8.79 for the metre. And if you want more than a metre, just put that number of units you want, and Alistair will cut it to order for you.
Yep, we bespoke cut all of our fabrics.
Great price, though. Do that. Make that saving while you can. We are getting low in stock on that now, so you need to get checked out. What we did.
And once these are gone,
that's it.
That's it.
End
There'll
of
be no more.
Vintage retro.
Yep,
bodies.
end of an era, and then I will be out on my travels looking for new stuff.
Oh, exciting!
Which we have got quite a few bits.
Have
and
you?
pieces coming? Yeah, but I can't say anything.
Is that a special secret?
Yes.
Well, that's but it's got to be exciting. Take the excitement away, otherwise.
Okay.
Shall we do the patterns?
Yes.
So we've got a fab pattern bundle here. So shall we take those out of the way? Because we've got so much stuff that we've unpacked now. So the pattern bundle.
We're not going to find anything.
I know, and I've got the bags are sort of floating around the floor. We're never going to find anything. So there's a cheeky deal on this one. So how many patterns have we got in here?
Right, so you get 5 patterns.
Right.
So I'll just go through it. The only example I don't have with me is the eye mask. However, so this is we've got Mother's Day at the end of the month. Now we did bring this pattern bundle. So these are the makes that you're going to get. So you've got the hot water bottle.
Okay, so in here there's the instructions, the templates,
everything you need. You've got a really beautiful. I've made this in Liberty, the strawberry fief, but you've got this handy little tissue case.
That's so cute.
Which is really lovely. And again, my angel policy. Just before you ask, if you.
What's your angel policy, Alistair?
Oh, okay. Glad you
Glad
asked
you
that.
asked that.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, just wondered, just came to me.
So our angel policy, if you spent the time making it, you can sell it. The only thing I do ask is that if everyone asked what pattern it was, then you would tell them, and that you didn't then go and try to sell them into John Lewis or a
no,
store
in
like
bulk,
that.
and do not give anyone the pattern or the templates.
Yeah, that would be a naughty thing. And then you've got a shower cap. Now this shower cap is slightly bigger. Sometimes the commercial shower caps, they just don't fit anything in at all.
Should we give it a go?
And we're here.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I get to cover my eyes.
And again, I've got a lot of female friends that like to use a shower cap as they're doing their makeup.
Oh,
to
okay.
Keep their hair away from.
Yeah, keep your hair away. I feel like I'm in a school play in a mob cap, you know. It's covering my eyes. Look at that. Fabulous.
Fetching.
Well, I'm just going off for a shower. See you in a bit. You'll be all right anyway, won't you?
Yeah.
Got my shower cap on now. Oh, that's great.
You get an eye mask pattern.
Have you got a shower curtain inside there?
No, so this is ripstop.
Oh, it's ripstop. Gosh, very light, isn't it?
Yep, very, very lightweight. And again, the water will not penetrate through that at all. Really, really good. And then you also get the pattern and the how-to. Now, all the patterns have pictures. Is a little nice hobby case.
Which is brilliant for your EPP.
So you could put your little tissue case, you could put your little bits of makeup in there, keep it all in one place. Really, really cool. So you get 5 patterns in that bundle. And you can make all these different makes. And again, if you've got craft store, for instance, if you bought the bunny fabric and you were going to, shower caps in the bunny fabric. The outer fabric will dry, but you just need to get some ripstop
for the inside. Perfect.
And then you just pop that in the inside.
Oh, that's amazing.
So you get to make all of those in that.
All of those
in
the bundle. $39.95.
Yep. So the price that we're going to pay is...
But not today. $23.97. Yeah. Amazing. That's a great discount. So for all of these of you who have already checked out, don't worry, you will all be charged that lower price of £23.97. Fabulous.
Yeah.
Right, what should we do next? Should we do EPP?
So we've got some EPP. So let's show some examples of the things you can make. So you could make a lovely... Why was it round the other way the last time I was in?
I don't know.
Neither do I. Anyway, so tea cosy.
If you hold it up, it has to be that way. I don't know, Ollie.
So we've got a tea cosy.
I think
So that's really, really lovely. Then you've got a technology case.
I've lost my batteries, Lee. If I can have some more, please.
Your lining.
Well, I can't hear them now, so we can do what we like.
Oh, okay. Then you could make a giant, pin cushion which is really, really cool. So that is some of the makes you could make. Oh, then a really simple idea. If you've got guest towels or if you've got someone's wedding coming up and you wanted just to add something that you can't buy in the shops, I've done this little snake with a flower or a fleur-de-lis, and this is just some of the small
Oh,
hexes.
that's really cute.
So these are the 1.5-inch hexes, and this is just such a lovely thing. And the great thing about this, when you actually sew them into the towel, they become part, their stitching really disappears.
They just sort of become the same level, don't they?
It's really, really pretty. So again, you can do this for guest towels.
That's nice.
And that's a nice idea. So you could just get a couple of face cloths and maybe 2 guest towels, and you could even put somebody's name in the centre or something.
Well, it's a way of using up your scraps, and then you know, you're probably going to have a towel already, or they're fairly inexpensive to buy, but it gives you something to decorate.
Or you could take some fabrics from the wedding, like the flower girls' dresses and stuff like that, and you could do that around there. So that's another idea you could do.
I love this.
And then this is a oh yeah, sorry. this is
great.
using-
This is something from the 1950s, isn't it?
It's lovely. So
I love that.
Right.
Just needs eyes. Eyes.
They're all packed away now. But yeah, eyes. You
Eyes.
could put some eyes on there. You could have a tongue hanging out here if you wanted to. All
No, I
sorts of
think it's
different
lovely.
things.
Really nice.
And again,
So,
really simple things.
really, yeah, and this is the sort of thing that because I think everyone, well, a lot of people love EP, not everyone, and lots of people do, but not always know what to do with it. Now, all of these are the templates to make all of these.
Yeah. Or what you could do is you could make, just before we... Oh, no, sorry.
I know it takes a long time.
I'm learning now, see. I've made...
A Hexy Teddy.
A Hexy Teddy. And this would make a... I've lined it in terry toweling.
Oh, okay.
And again, this makes a great sort of... You could take this to the beach. You could take it swimming with you.
Lovely, isn't it?
Really, really great. You could make up a game where you have to put little counters or something on the hexes or something. Really, really fun. So you could do something en masse like this if you wanted to do it. And again, because I've used the 3.5 hexes, you get faster results and quicker because it's a bigger
because it's
piece.
really going to grow, isn't it? Oh, I think it's gorgeous.
So that is that.
So we have papers and we have wooden.
Yes.
So we'll start with the papers.
So this is what you're going to achieve, okay? So this is one of our...
But we have them in different sizes.
Yep, right. So if we get... So this is one bundle here.
Oh, okay. Have I mixed up the bundles?
Probably.
We've moved over again. I think you're moving the camera, Ollie, 'cause I just don't feel my feet are
Let
moving.
me just move the... Right, so this is the full hexy bumper pack.
Right, okay.
Now, the way that House of Alistair does this is, so for instance, this, you could take a picture on your phone and you could do all of these shapes. Mostly when you buy English paper piece in, they only give you one shape.
Oh, yeah, no, you wouldn't get the others as well.
Yeah, but you get all these interlocking shapes. You've got the diamonds, you've got the hexagons, you've got the triangles, you've got the half diamonds, half triangles, all sorts. So you could do that as a placemat if you wanted to. So just follow that as a pattern.
sometimes when you do, I don't know whether you can see it. I think because the shine, you might not be able to see it. But sometimes, have you got a?
So here's
right.
So this is the 2.5.
But sometimes when you do EPP, you have to offset all your hexes. They join it. But with this, if you put the diamonds in, you don't need to do that.
No. So and it keeps it all really, really flat as well.
It's just that.
Now, these have all been laser cut and they've got slight perforations. Now, they pop out really easily.
Okay, and this is nice, thick. Well, it's the right thickness card, isn't it?
So most shapes that you get, they're supposed to be disposable. So it's only photocopy paper. It's 70 if you're lucky, 80 GSM.
Right.
This is 120 GSM. I've designed these so that the points, because that's the most important, but the points will stay pointy enough to have several uses.
So you can keep using them over and over.
So you would make the fabric ones all up, and then you would do that.
So
Now,
in this pack, $20.99, we get...
You get the the 3 sizes. So you get the 1.5, you get the 2.5.
And how many are in
and you
each
get,
pack?
Right, so when you turn it over, in this one you get 3 sheets, and in total you get 120 1.5 hexagons.
Brilliant.
In this pack.
Wow.
So that's on 3 sheets, but you also get all the corresponding shapes as well. So that's the 1.5. On the 2.5, you get 4 sheets, and you get, where is it here? Oh no, hang on. This is the wrong sheet. That's the wrong sheet on the back.
Lots.
You
lots.
You do get lots.
Lots of them.
But then on the big hexes, you get 5 sheets. Yeah, we're on the right one. So you get 30 times 3.5 hexes. You get 10 60-degree diamonds. You get 20 half diamonds, and you get the...
So, and you're getting, for £20.99, you're getting all 3 packs.
Yes,
so if you
you
do
get
your
all 3
EPP,
packs.
these are absolutely brilliant. You can tack your fabric around it. You can glue to it, depending on which you prefer to do.
So these shapes, so within the pack, all the shapes ergonomically fit together.
Yes.
So usually when you buy EPP shapes, you just get given that one shape.
Yeah, and I think that, and because you can see they fit because they've all been laser cut, and I think it's lovely that it expands what you can do.
Yep.
So it doesn't mean you've got to have all, because normally your hexes have to be offset and moving up. It means that you can do it this way.
Yeah, and also because you've got the half hexes and stuff like that in here, and you've got the half diamonds, it means you get this straight edge. So
I think it's great, and you know that it's all going to fit beautifully together.
So that's the full hexi pack.
Right. And then we have the half hex. Right, I've got it now. So that's the baby one.
Yeah.
And those, so they're basically the whole hexes, but just cut in half.
They're cut in half. So that, from edge to edge, is the 1.5. And then we've got the 2.5. Now, the interesting thing is...
And you also get the diamonds in the middle as well.
So if I was to take that, so the best way to describe it, where's the pin cushion got? So if I've got the pin cushion, I need a full hexie, and I need...
halves.
I need the halves to go around. So if I got one of these full hexies here on the full hexagon pack, okay, then I use this half hexagon pack to get my ones to go all the way around.
So it's quite good to buy both packs.
Both packs.
Right.
You get
because then there we go. And you're getting all the sizes as well.
The sizes link together, but you get tons and tons and tons in
Well,
each
it's
pack.
also what I like about it. It's a way of you using up your scraps. So if you've got lots of fabric, buy these, and then you can then you can use up your scraps using these.
Yeah, this is a great one. If you've got the remnant and scrap bags, this is a great thing to use.
Yeah.
And don't throw all your bits. If you're new to sort of like, for instance, this was my introduction into quilting, just because it is a form of quilting.
It is.
But it's something you can do by hand, and it gets you where you're fitting shapes together. It's like a big.
And it's on the go. It's telly. It's holiday. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
So now we've got the wooden ones. So how do the wooden ones work?
Right now, the wooden ones. So we've got.
Let me move those out of the way.
So this is the full hexies. So if you buy the full hexi pack, you need the wooden template. Now this you can see. It's in fact
For the fabric.
Where's the one? I'll just pull another one off. So this is the 2.5. Now if I put that in there, that's the 2.5. That is 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way around this.
Right, so you use that for fabric.
Yeah, so you use the wooden template to cut your fabric, which
Right.
then you based around the actual shape.
Okay, got it.
So you can see where I've done.
So the paper ones are for the paper, but obviously the wooden ones, you need that edge to be able to keep cutting.
Yeah,
I like
so
the fact
that's
they're wood as well.
Yeah, so that's the paper shape, and then that is it with the fabric. And if I turn that over, you can see that's your 1 centimetre seam allowance perfectly around there. The other thing to bear in mind, because that is precision cut and it matches, it means that if you did have some slight transparency come through when you've sewn it all together, it's uniformed.
Yes.
You can guesstimate and lob it, but when you... Well, that's not a technical term, Bobby. However, but if you cut it irregularly, when you actually take the paper piece out, what you will find is that it might transfer through. So the irregularity.
Right,
and you have spent
okay.
all that time
So it
doing
is better to have a proper
to have
cutting
it proper,
yeah.
and then if there is any little transparency,
And it's nice that
just
they're
all
wooden
equal.
as well.
Yeah.
So they'll just last. You
So
just keep doing it
they're
over and over and over
eco-friendly.
again.
We don't use acrylic for ours, so they're kind to the environment.
So that's the whole ones, and then if you want the wooden templates for the fabric cutting for the half hexes.
Yep, and again, if you buy the half hexagon pack, this is the corresponding half hexy shape that you need.
Right.
To go with the pack. So,
So
that's your 1.5, 2.5 and 3.5.
So it is worth it if you've bought the paper templates to get the wooden template, because then it will all go together.
Yeah, because once you pop these out, if you were to lie that on your fabric and then you were drawing round each one, this just means you can draw round once,
Yeah.
do a little layer of 5 and then cut them all out.
Yeah, because I've tried that and it never works. You then tack them together and you've got like nothing one side, and it never works.
And then it puts you off EPP.
It does.
This is just trying to
Yes.
make your journey faster.
Well, it's just making it easier, isn't it? And I
Yeah.
like the fact that they're wooden. I think that's quite nice.
Yeah, they're really lovely.
Right, let's do plain fabric, because this is amazing, because we've got to go through them quickly. So we'll just, I'll pick up one colour, purple, and we'll just explain first. So this is 100% cotton.
Yep. Now, we are working on trying to get a drop-down box, just so that they're all in one place.
Right,
But we-
okay.
but
Now,
we
what's
are
the
trying.
width of this?
So this is 150 centimetres
Right,
wide.
so this is wider than your, this is normal quilting weight fabric, but it's wider than normal quilting weight cotton.
Yes.
So it's 150
50 centimetres wide.
which is really, it's that's 60 inches. That's quite substantially different, isn't
So
it?
this is a whole metre.
Yes.
And again, these are all cut to order. So it doesn't matter what colour that you choose. So if you order 2 or 3, it'll come in a continuous piece.
Okay. But it's £10.99 for a whole metre.
Yep.
And it's like 1.5 times normal quilting
Yeah.
fabric width.
Yep.
And it's only £10.99 for a whole metre.
Yeah, which is what we're holding up
Yeah.
here.
If you want more than a metre and you put that in the menu, then it will be cut to order. So £10.99 for 1.5 times normal fabric width, and then I'm going to run through the colours. 100% cotton. So that one was purple.
So that was your purple. Then you have wine.
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 Wine suit.
Then you have baby pink.
Baby pink.
Then we have turquoise.
Turquoise. That's lovely.
Beautiful turquoise.
These are like very similar to the fleece colours, aren't they,
Yes.
as well? So
So-
if you wanted to buy the fleece and back it, or the other way round,
Yep.
you could buy these to go with it. couldn't
Yep.
you? In fact, they're the same width as well, aren't they?
Yep, they are.
There you go. So if you've bought the fleece, maybe you've bought the fleece and you want to bind it,
Yes,
it'd be ideal, wouldn't it?
exactly. Then we have our black, which is always
Very,
very
popular, that
useful.
one. I mean, that is so, it's extra wide, 150 centimetres wide, and only £10.99. That's amazing.
Then we have our navy. Now, if you're into, I can't pronounce it, Shiko? The
Sashko.
that one.
Sashko.
Shashko.
You ignore the I.
Okay.
Don't know why.
Shashko.
Yeah. It's
So
a
if you're
risk
into
I feel,
that, navy's your colour.
yeah. Okay. Yes, it is Sashko and a bit of white thread.
Yeah. So you've got your
And actually,
beautiful
that's
navy.
a nice weight for Shashko as well.
Yeah.
Good idea.
So that's your
You'd
navy.
like that. You should try that.
Well, actually, that is another thing that's on, because I also, when I go to some of the trade shows, there's a few Japanese stalls. I always, I've got a bag full at home.
Oh, you should just
No one
do it
knows
on your,
about-
on
no,
your,
no.
and you'd mend in jeans and
Yeah.
stuff. It looks nice.
And then you've got your cream, really always a very, very popular choice. It's a great blender mixer. So
Okay.
you've got your cream there. Then we have our white.
I'm going to move that over. Then you've got a bit of space. There we go. White.
So you've got your beautiful white there. So that's your white. Then we have our beautiful teal.
Teal, it's like sort of peacock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ocean.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's very ocean.
Yeah.
Kingfisher.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful teal.
Kingfisher. Silver.
Then we have silver.
Hey! I'm guessing now.
So you've got your silver, which is a lovely, lovely pale, pale, pale silver. This goes beautiful with lilacs. It goes nice with the pale pink.
Yeah,
and
I
pale
think
blue.
sometimes the grey is these pale greys are nicer than using whites and creams as backgrounds.
I'm 100%
they're
behind
just
you on that.
gentler.
Yeah, they are, and they're really pleasant and warming to the eye as well.
So I think we often think when we do backgrounds or borders, we use whites and creams, but actually that really pale silver is lovely, isn't it? Because it's pretty rather than grey.
Yeah. Then we have a lilac.
Lilac, yes.
And then
beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. And then the next one is quite hard to find because not very many places stock.
Brown.
It's not brown.
Brown, it's not brown.
Chocolate.
It's chocolate. It's milk chocolate.
Yes,
definitely.
it's chocolate. So that's lovely chocolate. And again, it's a hard colour
Why
to
is
find.
that difficult to find them?
Because when stores most stores will carry the basics. So you'll get the primary colours and you will get maybe a grey, a black, a cream, and you will get a white, guaranteed. When they start introducing other colours, you'll get sort of like pinks, you'll get purples, you'll get some greens, some blues, what have you. Chocolate always seems to be that colour that they just go, well,
but if you need brown, you need brown.
Yeah, and especially if you're doing Christmas projects.
Absolutely. Or if you're doing
projects.
like pictorial, it's a tree, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always a place for brown.
And then we've got our Royal.
Emerald?
Emerald, yes.
There's so many colours here. I should have given you like them in shades, shouldn't I? I've just given you them really randomly.
And then we have
I'm
our
starting to get selective
beautiful
now.
lime colour.
That's lovely. Put that one with that one, and then I'll give you that one, just so you can see them all together.
Then we've got our forest.
How have we moved?
I'm stationary.
I know, I'm not. Well, I've moved over to just go and get the
So that was your emerald, this one here. Then you had your lime.
Yes.
And then you had your forest green, which is a lovely dark racing green, really, really pretty.
Yeah, that is nice, actually. I mean, this is the most amazing value. Just remember, it's £10.99 for a metre, and it's 150 centimetres wide. So it's 1.5 times normal quilting weight fabric. It's quilting weight, and £10.99. Madness.
It's a bargain. Then we have our yellow.
Sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine.
That's really
yellow.
sunshine primary
really
yellow.
Lovely.
So if you're doing a rainbow, that's great.
Yeah.
That's like
Canary.
light orange. What's that called?
So this is canary yellow.
Is it?
Yep.
I thought you were joking.
No.
This doesn't look yellow at all.
You can tell it's coming to the end of your shift.
I know.
Okay, so that's canary yellow.
A canary's that colour then?
Yeah.
See, that looks
If you
peach.
go to Gran Canaria, they're that
Yeah,
colour.
but that looks like peach to me.
It's not peach.
Okay.
Should have gone to Specsavers.
Just yellow. Pop up my glasses. No. Oh, I didn't realise that canary's yellow was that colour. That's like sort of egg yolk or custard powder.
They eat a lot of corn in Gran Canaria.
Okay.
And
Okay.
pineapple.
Canary yellow is like custard powder.
Yes. And
Orange.
Then, yes. Orange.
Orange. I'm going red with that one.
Yep, red.
Canary red, not canary red though. Parrot
Right,
red.
what's this one?
Fuchsia.
Nope.
Ah. Magenta.
No.
Don't
I'll
know
give you
then.
a clue.
Pink.
I'll give you a clue.
Lipstick.
Yep.
Ah, that was good. We could play charades for all of these.
Yeah.
I think this one is blue.
No.
Baby blue.
Think Egypt. And I've seen the light.
The Nile.
No. Light turquoise.
It was in Egypt.
Egypt, you've seen the light. Okay, we were doing so well. So light turquoise.
Turquoise. Okay. Is that come from Egypt then?
Light turquoise. Well, it's a shade of colour. I don't know if
What's the Egypt bit?
Egypt, because we said before that.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh dear, that was.
I'm glad you were paying attention.
I know I was as well because we put it with the orange, didn't we?
Right.
What is that colour then? Is that like?
Right, what
I'd
do you
forgotten
think?
about the two. Well, I'd sort of go denim or chambray.
You're on the right track, but it's
Yeah.
called Air Force.
Okay, because
So
it's
an
like
Air
a
Force
bluey
blue.
grey.
Yeah. It's a lovely, because John and I were saying,
Ben's just showed us a picture of a canary. Okay.
nice.
Why has he got no eyes? Look. That's Ben as a canary. Why has he got no eyes? Ah, okay. That is a canary. With
So that's
canary
your
yellow.
Air
Yeah, that's
Force.
kind of your sort of grey blue, isn't it? And then
And then we have elephant.
Elephant, because that was the colour we were missing in the fleece.
Yeah.
So you have pretty much got all the same colours as the
Well,
fleece.
if we look dead on, you can see how all the colours of the rainbow there.
So
there's
if I was you, I'd
huge
get
amount of
I'd get a
choice.
metre of each.
Well, in actual fact, what we see in baskets, because we look at all the orders when they come in, we actually see that in sometimes customers will buy the red hues with the oranges and canary yellows. They'll buy that one time we're on. Then there'll be a penchant for people buying all the greens. And they build their stash up that way round.
That you should do a whole bundle. All of it.
Whole
All of
bundle.
it.
We have had customers actually in the past. Actually, we actually had one recently that bought 1 metre of every colour.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Put a ribbon around it. Little saving. Lovely. I mean, this is amazing. Now, if you probably will forget at some point which colours we've talked to, but don't worry. If you go on to sewingstreet.com and you click on Watch Live, if you scroll down there, it's all the colours. Because I know you're going to go, oh, I can't remember which blue I wanted. Which one was that? Actually, I do want a bit of the fleece because remember, nearly all the same colours are in the fleece. So if you want to use it to back or for the top of the fleece, it's worth just go through because you can see all the colours, all the prices. Remember, it's sold by the metre. Thank you so much, Alistair. It's been a joy.
Yes.
And thank you so much for my ironing, my pressing rack. Can't believe how lucky I am. I should be telling you all about it and using it from now on in forever. When are you back
magic,
with us?
isn't
It is magic. It's great.
It is.
It is really good. I'm going to cover my whole ironing board and that will be it. I'll send you some photos. When are you back with us?
I am back next month.
Okay.
Oh, no, hang on, where are we?
We're
I'm
March.
back at the end of the month.
End of March. I know.
Yeah,
you
end of
forget.
March.
I feel like that sometimes.
It's because birthday was moved and it's
Yes.
sort of thrown me completely out of kilter.
Right, end of March. Fabulous. That will be great with more exciting offers, deals and bargains and fabric and new fabric as well. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time. We're going to talk about sewing machines and sewing machine accessories, and the Microtex needles are back in stock, just saying. So I'll see you back here in a few.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a fourth generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist, and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body. You think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now this is exciting. I love this. Back in stock, it is the bobbin winder. It's not any bobbin winder. It's the Hemline bobbin winder. There's a secret. Oh, Ben's got a secret. So, no, a fact. The last 20 times that this has been back into stock, it's sold out. Amazing. So what's the price on this, Ben? Good price, $37.99. But we're going to do a little discount because we want it. Ben wants to carry on with his role of it always selling out. So the little $19.99. Now, there's various reasons why you're going to need this. Basically, it's a little machine that you put batteries in and it winds your bobbin up. That's what it does. But there's many reasons why you want to do this. Now, for me, I like using this because I can then wind bobbins up. So when I'm maybe doing a whole quilt, it's really annoying when you run out. It means that you can set that to one side. You can wind your bobbins up. I don't know what it is, maybe it's me, but quite often when I wind my bobbins on my machine, some of them come out loose and baggy, and some of them don't really understand. But I find with this, it's consistent. It means you can have all of those bobbins wound. If you get those, you know the little bobbin clips you can get that go through your bobbin and into the reel of thread, you can wind the bobbins to match your thread. You get your little bobbin clips and put them in, and then you can always have thread with your bobbins. So all you do, when you get your box, your little box, it's all threaded up, so I'm not going to close it down, but it all clips down like a little suitcase. That's like a little lunchbox. And then you just put the reel of thread on the spool. It has to go up to the arm because that gives it some tension. Round this and onto the bobbin. And then you press the button. Look. Do you have to do anything? Make yourself a cup of tea. On, off. Oh, and when the bobbin is filled, it stops automatically. It has two little pins to put extra bobbins on. So, shall I press it again? I don't want to leave it going. Look at it, look at that. And it does what your machine does. You see the thread goes up and down? It's brilliant, isn't it? So what you can do is if you've got your machine threaded up and you don't want to unthread it because you want to put it on, brilliant, you can just wind up in there. You can just sit there, wind them up. You can just leave it going. Look at that. Right, so the bobbin is full, but the spool isn't, so it's automatically stopped. Right, I'm going to check the tension. Does it have a cutty thingy as well? Right, let me just check, because I don't know whether you're like me, my sewing machine is really fussy about tension. If this isn't tight enough, but that's nice and tight. If it's not tight enough, I find that then it makes the stitches underneath skip a little bit. Look at that, it's brilliant, isn't it? $19.99. I mean, the great thing is, it does one job. It's a one-job wonder, but it does it brilliantly. That's what I think is great. When you then finish with it, you see, you unthread it. Now I've finished it off. Oh. Then, how does that go down then? I can't remember how this, oh, there we go. I don't know how that goes down, actually. Yes, well, it does go down. There we go, look. It comes apart, magic. Then, look at that little suitcase. Easily put it on your shelf. Nice gift for someone. If you know as someone who sews, I think that's brilliant. And the other bit goes in the lid. Look, there we go. That bit goes in the lid. Now, what I like about this is not only is it battery powered, you can always also charge it with USB. Because you know what it's like, you often run out of batteries. You can keep your spare bobbins on there. There's the batteries under there. It's got the little USB slot to put in that. It does wind your bobbins nice and tight. Now, you're going to save, what was that, $17.99? That's ridiculous. Save $17.99. It means that you can get all of your bobbins wound up. You don't have to sit there. Because actually, when you thread it all through your machine, it takes ages, doesn't it? And here's a review from Pauline. I've been looking at these for a long time, so I thought I'd treat myself. So glad I did. Well, treat yourself and save £17. It's brilliant not having to unthread your machine to wind a bobbin. It really is, isn't it? Another one, very useful, very handy, is separate from sewing machine. Also, it's more guaranteed. Superb little gadget. Means I don't have to stop sewing when my bobbin runs out during a project. Exactly. You can, well, for me, it's the bobbin runs out. Also, sometimes when I'm not really concentrating, I don't know if this happens to any of you, that my bobbin winds round the spool underneath. Has that ever happened to anyone else? So you know you put it on the bobbin, and if for some reason you haven't threaded it up quite right because I'm rushing, then the thread doesn't go round the bobbin, it goes round the spindle on the actual sewing machine. You try getting that off. You have to snip it and then pull it all off. I still haven't got all the thread out. But with this, it doesn't happen because it doesn't work like that. I mean, if you give this to someone as well, they'll think you've paid the $37.99, $19.99 for this. It's brilliant, isn't it? It also means that you can just sit there like one evening, couldn't you think, right, well, I'm going to sort my bobbin, I'm going to wind them all up. You can get all your spools of thread by yourself. I think we sell them, the little bobbin clips that clip into, you put the bobbin in and then it clips into the top of the thread. You could then wind it all up because, you know, it does take time, doesn't it? I like the fact as well, it just stops. It doesn't start whirring. It just stops. When the bobbin is full, it knows, it has a sensor. I think it's great. I mean, it comes with a sensor as well. I think that's magic, isn't it? And it all just folds flat. Now I know how it works. See, I should have done it myself. There we go. Pop that on there. Easy peasy. It comes with instructions as well, so you know exactly how to do it. And very simple, once you know how, to fold it down. That just clips in there. Done. $19.99 for that. I think that is a fantastic price. Right, every time we have it, it sells out. So you need to be quick with that. I've got loads and loads of in baskets, and the numbers are going down. So we do need to. Right, now we finally, oh, well, we'll start with the John James needle, then we'll talk about these. Now, we love John James because John James is in Redditch, which is where we are, and Ben's dad works for John James. Yeah, but John, I don't think he is John James, though. He and Ben's dad used to be the head of logistics for John James. So a very, very old, I mean, needles come from Redditch. That's what Redditch's history is. We buy them from John James. These are all packaged, designed, placed, sorted out in Redditch. 4 packs of sewing machine needles, which we are going to reduce the price in to $6.46. That's madness. Now, what are we getting? So we're getting regular points. So that will be your universal machine needles. So you've got 5, and these are sizes 9 to 14, which is 70 to 130. Then you've got 5 needles that are sizes, depends what you want, 70 to 130 or 11 to 16. You've got a twin needle, so that you can do 2 parallel lines of stitching next to each other. And you've got 3 leather needles, which leather and suede, don't use them for PU. They'll rip it. Use your universal. So you've got a pack of 70 to 130, a pack of 70 to 130 universal, a twin needle and 3 leather needles for £6.46. You know how annoying it is when you run out of needles. And it does tell you on the back as well. So 90 to 14, this is for medium fabrics, cotton, linen and satin, which is what those are. And these are 11, 16, which are for slightly heavier fabrics. Brilliant. £6.46, which is brilliant, isn't it? And they are great needles as well. Right, let's do my big boxes. These are my favourite needles. Right, I've got some, these look exactly. Right, there we go. These are Microtex. They look almost exactly the same. I have to follow the code. Now, finally back in stock. We didn't have them the other day. 100, size 70. Now, I asked Barry to buy these specifically because they're my favourites. So I love a Microtex needle because they are brilliant for quilted weight cotton fabric or finer. They are super sharp, super sharp needles. They're sharper than universal. So if your universal needles are great to have as a general all-purpose needle for your sewing machine. But if you're sewing on cotton, poplin, lawn, or anything you want a really sharp needle, these are better. Size 70, just because I think size 70 is kind of in between. It's a little bit finer. Quite often, a lot of sewers will use an 80. I think a 70 is a little bit finer. I find 60 too fine for cotton. So Microtex needles are really sort of the perfect size, type, shape for the sort of main sewing that we do on quilting, weight, cotton, or lighter. I mean, to be honest, they're also recommended for using with velvet and for PU as well. Don't use leather needles for PU, but they are recommended to use with velvets and PU because they are so sharp. So the Microtex needle, often you'll see them called sharps. These are from Schmetz. They call their sharp needles Microtex. They have just got a very sharp point. You will get less skip stitches because they will pierce the fabric. And when you're stitching at speed, quite often people will use them for embroidery as well. You want it to be super sharp. You don't want it to be hitting any fibres. It needs to slip through the fabric really easily. Schmetz needles are recommended by all the top sewing machine brands, whether it's Juki or Elna, Janome. They love the Schmetz needles. In here, you will get 100. Now, I know you might think, oh, that's an investment, $49.99, but that works out as 50 pence per needle. Now, if you buy these in packs of 5s or 10, they can cost about 75 pence. Depends who you buy them from. But this is obviously a much more cost-effective way. And honestly, having a whole box of 100, you should change your needle every 8 hours or when you break them. And if you've only got a packet of 5 and only 2 of them happen to be size 70 because you've got a mixed packet, you're just not going to change the needle. But if you've got a pack of 100, then, you know, whereas I would think, oh, I can eke it out a bit longer. But now I've got my box of 100. They're also little. It's smaller than a matchbox. So they will fit just into the little drawer of your machine. But look, all of these. It's lovely. And then they come with a little rubbery thing. So I have my, I've got my little box of 100 and they sit just inside my machine. And it's just really nice because it having this many encourages you to actually replace them. But I would say that the Microtex really are the best needles for sewing with woven fabrics like cottons. And obviously they all come in different sizes, but you know, you can buy boxes of 100 different sizes. But I think a lot of us, a lot of our Sewing Street viewers, we're all quilters. Now they're not easy to get back in when you've mixed them all up. A lot of us, are quilters. Yes, don't draw them all on the floor. I just wanted you to see what it looked like with all of them in. And they do come as well. I'll put them back in a minute. They come with a little plastic bit that you put on top and that keeps them all in. Right, I'll move those to one side. There we go. You won't pour yours out like I've just done. Right, these are universal because I know a lot of us use universal, so I thought we would do these as well. Now, the reason that these are less expensive is not because they are worse or different. It's really because Schmetz produce more universal needles than anything else because people like the universal needles. So therefore, due to economies of scale, then they're less expensive to make because they're not less expensive to make, but they're making more of them, which is the only reason why they're less expensive, not that there's any difference. Now, the universal needle is the needle that is supplied when you buy your sewing machine. So it might be the needle that you only ever use. It's not as sharp as a Microtex. It's not as ball pointy as a stretch or a jersey. It's sort of halfway in between. So they often recommend you can use a universal needle for cotton, for woven fabrics, but also for knit fabrics. And they will work for both. What I would say is if you're doing a lot of sewing on only woven like cotton, use a Microtex. If you're doing a lot of sewing on only knit like stretch or lycra, then use a stretch or a jersey needle. But if you want a generic needle that will work across both, these are brilliant. They're size 70, so again, a really good size because if you're stitching on jean, denim, canvases, you need to be going up to a 90 or 100. If you're stitching on extremely fine lawn, you'll need to be going down to a 60, 50. So 70 is pretty much middle of the road. So this is a great box of needles to have that will cover most needs. Because it just depends, and I think what most people do is they start off with the universal needles. Some people never then try others. You may then find that you have favourites because you tend to always work on a particular type of fabric, or maybe you work across a lot of fabrics and therefore universal is the one for you. £39.99, that works out at like 40 pence a needle. And again, if you buy them in packs of 5 or 10, depends where you buy them, but they can be up to 70, 80 pence a needle. So this, depending on which pack you buy, is almost half price. And it will encourage you. So many times people will say to me, oh, my machine's not working, my needles get... I say, first of all, the first thing you've done wrong is rethread your needle. It's a bit like rebooting your computer, isn't it? Just rethread. And the second thing is, it's probably you need a new needle. Right. Right, I'm just going to move over. The 720 Pro. This is my first, there's only 3 of these left. Now, this is my first serious sewing machine. I have several sewing machines, but this is my first serious sewing machine. It's a semi-industrial sewing machine, so it's a real workhorse. It has a really solid body to it. It's just going to go. The motor is fantastic. It's got loads and loads of different features to it. It's a computerized sewing machine, so it sorts out all the tension and everything for you, which is brilliant. What do I love about it? It comes with an extension table. I love that about it. It comes with loads and loads of different stitches. It's very easy to use. For me, that was very important. I wanted to be able to just plug it in and use it. There's also a lot of different things you can do with it. It comes with a walking foot, brilliant. It does free motion embroidery. If you're needing a new sewing machine and you want to upgrade to something that's got a lot of strength, a fantastic motor, will go through all the fabrics and just work with you. That's why I bought this one. It started off when I first moved over to work for Sewing Street, and I met Delphine, and she's got one of these, and I said, oh, you know, my machine's driving me mad, I can't do the free motion on it, hasn't got this, and she goes, you need to buy one of these. And I used to have a play with it when I came into the office, and then eventually decided I would buy one. I wasn't sure how I'd get on because it has an LED screen, and how's that going to work, but the lights on it are brilliant, and it just goes and goes and goes, and there really isn't anything as far as things like free motion, quilting, because it's got the walking foot, it's got the extra extension table, it's got the knee lift, it's got all the accessories, loads of them. I mean, obviously, there are other feet you can buy, but this will cover you for nearly all of them. It's got, like, I can't remember, 9 different buttonhole stitches. Absolutely loads. It's got all the feet. I like the fact it's got the quarterage foot, and quite often we don't buy the walking foot attachment. You just unscrew that, put it back on. It's a wonderful machine. It's got an automatic, it's got the thread cutter. It's got all the utility stitches. So I know sometimes people go, oh, I don't want the machine with all of those stitches. Well, you often don't need all of those stitches. But what you'll find that all of those stitches aren't always decorative. A lot of them are utility. So they'll do your overcasting. They'll do your stretch stitch. All those things you need. But then it's got lots of decorative stitches if you do need them. So when in the past you'd be doing some top stitching. Once you get this sort of machine that has all the decorative stitches, they've got lots of really interesting stitches, pictorial ones you can do instead. It has a lovely buttonhole foot, blanket stitch foot. So when you want to do a plique, might be raw edge applique, it's got a lovely blanket stitch that looks almost hand done. I quite like the fact it does have the extra high lift pressure foot. So with some machines, when you've got to get some really wide fabric underneath, it's got that. With some machines, you have to hold that in place. So that's the normal one. And with a lot of machines, you have to hold the extra one. It actually stays in place. So if you're doing something like, if you're working with thicker fabrics you need to get on, if you're doing something like machine embroidery where you're working with your fabric in a hoop, you need that extra lift to be able to get it over the hoop. It's really useful for that. It comes with 2-year warranty. I mean, I've had mine for 3 years now. It's just a wonderful machine. Does everything. Oh, are we going to reduce the price? So the normal price for this is 19999. 1999. 1799. £200 saving, and that's just for the last 3. Then it'll go back up again. Just the last 3. It's on 5-way split pay. So if you'd like to treat yourself, I know it's a considered purchase, but that's only for the last 3. We're going to reduce it by £200. We can do it on 5-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost without it costing any extra, because we don't charge an admin fee for split pay, and we don't charge any interest. So 5 equal payments. So you pay today £359.80. Elna it comes direct from Elna. We'll send it straight to you. You'll have it in a couple of days. Well, they normally come in a couple of days. Can't absolutely guarantee, but it's normally that. And then you pay the other instalments. When you come to check out, that's entirely up to you whether you do split pay or not, but it won't cost you any extra. But if you just want to spread the cost a little bit, then you can. 1799, £200 saving. And honestly, it is a little workhorse. It will do all the things. It's kind of 2 left now. That's not many, is it? No. 4 in baskets. Nope. I do need it plugged in though. Oh, hang on. Is that a different? Somebody wants. It has an automatic needle thread as well. Is it the same? Yeah, it is. There we go. Gosh, this friend, see how intuitive it is. Do you want to see how to use the automatic? So it's really easy. How to use the automatic needle threader. Can you see, or do you want me to turn it around? Is that all right? Okay. So what you do is, I mean, it's all in the manual. You just push the thread through there, and then there's a little hook just above the needle. You put it through there. Pull it from left to right. Then there's a little sort of V section. I don't know what that's called there. You click it through there, it stays in place, and then you pull it around this bar at the back, and cuts it off, and then you just press that down, and there we go. Threaded. I mean, how brilliant is that? Because I do it so often. It took me a while to work out how to do it, and then once you work out how to do it, it's brilliant, because you think how many times it comes unthreaded. It's fab. It's really, really easy to put the bobbin in. Just always make sure the thread is coming off the bobbin that way. Pop the bobbin in, go round. There we go, and it's done. What is really good, and this is, I can't believe I've got, what a fabulous machine, the best I've ever spent, worth every penny. It has 2 plates. So this one is the normal plate. So I've got to remember to take it off. I'll take it off. 5 in baskets now for the last 2. I'll take it off so you can see it. So can you see here, this is where the needle goes. Now, the majority of sewing machines, nearly all sewing machines, will have a horizontal groove, because you might be doing zigzag stitches, you might be doing decorative stitches, all sorts. So the needle needs to be moving backwards and forwards. That's great for decorative stitches. The problem is that your machine can't go at the speed and have the precision because it doesn't have a single hole. Also, you know when you start at the beginning of a piece of fabric and the fabric gets pulled into the machine, so you sometimes have to have an extra piece of fabric that stops that happening. It comes with an extra plate, which I don't have here, but it comes with an extra plate that just has one hole, and it's called the SP plate, the Special Performance Plate. It means that once you put the extra plate in, which is dead easy to put in because you just clip it in, the needle will only go through that one hole. So obviously you can't do zigzag stitches once that plate's on, but you will get a straighter line. It's a more perfect. It also means you can start stitching at the beginning of a piece of fabric. So if you're stitching, say, like two 2-inch squares together, you know that your fabric is going to get pulled into the machine. But when you have the HP foot on, the high performance plate, that won't happen. It also comes with a special performance plate as well, and it's really easy. So it's not like, you know, with some accessories on machines it takes ages, you have got to unscrew anything. All you have to do is pop it, put that up there, you just pop it in, clip the little things in there, done. And then to release it, there's a little lever here, and that's out. And then you see, you just easily, but it turns your normal sewing machine into like an industrial machine because it just has that one hole. It will go faster. You will get a much better finish with it. So it's definitely worth having. I guess when you have a machine like this, when you get yours home, don't think, I don't take it out. You will just take it out and don't do anything fancy with it. Just start sewing with it. Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? So somebody wants to know which one shall I go for. Do you know, if you've got a choice of machines, it depends on your budget and what you want it to do. It's a really tricky one. You know, I would say go for the most expensive machine that you can afford. I know that seems mad, but I do think with sewing machines, you do get what you pay for. I would go with the one that's got the best offer because obviously this is actually worth $1999, but we're charging $1799, so really. You see, and that's what I think is that quite often is have a look at the accessories that it comes with. I mean, this one is great because it also has a special foot pressure gauge. This reel here, you just turn it up and down. So if you're working with very thick fabrics and you don't want the foot to have too much pressure on them because they're sticking a little bit, you just release the pressure. If you're working with very, very fine fabrics, you push the pressure down because you want the foot to grip to it. It's got a fast and slow. What else does it do? It cuts, really important. I mean, it's little things, isn't it? It's what you needed. What I wanted, let's go through. There's so many different things that this has. It has the large extension table, which I haven't got here, but it does, it comes with that. So you've got 200 stitches, including 9 buttonholes. I thought it had 9. And what's great about those 9 buttonholes, if you're a dressmaker, is it does the normal ones that you'd have, say, in the front of a shirt. But if you wanted to put one on like a cuff, that has like a curved edge onto it, and you have different buttonhole shapes depending on what part of your dressmaking you do. So if you're doing them, they'll have like curved edges, the ones that are on down the centre of a shirt, and they'll be different to the ones on cuffs. It has a wide sewing space, so if you're a quilter, then you will need this extra throat space. It means I can quilt a whole double bed quilt on mine because it has the extra throat space. My old one came to about here, and I just couldn't quite get it inside. But if you've got that extra throat space, also by having the extension table, it means that you can have the space there as well. It has flatbed. It has an LCD screen and LED. It has lots of bright lights, and the LCD screen is really easy to see. It's really easy to navigate, so you can automatically see. Honestly, it's very, very simple to use, and I only know that because I've got one and I use and when it's that simple. It's obviously you've got to read the manual. You've got to know how it works. There's many, many different things that it can do. It does have an automatic bobbin winder, independent one. So what you can do is on this spool, because it has 2 spools, which means obviously you can use twin needle, and it has a really nice way in the manual. It explains if you want to use twin needle sewing. I love that because you can do 2 parallel lines. You put 1 bobbin here, one spool here, 1 spool there, and then you've got an extra thing. You go through, and then you can then thread them both through. But what it does mean by having an independent bobbin winder, which not many machines have, is you can put 1 spool on here. You can then wind the bobbin up without interfering with that spool. So it means that, and not many machines will do this, if your bobbin runs out while you're sewing, you don't need to unthread the machine because it has an independent bobbin winder. Now, for everybody, everyone for a machine has a game changer. For me, this machine's game changer was the high performance plate, because it meant I could go very fast, do lots of straight stitches, and my fabric didn't get pulled into the machine, which used to drive me mad. What else? Can't be doing without a thread cutter. And yeah, it's probably about 3. Yeah, it's about 3. I couldn't be doing without the thread cutter. Having the walking foot, because my machine before that machine, I think it cost me about £80 for the walking foot. So that was pretty good, wasn't it? It's got fabulous. Anyway, I will wish you the best of luck. We have 10 in baskets for the last 2. You are going to save £200, but only until we've sold those. So right, I think, yeah, we've got somebody on the phone line buying the penultimate one. So we might only have 1. So once those have gone, then the price will go back up. It is a wonderful machine. I know it's a considered purchase, but honestly, it does make a difference. It means that you don't get those skip stitches. It's got so many different features, stitches, beautiful decorative stitches that you can do. So it just does make quite a difference to the finish of what that you get to your sewing. I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. I love mine. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Easy peasy to use. Obviously, you've got to go through the manual and just take a little bit of time to get it right. But once you do, it's brilliant. Right. Now, I also have the 680. So, depending, because as I said, everyone has their budget with their sewing machines. And I would always say, buy what you can afford. Because not always, but in the main, the more expensive they are, the more features they come with. And it also depends on what you do, because you might not want to do all those things. You might just want a simple one. Some people want another machine that they can take on holiday with them. So it's very hard for me to advise you on which machine to have. This is the Elna Excellence 680 Plus. So I'll just go through the features with you. The price on this one, obviously it's more affordable, is £1149. So there's £300 off this. So let's ask the lovely John Scott to explain. He's got one of these. I've got the 720. He's got the 680. So let's ask Mr. John Scott to explain to us why he thinks we should have this machine.
This is the Elna 680 Plus. Now, before you start, I know it looks complicated, but it's the machine that I've got. I bought it and I love it. If I can use it, you definitely can do. There is so much to tell you about this machine. I'm going to start over here where we've got the thread cutter, we've got the needle up, needle down, we've got the lock stitch, we've got the reverse button. This button here is fantastic because it means that you can sew without using your foot pedal. What you need to remember though is the foot pedal must be unplugged, otherwise that button won't work. Also over there you've got your deluxe needle threader. You've also got your guide for your buttonhole foot there. Now, needle plate here, the needle plate in front there, you get 2 of those, one for straight stitch and one for just regular stitches. Then we move across here, we've got our go faster, go slower. Up here, These are all the feet that Elna think that you'll use mostly. And they all live up here, so they're really easily to access there. So you just pop them out, get the one you want out, put the one that's in the A foot that comes on the machine, put that in its little slot. Also up here, we have got the pivot pin, exclusive pivot pin to Elna. What this means is you can put it in the hole here, stitch away, and you can sew the perfect circle, whether it's with straight stitch, zigzag stitch, or decorative stitch. If you're making a lovely Christmas coaster or something, it's fantastic for that. The gubbins box does come off and it gives you a free arm. Also, you can drop the feed dog, so you can do free motion on this. Now, moving over here, this is where the whole machine is controlled from. Now, don't be frightened by it. If you've never had a digital machine before, don't be frightened, because it's really, really easy. Always use your stylus to press your buttons. Now, what you've got here is you've got, let me just clear it there. You've got your modes. So you've got 5 different modes, which I'll tell you about in a second. You've got here, you can register it so that it does locking stitch and a thread cutter at the end of each seam. This is your stitch width and your stitch length on there. You've also got all of your buttons here, which is how you choose your different stitches. Going down the side here, we've got elongation of satin stitches. We've got reversing a stitch if you need to do the other side of a stitch. We've got twin needling, and we've even got a lock here. So if your kids are around, you don't want them to touch it, then they can't use the machine at all once that lock's on. You've also got shortcuts here for your straight stitch, your 1/4 inch stitch, your zigzag stitch, and look at this buttonhole. Takes you straight through to a buttonhole, but you don't just get one buttonhole. Ooh, no, look at all of these stitches. Now, they're all in their different modes here. So you've got your professional straight stitch one, that's when you change your plate. You've got all your utilities and your satin stitches. You've got all your decorative stitches here. Then you get onto all your alphabets. Now remember, this machine goes to a 9mm stitch width. So you can get really lovely, first of all, big satin stitches, but also great big letters. And a lot of people go, well, mine goes to 7. 9's not much difference. You just try it. You'll see how much difference you get from it. So basically, it's a really, really easy machine to set. Now, it does come with a knee lift. So that's not changed in 40 odd years. That is for you slide it into the front of the machine here, and when you're sitting at a desk, this hangs down by your knee. And when you want to lift your foot up without letting go of your garment or your quilt that you're making, you just push it to one side with your knee, the presser foot lifts up, you move your fabric around, and then you just let it down, and the foot goes back down again. It also comes with loads of other feet, including a walking foot, which means as soon as you get this machine, as long as you've got some fabric and some thread, you can start sewing straight away. Other things you get with it are the lovely extension table. Now, it's a big extension table, and it does come with these legs that you fit onto it, and they're like, you can raise them and lower them so that if your surface isn't particularly level, you can really level off your table. The other thing it comes with is this lovely semi-hard cover, which I use all the time. It's got the pocket down the side to keep your feet in, or your manual, because you never know where your manual is, do you? So this is the machine I've got. I love it, and you know how much I love it. I go on about it all the time. If you're looking for a fantastic digital machine, then this is the one for you.
I hope you enjoyed that. See, John Scott loves Sim. We should have a sewing machine off, you see. This is his favourite, the 680 Plus. This is mine, the 720 Pro. It's tricky, isn't it? But it all depends on what you want and what you want it to do and what your budget is. So the price of the 680 Plus, 1149, £300 saving. Amazing. Both of the machines are on 5-way split pay, so entirely up to you. If you've got any questions, put them into the fan page. They'll all be able to ask. The Microtex needles. I've just taken me, I cannot tell you how long to get all those needles back in because I pulled them out. But I've done it. I'm not opening it again because I've got them all back in. The Microtex needles, absolutely flying out. Size 70, box of 100, £49.99. That's 49.9, so 50p a needle. If you buy them in packs of sort of 1s, 3s, 5s, they can cost 75, 80p a needle. So although it's an investment spending £50 on a packet of needles, it means that you will save money eventually. It will also encourage you to change your needle more often, and it will give you a neater finish. If you bought yourself a really nice sewing machine, I can also tell you that I know that Juki and Elna and Janome recommend these needles. They do their own, but they're quite fussy about what needles you use in their machines, all to do with warranties. So I think it is worth getting this brand. This is why this was something that I was really keen that we stocked on Sewing Street. They are great needles, and they are so little that they will fit into the little sort of accessory drawer in the front of your machine, so they're always to hand. And you know what it's like, you break one needle and then 10 minutes later you break another one. I don't know why. Or you just sort of hit things. I was doing a quilt the other day and I just hit the seams at just the wrong speed and they went. Anyway, Microtex, size 70, box of 100. I know it's an investment for all the needles, but honestly, you'll save yourself some money in the meantime. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me on Sewing Street today. What a lovely day I've had. Tomorrow, who is presenting tomorrow? The wonderful John Scott will be back tomorrow, bright and early, 8 o'clock, showing us his beautiful butterflies. Is it Butterfly Day? No way. Butterfly Day. So, 8 o'clock, beautiful butterflies. 9 o'clock, NH Pattern Sienna trousers with Tash Hutchins. At 10 o'clock, Crafty Witches are in with the Flutterbuys, obviously, and Timeless Classics. And at 11 o'clock, Tash Hutchins will be back with NH Patterns Heather Sweater. And Lindsay will be in at 12 o'clock with macrame and Bargello embroidery. Nice, we haven't done any macrame for ages. Love Bargello as well. That's going to be a nice hour. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here next week. Have a wonderful afternoon.